This audiobook contains 125 censored sentences and 342 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. What would best complement her abilities? If she was our long-range artillery, then I needed to be... My finger hovered over the status screen, ready to make the decision that would define my debut at New Vane Academy. I had to get it right. There would be no second chances, no second chances. It was now or never. What kind of king do I want to be? Chapter 141. Ascension is for fools who play it short. I surveyed the remaining 2,820 attribute points, my mind racing through the possibilities. The allocation would define my first steps at the New Vane Academy. No pressure. What was Caelin Leon? A question I hadn't asked myself in weeks. The answer came immediately. A weapon. Fast enough to close the distance, strong enough to finish fights once I arrived. Power and speed were my foundation. What is Satoru Nakano? A lie. An act. But my true weapons were the ones they couldn't see coming. Ember, Sever, my hidden abilities. My aspects were my aces up my sleeve. Magic. To be king in this world, I couldn't simply be Caelin in a new body. I needed to merge my past and present. The brute force of the Yakuza with the hidden supernatural power of this hunter. Big time. Strength, agility, and magic, I whispered to the empty room. That's the trilogy. That's the build of a ruler. First, strength and agility. I watched as the numbers climbed rapidly from D, 399, breaking through the C rank barrier and reaching the B rank. The bars on my screen turned a deep, solid green as they filled up. I stopped both at exactly B 650, a perfect balance of speed and power. Next up was magic, my ace in the hole. I invested most of my remaining points in it, watching the number skyrocket, from D to C, then to B, and finally to the bright, shimmering purple of rank A. I stopped at A 800. This would be my hidden weapon, the source of power that would make my abilities truly devastating. The final 36 points went to endurance, leaving him with a modest C 435. Strength, B 650 resistance, C 435 dexterity, D 399 150 magic, A 800 agility, B 650. The change hit me immediately. A surge of pure kinetic energy flooded my limbs, making my muscles feel like coiled springs ready to burst. At the same time, a deep, vibrant well of magical power awakened within me, pulsing in time with my heartbeat. I clenched my fist, and the air around me seemed to crackle with potential. I felt whole. For the first time since waking up in this body, I felt like I was truly becoming something bigger than Caelin or Satori. Just as I was savoring the newfound power coursing through me, a notification popped up on my screen, accompanied by a polished, smug, grinning chibi face. Congratulations, protagonist. You have met the minimum requirements for promotion. All major attributes have surpassed the C rank threshold. You can now advance to level 2 at any time. A new glowing button appeared on my status screen. Ascend to level 2. I stared at it, my finger hovering. That was it. This was the key to true power parity, just as Nell had explained. I could press it right now and become a genuine C-rank contender. But then I remembered the other part of Nell's explanation. Maximizing attributes before leveling up produces vastly superior growth. If I waited until all my stats were maxed out before leveling up, my growth would be exponential. The gap between me and everyone else would widen with each level, becoming an abyss I could never cross. Thanks, but no thanks, I told the empty room. I won't get promoted until every one of these stats has an S next to it. Minimum. I mentally dismissed the notification. The button disappeared, but remained on my screen, a constant and tempting promise for the future. I had chosen the harder, longer path to obtain a much greater reward. The path of a king who plays for the long haul. Bartolome had stopped eating lettuce and was now looking at me with what I could only interpret as admiration. Oh, hunger. Hard to say with the snails. That's right, I said, straightening up. Your owner will be an S-rank hunter someday. You'll see. I went to my closet and took out the NVA aspirant uniform I'd been given, a sleek, military-style black suit with subtle gold trim. I ran my fingers over the fabric, appreciating its quality. It wasn't just clothing, it was armor, a statement of intent. The fabric draped over my new body with perfect ease, and the tailoring accommodated my broader shoulders and more defined muscles. When I looked in the mirror, I didn't see Satori the loser or Kalen the executioner. I saw a future king in his first armor. "You look great, Satori," I murmured to my reflection, adjusting my collar. "You look great." I grabbed my bag and checked that I hadn't forgotten anything. My phone vibrated with a message from Natalia. "Car arrives in 10. Hurry." Perfect moment. I stepped out into the hallway. The morning light filtered through the windows of our apartment. The house was quiet. Luca and Kimiko had already left for work. It was probably for the best. Fewer questions, fewer goodbyes, fewer opportunities for Kimiko to give me one of those knowing looks that sent shivers down my spine. Natalia waited in the room, also in her uniform. The crisp lines of the black fabric contrasted perfectly with her purple hair, giving her the look of a lethal assassin from a spy movie. She had added her own touches, a subtle purple belt and a silver brooch at her neck. Her cryo-lich ring glowed on her finger. The pale blue gem pulsed with silent power. She looked up as she entered, her eyes widening slightly. Her gaze traveled over my face, my boots, and then back up again. "Did you do something?" he asked, tilting his head. "You look different." I shrugged and gave her a half smile. "Ready to get top marks on this exam." She narrowed her eyes, clearly not believing it, but let it go. "You better not. I've been training too hard to stay with a losing team just because you decided to slack off. Has he ever disappointed you, princess?" She scoffed, but there was no real enthusiasm in it. "He could disappoint me someday." Our phones vibrated simultaneously. The notification read, "Your Valerius luxury transport has arrived." We stepped outside together, and the door closed automatically behind us. A sleek, black, autonomous vehicle awaited us on the sidewalk. Its polished surface reflected the morning sunlight. The doors opened with a hiss as we approached, revealing a luxurious interior of cream-colored leather and dark wood trim. "Have a good trip," Natalia commented as we slid inside. "It's definitely better than taking the magnetic levitation train." "One of the advantages of having a B-rank hunter for a father, I suppose," he replied, settling me into the seat. The leather was as soft as butter to the touch. The car's AI spoke in a pleasant, neutral voice. "Good morning, Mr. Nakano, Ms. Kuzmina. Where would you like to go today?" "First stop, Asahi District," I said. "Pick up Emi Aoyama." "Of course. The address is in your contacts. The estimated arrival time is 22 minutes. Chapter 142, How to Exploit a System, Academy Edition. The car started, blending smoothly into the Viridian Hills morning traffic. Natalia and I sat in comfortable silence for a few minutes, watching the city awaken around us. I leaned back in a luxurious leather seat, mentally planning the entry procedures while the rhythmic hum of the car's engine provided a background to my thoughts. "It's a 3-phase exam," he explained, turning me slightly to look at Natalia, whose violet eyes were staring intently at me. "The first phase is individual aptitude, essentially a comprehensive assessment. You undergo physical evaluations, reflex tests, cognitive assessments, everything. It's designed to ruthlessly separate the mediocre from the exceptional." I drew an invisible diagram in the air between us. Phase 2 intensifies with combat simulation. We'll be thrown against each other in controlled duels or pitted against synthetic monsters programmed to test specific combat parameters. This is where they identify not only raw power, but also adaptability, tactical thinking, and dexterity under pressure. Natalia approached, and the subtle floral notes of her perfume reached me as she lowered her voice. "And the final phase? Team dynamics," he continued, unconsciously tapping his knee with his fingers. "They form provisional squads and put us through a simulated gate clearance operation. It's the ultimate test. How well you function as part of a coordinated unit in life-or-death situations." Her slender fingers played with a strand of her purple hair, twirling it absent-mindedly. "And are you sure they'll unite us?" The skepticism in her tone was evident, but there was also a hint of enthusiasm. "Not at all," I admitted with a slight smile. "The system isn't designed for personal preferences, but systems have patterns, and patterns can be exploited. That's where our little Emmy comes in." Natalia's perfectly sculpted eyebrow arched upward, curiosity gleaming in her eyes. "Oh, really? Tell me." The challenge in her voice was unmistakable, almost playful, a private game between two confident opponents. The examiners ranked teams based on their complementary skills. If we demonstrate good synergy during the individual and combat phases, we're more likely to be grouped together. A telekinetic capable of creating ice constructs, a healer with support capabilities, and a thermal cutter with mid-range attacks? In theory, that's a well-rounded team. A small smile appeared at the corners of Natalia's lips. "You've thought it through." "I always do, princess. I always do." The car's gentle movement enveloped us in a comforting silence. Natalia pulled out her phone and began scrolling through the news and social media. I watched the cityscape change as we left Viridian Hills and entered the more modest surrounding neighborhoods. The transition was drastic. The gleaming towers and manicured gardens gave way to older, smaller buildings. Chain stores replaced boutiques, and the streets filled with ordinary people going about their daily lives. "Look at them," Natalia murmured, glancing out the window at a group of school children walking together. "Censuredo. It's incredibly boring." She turned to me with genuine curiosity in her eyes. "It seems you know." Her question struck a chord with me. For a moment, I wasn't in a luxury car in Viridian Hills. I was back in Shinjuku, with rain sliding off the asphalt and the taste of cheap instant noodles in my mouth. "A nobody." I dismissed the memory. "Just a guess," I said, my voice flatter than I intended. "It's just a guess," I said. "But I definitely prefer the dangerous and extraordinary to the safe and boring." "Me too," she said in a soft but firm voice dash. "Me too." The car turned onto a narrower street lined with modest apartment buildings. This was the Asahi district, working class, practical, and straightforward. The car slowed to a stop in front of a 5-story building with a faded brick facade. "We have arrived at Emi Aoyama's residence," the car announced. Sent her a text message telling her we're here, I told Natalia, who was already typing on her phone. "Mate." We waited, watching the building's entrance. A minute passed, then 2. "Maybe I'm late," Natalia suggested. Just as she was speaking, the building door burst open and Emmy rushed out, her blue hair swirling with every hurried step. She was wearing the same NVA Prospect uniform as us, though hers had a pretty blue teardrop-shaped brooch around the neck. Upon seeing our car, her eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the luxurious vehicle. She hesitated for a moment, then straightened her shoulders and approached with a determined stride. The car door opened automatically as we approached. Emmy's gaze shifted from the vehicle to us, waiting inside, and a bright, determined smile spread across her face. It was the smile of someone who had made a decision and was ready to face whatever came next. "Good morning," she called out, her voice heavy with forced confidence. "Sorry I'm late." I couldn't decide which lucky charm to bring. She held up a small blue rabbit's foot keychain. "I finally settled on this one. It's worked in all my tests so far." "Come in, Blueberry," Natalia said. "We have to pass an exam." Emmy came upstairs and sat across from us. The door closed silently behind her, enclosing the 3 of us in our private bubble. "This car is incredible," Emmy whispered, running her hands over the leather seat. "I've never been in such a luxurious car." "There's always a new experience," I said with a smile. "First day at the academy, first ride in a luxury car. Today I officially became a hunter," Emmy finished, her eyes sparkling with excitement and nervous energy. "Next stop, Ferry Terminal 7, he told the car. "New Vane Academy." "Of course," the AI replied. "The estimated time of arrival is 43 minutes. Would you like some music for the trip?" Yes, we all answered in unison. Then we looked at each other and laughed. As the car pulled away from the curb and soft jazz filled the cabin, I looked at my companions. Natalia, my ice queen, mortal and beautiful, and Emmy, my healer, kind and determined. the first two pillars of my kingdom, traveling with me to conquer the new Vane Academy. Chapter 143. The Great Wall of Teenagers. The luxury car pulled into Ferry Terminal 7, and I was hit by a wall of noise as soon as the doors opened. The elegant, air-conditioned silence of our journey was immediately shattered by the cacophony of miles of voices echoing off the concrete and steel. "Dang," I muttered, stepping onto the sidewalk and looking at the scene in front of me. Ferry Terminal 7 wasn't a terminal, but a holding pen. A long, sprawling line of teenagers in black uniforms snaked along the pier, folding back on themselves several times like a giant human accordion. The air was thick with salt spray and anxious sweat, punctuated by the occasional squawk of a seagull overhead. "This can't be happening," Emmy said, her blue hair swirling around her face in the ocean breeze. "Are all these people here for the exam?" Natalia's face remained impassive, but she noticed a slight tension in her eyes. "Of course. The EVN is the most prestigious hunter academy in Valoria. Everyone wants to get in." I did some mental calculations as we joined the end of the endless line. Each color of the ferry crossing sign indicated a different home city. Red for the Central District, blue for the Eastern District, yellow for the Northern District. The applicants around us were a sea of black uniforms with touches of personal style. Brightly colored hair, custom pins, unique jewelry. All trying to stand out in the same identical clothes. 5 student guilds, I thought, observing the crowd. 15 members per guild, minus the recommended students who already have guaranteed places. That leaves about 70 vacant places. I look towards the pier, and am looking at least 2,000 children. We moved slowly forward in the line, gaining maybe a meter every 10 minutes. The morning sun was rising sharply, beating down on the exposed concrete of the pier. A girl nearby excitedly listed the abilities of each A-rank hunter to her friend, who was approaching with glazed eyes. A boy with elaborate facial piercings conjured small flames at his fingertips, extinguished them, and recreated them, a nervous tic that manifested through his aspect. I looked at my colleagues, curious to see how they were doing. Natalia stood with her chin slightly raised, her posture perfect and majestic. To a casual observer, she seemed bored, even disdainful of what was happening. But I noticed the rhythmic tapping of her fingers against her thigh, a subtle staccato of anxiety. Her violet eyes, which she probably thought were fixed on the distant horizon, had a glassy, unfocused look. Then there was Emmy. At first glance, she seemed the same cheerful girl as always, skipping lightly on her toes. A radiant smile on her face as she pointed out interesting boats in the harbor. But her knuckles were pale where she tightened the strap of her backpack, and the worn fabric rustled under the pressure. Without saying a word, I extended my hand. My left hand found Natalia's, my right hand found Emmy's. Natalia flinched in surprise and turned her head sharply toward me. I kept my gaze straight ahead, not recognizing the gesture. After a moment, her fingers relaxed and intertwined with mine. On my other side, Emmy let out a small, trembling sigh that she probably didn't even realize she was holding in. "This isn't a school exam," I said quietly, but loud enough for both of them to hear. "It's a selective process. They're separating those who think they want to be hunters from those who need to be. The first test is making you wait in this line for hours in the sun." "I hate lines," Natalia muttered. "Really? You seem like the patient type," he joked. That earned me a light punch on the arm with her free hand. I waited 18 years for someone interesting to come into my life. My patience has run out. Emmy laughed. "And what will happen when we achieve it?" I like that he said when, not if. "Then the real work begins," I said. "But we'll be ready." "Really? Look at that guy," complained the voice behind us. I didn't turn around, but I felt Emmy tense up beside me. Natalia pressed me a little. "He doesn't even do anything, and he's carrying 2 girls in his arms." "What? Is his father an S-rank officer? Some of us have to work hard to get that kind of attention, you know?" Emmy's face flushed. She tried to pull her hand away, but I held it firmly, giving her a reassuring squeeze. Natalia, meanwhile, slowly turned her head, glancing over her shoulder. I couldn't see her expression, but our complaining commentator's regretful silence suggested it had been effective. "Reggie James," she said, turning around. He was in my college prep course last semester. He failed the final exam because he tried to copy on my work. Looks like we've made our first enemy, I said, letting a small, discreet smile curve my lips. It breaks my heart. You collect rivals like they're trading cards, Emmy said with a nervous laugh. At this rate, you'll have a whole set by graduation. After another hour of slow progress, we finally reached the boarding ramp. A bored-looking attendant scanned our IDs and directed us to the ferry, a huge, speedy catamaran whirring with the power of the core. We found a spot on the upper deck, leaning against the railing. I felt the cool sea breeze on my face as the ferry pulled away from the city. The nervous energy on the boat was palpable. Some prospects were boasting about their appearance. Others were gazing at the horizon. Some were already crying, overwhelmed by the pressure. Emmy, Natalia, and I remained in our own bubble of tranquility. They do it on purpose, I said, watching New Vane City shrink behind us. The 1-hour journey. It's a psychological tool, a separation ritual. They make sure you understand you're leaving the normal world behind. Anyway, I never belonged to the normal world, Natalia said softly. Me neither, I agreed. After what seemed like an eternity, a figure materialized from the morning mist. At first, it was just a dark smudge on the horizon, but as we drew closer, it transformed into something far more imposing. It was not just an island. It was a fortress. The NVA Atoll, nicknamed the Forge, rose from the ocean like a fever dream. The volcanic island had been tamed and expanded with high-tech, brutalist architecture that seemed to emerge organically from the black rock. At its center rose the Needle, a needle of black glass and steel piercing the clouds. It wasn't just a building. It was a statement of intent, a constant and intimidating symbol of the heights we were expected to reach. Surrounding the Needle was a series of 10 enormous, gleaming biodomes, the gauntlet clinging to the mountainside. Even from there, I could see that each house contained a different environment, from what looked like a scorching desert to a frozen tundra. And at the summit, built within the caldera of the dormant volcano, stood the Crucible, an enormous open-air coliseum whose entrance resembled the gaping jaws of a great beast. There, the most important trials would take place, where the strongest would be separated from the merely adequate. It's beautiful, Emmy whispered, her eyes wide. It's a nightmare disguised as a school, Natalia replied, but I could also hear the astonishment in her voice. The Ferris engines cut out as we approached the dock. A loud, amplified, muffled, and calm voice echoed across the water from the island's public address system. Welcome to New Vane Academy Atoll. Prospects, he announced. For the 1% of you who make it, this will be your home. For the rest, try not to fall into the water on your way back. Now, disembark and find your assigned rendezvous point. The sacrifice begins in 30 minutes. Emmy and Natalia's hands tightened around mine with renewed strength and anxiety. I gave them both a pressed tranquilizer. Ready? He asks. No, Emmy admitted with a nervous laugh. Yes, Natalia said. I gazed at the imposing fortress before us, imagining the challenges that awaited us. It was the first real test of my newfound power, the first step toward building the kingdom I had planned since awakening in this world. It's time to make a name for myself. Chapter 144, 75 Futures, Miles of Funerals. The landing was controlled chaos. Uniformed EVN personnel directed the crowd of prospects toward a huge courtyard at the foot of the Needle. Banners hung from towering poles, each with a different symbol and color, presumably representing the 5 student unions. Assigned meeting point, I murmured, checking the information on my ID card. Sector 4C. You? For C2? Natalia said, showing her card. Likewise, Emmy exclaimed excitedly, her previous anxiety seemingly forgotten in the face of this small victory. They probably grouped us by region, I reasoned, though I suspected there might be more to it. The system often created matches that served the narrative. We followed the signs to Sector 4C, a designated area marked by bright blue lines on the courtyard floor. A tall, muscular woman with short, gray hair and a scar on her left cheek stood at the front of our section. She wore a modified NVA uniform with instructor badges and held a tablet, which she occasionally glanced at as she observed the assembled students. "That's Lieutenant Commander Reeves," Natalia whispered. "She's infamous. She was an active-duty A-rank hunter until she lost her gear in a gate breakout. Now she trains cadets and makes their lives miserable." As more students entered, I noticed Reggie, Jameis' lanky figure, walking into our section. He saw us and headed straight for us, weaving his way through the crowd with the grace of a newborn giraffe, leaving a trail of mumbled apologies in his wake as he bumped into annoyed prospective students. "How wonderful!" Natalia exclaimed beside me. "Our grape-flavored admirer is approaching. Just what I needed today." "Hi!" Reggie exclaimed, stealthily approaching us. Up close, I could see he had an unfortunate haircut, a sad bowl cut, that hung limply over his forehead like a deflated parachute, and cheeks covered in red constellations of acne. "I'm Reggie James. Perhaps you've heard of me? My father is a supervisor at the East District Containment Facility. A pretty important position, actually." Since none of us honored her mention of names with a response, she pressed on like a runaway train of social awkwardness. "Anyway, I wanted to apologize for what my friend said earlier. Super inappropriate. We're all nervous, you know. First aid jitters and all." She laughed, a high-pitched, strained laugh that hung in the air between us like a bad smell. Her gaze darted frantically between Emmy and Natalia. Censuredo, a gesture that completely missed the word suggestive and landed squarely in mild convulsion. "I can create grape gum like candy with my fingertips. It's super rare. 1 in a million, actually. The HCV classifies me as a C-rank character with B potential." "Fascinating," I said in a serious voice, flatter than a week-old soda. "I can create silence by walking away from annoying conversations. Watch me demonstrate this miraculous ability right now." I spun around, guiding Natalia and Emmy away from Reggie towards the edge of our sector. "That wasn't very good," Emmy said, though her lips twisted into a laugh she was desperately trying to suppress. "I'm not here to make friends." I recorded him as I watched the growing crowd. "Although if we had to become friends," Natalia added, "it certainly wouldn't be with Great Boy. I'd rather befriend one of the monsters from the gates." A sharp whistle cut through the air, silencing the chatter in the courtyard. Lieutenant Commander Reeves had stepped onto a small platform, her stern gaze sweeping over the assembled prospects. "Attention," he shouted, without amplification. "You are about to begin the most difficult challenge of your young lives. The EVN entrance exam is designed to break you, expose your weaknesses, and determine if you have what it takes to become a hunter." She paced back and forth across the platform, her hands clasped behind her back. "The first phase will assess your individual aptitude. Mental tests, physical skills, reflexes, cognitive functions, and aspect control. Those who pass will move on to the second phase, combat simulation. The final phase will evaluate your teamwork." Reeves stopped walking, his gaze fixed on the crowd. "But make no mistake, this is not a school exam. It is a battle for their future. Of the thousands gathered today, only 75 will earn the right to call themselves EVN students." A murmur rippled through the crowd. 75. Even fewer than ID calculated. "You have 10 minutes to get ready," Reeves continued. "Use them wisely. When the signal sounds, file through the gates behind me in an orderly fashion. Anyone who pushes, shoves, or tries to gain an unfair advantage will be immediately disqualified." He narrowed his eyes. "And believe me, I'm looking for excuses to thin the pack." With that cheerful note, she stepped off the platform. The nervous conversation resumed immediately, louder than before. 75 points, Emmy whispered, with the same confidence she had shown her earlier. "Out of miles." "Screw the odds," I said. "Do you really think we can all achieve it?" Emmy asked in a weak but hopeful voice. "I don't deal in beliefs," I said in a low, firm voice. "I deal in possessions. You," I gestured to Emmy, "are the best healer here. You," I looked at Natalia, "are a psychic powerhouse. And I, MME. We're not going through those doors waiting for a spot. We're going to claim 3 of the 75 they've reserved for us. Let the others fight over the scraps." Natalia's hand found mine again, squeezing once before letting go. For once, I completely agree with you. Emmy took a deep breath, straightened her shoulders, and approached. Okay, let's do it. A siren wailed, signaling the end of our preparation time. The massive doors at the base of the spire opened, revealing an elegant and clinical interior. Remember, I said as we joined the flow of students moving toward the entrance, it's not just about power. It's about adaptability, about keeping a clear mind when everyone else is panicking. Stay focused, calm, and confident in your instincts. The sacrifice had begun. Chapter 145. Welcome to Kobayashi Maru. First-year students, the auditorium completely absorbed us. A vast, sterile chamber with stadium-style seating and perfectly aligned rows of desks stretching in every direction. A holographic blue light bathed everything in a cold glow, emanating from the enormous eagle emblem and NVA shield suspended in the center of the room. The ceiling soared at least 15 meters above us, creating the unsettling feeling of being trapped in a massive, high-tech cathedral. In single file, to your positions, shouted a uniformed supervisor, escorting us to the entrance. I glanced at my ticket. Seat 217, B. Seeing Natalius and Emmy's tickets confirmed my suspicion. They were deliberately separating us. Natalia's seat was almost 30 rows away, while Emmy's was assigned to the opposite side of the room. Good luck, they murmured to both of them. You too, Emmy whispered. Natalia just kept moving forward, but her eyes said it all. Don't ruin this. Finding my assigned seat, I settled between two strangers, a tall, lanky guy with a permanent nervous tic in his left eye to my right, and a girl who looked like she was about to throw up to my left. The girl was muttering formulas under her breath, like prayers, while the guy beside me kept clicking his retractable pen at an erratic rhythm that would drive me insane if it continued much longer. A regretful silence filled the room as a woman stepped onto the stage. She didn't bother with a podium. She simply commanded the space, pacing the stage like a predator stalking its next prey. Her gray hair was cut short, like a wolf's. His uniform was simply the regulation color black with gold trim but modified for practicality. A fitted jacket with many pockets, reinforced panels at the shoulders and elbows, and tactical trousers tucked into combat boots. He tapped a short baton against his leg as he surveyed the room. Welcome to the end of the line, worms. His voice filled the corridor without sounding loud. A sharp, measured tone with edges like broken glass. And Professor Reeves, and for the next 2 hours, your future is in my hands. She stopped pacing and let her gaze slowly travel across the room. Look around you, he continued. Take a good look at the person to your left and to your right. He paused, and his small, cruel smile widened slightly. Statistically, you'll both be on the ferry back home, crying with your mothers at sunset. I looked at my neighbors. Twitch had turned pale, and Vomit Girl was even greener than before. This written exam has a historical failure rate of over 70%, Reeves continued, lowering his voice to almost a whisper that somehow still reached every corner of the room. The rules are simple. You have 2 hours to complete the exam. Anyone who scores below 50% will be immediately disqualified. She let the words sink in, clearly enjoying the wave of tension that swept through the hallway. No appeals, no second chances, no exceptions. Your data pads will activate in exactly 30 seconds. The clock starts ticking as soon as the questions appear. He took a step back, crossing his arms and observing us with the same cold, calculating smile. Show me who among you deserves to be called a hunter, and who is merely prey. The data pads sprang to life in perfect synchronization, illuminating miles of anxious faces with a pale blue light. I looked down at the screen and raised my eyebrows. Question 1. Calculate the chronosylastic infundibulum of the event horizon of an S-rank black gate. Show all work, including spatiotemporal equations and phase shift algorithms. I blinked. What is this? Question 2. Citing at least 3 philosophical texts prior to the rupture, write a 500-word essay on the ethical ramifications of using a hemokinetic aspect for crowd control. I almost burst out laughing. This wasn't a test. Cinchureto around me, the atmosphere had shifted from tense to panicked. Twitch had stopped chirping with his pen and was now repeatedly running his hands through his hair, making it stand on end. Vomit Girl was breathing into her cupped hands, clearly trying not to hyperventilate. A few rows ahead, someone had started crying silently. But I wasn't panicking. I was thinking. Something didn't add up. These questions weren't just difficult. They were practically impossible for anyone who wasn't an S-rank hunter with multiple doctorates. Not even Natalia, who was truly brilliant, could answer them. So what was the real test? I recorded Lieutenant Commander Reeves' speech, mentally rehearsing his exact words. As I did so, I felt a subtle sensation on my chest, the liar's pin hidden beneath my uniform. This written exam has a historical failure rate of over 70%. The brooch stayed cool against my skin. True, anyone who scores below 50% will be immediately disqualified. There it was. A distinctive and unmistakable warmth emanated from a brooch. A lie. My lips curved into a small smile. And that was it. I looked around the room again with fresh eyes. The supervisors stationed along the walls weren't looking for cheaters. They were watching our reactions. This wasn't a test of knowledge. It was a test of determination, of judgment. In a real gate situation, wasting time on an impossible task could result in death. A hunter needed to know when to advance and when to cut losses, when to fight and when to retreat. The true test was having the courage to admit defeat on a small scale in order to achieve victory on a large scale. I looked around for Natalia again. She was staring at the screen, her lips pressed into a thin line. Cinceredo, most were still desperately trying to answer the unanswerable, clinging to the hope that a partial credit would save them. Take a deep breath and press the Submit Exam button at the bottom of my screen. A message immediately appeared. Are you sure? Your score is 0. This action is irreversible. Without hesitation, I pressed confirm. The screen went blank for a moment and then displayed a simple message. Exam completed. Please remain seated until the exam period is over. Chapter 146. The Art of Failing Upwards. Twitch realized what I had done and stared at me, mouth agape, as if I had grown a second head. Are you crazy? He hissed, his voice tense with horror. You just failed. I leaned back in the chair, crossing my arms with deliberate nonchalance, enjoying the terror on her face. Well, see, was all I said in a low, confident voice. For the next few minutes, nothing happened. I remained silent, observing the room like a predator watching a pack from the tall grass. Most of the students were still hunched over their data pads, frantically typing nonsensical answers, desperately trying to make sense of the impossible questions. Some are panicking, breathing shallowly and rapidly. A man 3 rows ahead had his head slumped on his desk, his shoulders shaking in what sounded like silent sobs. Every display of despair was another small victory. Then something interesting happened. A girl with short blue and pink hair in the front row suddenly stood up straight, her brow furrowed in concentration. She stared at the screen for a long moment, her eyes squinting, and then, deliberately, pressed the send button with a purposeful tap. Afterward, she looked at me, and I gave her a small nod. A smart girl, a worthy competitor, like a slowly spreading infection. More students began to follow suit. Not many, perhaps 1 in 50, but enough to create a subtle current of movement in the sea of despairing faces. Each time someone handed in a blank exam, I felt a small wave of satisfaction wash over me. Every person who discovered the trick was one less competitor I'd have to worry about in the next round, but also someone potentially dangerous enough to keep an eye on. 30 minutes had passed when Lieutenant Commander Reeves returned to the stage. He stood silently, arms crossed, surveying the room with cold. Cinceredo, or perhaps they're giving up. Her eyes met mine across the room, and her smile widened slightly, not with amusement, but with something that seemed almost like approval. 29 minutes remain, he announced, and then resumed his silent vigil, his gaze steady and unblinking. Natalia was still frantically working on her exam, but I could see the frustration growing in her tense shoulders in the way she kept pushing her purple hair away from her face. Come on, Ice Queen. You're smarter than this. Figure it out. As if she had heard my thoughts, she stopped typing in regret. She remained perfectly still for a long while, then slowly raised her head and scanned the room with those piercing purple eyes. Where her gaze met mine, I saw the exact moment understanding dawned on her beautiful face. Without breaking eye contact, she touched the screen and handed over her blank exam. She gave it a faint smile, a private message between conspirators. I couldn't give Emmy a direct signal without drawing attention, so I could only watch as she became hysterical, tears of frustration glistening in the corners of her eyes. Unlike Natalia, who had grasped it thanks to her brilliance, Emmy was too serious, too desperate to prove herself. She was falling into the trap without even realizing it was there. With 15 minutes to go, roughly 50 students from Miles had handed in their blank exams. Most were still hunched over their datapads, frantically typing nonsensical answers to unsolvable problems. Centurato, I suggest you focus on the questions you feel most confident about. Remember, 50% is the limit. Another lie. The liar's brooch burned against my bravado, confirming what I already knew. The examiner was clearly enjoying the students' panic. 10 stressful minutes dragged on. More students handed in their exams, some devastated by despair, others finally realizing the deception. Emmy, sweet, naive Emmy, still hadn't grasped it, and a genuine worry began to gnaw at me. Her chances were dwindling with every passing second. With the relentless hands of the clock showing only 2 minutes remaining, Reeves spoke again. 2 minutes. Prospects. Make it count. I watched Emmy finally collapse backward, turning away from her datapad, defeat written on her face in dazzling detail. Her gaze scanned the room, searching for solidarity in a shared failure, until it met mine. I tapped my chest twice, right where the liar's brooch was hidden, and then made a sharp, decisive cutting motion with my hand. She frowned with adorable confusion. I repeated the gesture more forcefully, staring at her. Hand it over, you damned C. Hand it over, you damned C. Finally, the light bulb went on. Without hesitating for a second, she pressed the send button and gave me a nervous thumbs up. Confidence radiated from her like a beacon. Time's up. Reeves shouted as the clock reached 0. All applications have been automatically submitted. Please remain seated. The tension in the hallway was suffocating. Vomit Girl had begun to sob silently, streaks of black mascara running down her flushed cheeks. Twitch had resumed his frantic clicking of the pen, each rapid click amplified by the oppressive silence. Reeves stood center stage, his hands clasped behind his back like a military executioner, surveying his domain of fear with that same inscrutable, predatory smile. Congratulations to those who passed, he finally announced. And to those who failed, the ferry back to the mainland leaves in 30 minutes. You won't want to miss it. A confused murmur swept through the crowd like the wind in a cemetery. But how do we know who died? Someone shouted, their voice trembling with panic. Reeves chuckled, like the sound of breaking glass in a garbage disposal. Ah, you'll know. In fact, he checked his watch. You should be finding out right now. At that precise moment, the datapads all along the hallway began buzzing with notifications. Students frantically grabbed their devices. Around me, a cacophony of shock, disbelief, and sheer outrage erupted. I looked at my own screen. Exam result. Pass Proceed TO Combat in Arena C for Phase 2 Chapter 147. The shy fox and the stray dog next to me. Twitch is violently hitting the screen of his datapad. What a load of nonsense. Complete and utter nonsense. He spat, his white knuckles circling the device. He glared at me, his eyes narrowed with intense irritation. Never mind. The Pacific Academy exam is next week. I'm going. As he strode past, he came so close I could smell his cheap cologne. You got lucky this time, you idiot. I watched him drift along with the current of failures heading for the exit. Just another piece of human waste retreating. Irrelevant. Cannon fodder like him didn't deserve a single neuron of my attention. A soft sob from my other side caught my attention. The pink-haired girl, whom ID mentally nicknamed Vomiting Girl, was frozen, staring at her datapad with trembling hands. Tears streamed silently down her cheeks as she watched the pass notification on her screen. She was strikingly beautiful, with an open-eyed innocence that seemed out of place in this setting. Her long, censurado, as if trying to minimize them. Her entire posture exuded discomfort, like a rabbit that had accidentally wandered into a wolf's den. It's time to make an investment. Congratulations, I said in a low, calm voice. Looks like we both survived the Viper's little test. She shuddered as if Shed just shot him, her whole body jerking backward as she clumsily fiddled with her datapad. Oh, thank you. You too. Her voice was soft, barely a whisper, with a distinct rural accent she was clearly trying to suppress. I can't believe it. I was so sure ID failed. The exam wasn't about the answers, he explained. It was about knowing when not to play a rigged game. You figure that out. That makes you smarter than 99% of the people in this room. I held out my hand. Satoru Nakano. Her cheeks flushed as she cautiously took my hand. Her skin was surprisingly calloused. Hard-working hands. Not the pampered softness I had expected. Pan Su-min, he replied, looking away from me. It's an honor to meet you, Nakano. Please, only Satoru is okay, I said, gently squeezing her hand before letting go. After all, we're desk mates now. Her blush deepened. Oh, okay. Satori. Fuck Satori. Emi's excited voice practically leaped between the rows of chairs, her blue hair billowing with every step. Natalia followed closely behind, her long, elegant strides taking and the interaction unfolding before her. We did it. I can't believe we did it, Emi exclaimed, her face red with excitement. I was so scared, but then I saw your sign, and I just trusted you. She sounds radiant, beaming with joy. However, Natalia's attention was fixed on Su-min. Her gaze shifted from the girl's face to her, and then back to me. Good work, she said gently. So, who's your new friend, Censurado? It's so nice to meet you, exclaimed Emi, immediately approaching Su-min. Your hair is gorgeous. Is that your natural color? Oh, and you passed too. Isn't that amazing? I was terrified, but Satoru knew what to do. The poor country girl seemed completely overwhelmed by Emi's tsunami of kindness, her eyes wide as she stammered a thank you. Did you also submit a blank exam? Natalia asked in a polite but inquisitive voice. Su-min stepped forward. Igriegajis. I couldn't answer any of the questions, and then I saw some people giving up. I thought I could do the same. Attention surviving candidates. Lieutenant Commander Reeves' voice boomed through the lounge's loudspeaker system, cutting off any further conversation. Congratulations on not being complete idiots. Now the real test begins. Phase 2 will consist of an individual assessment of your combat capabilities. Proceed to the transit center. Those with primarily combat-oriented skills will be assigned to the gauntlet arenas. Those with primarily support-oriented skills, or skills that are not useful in combat, will be assigned to the simulation chambers. I exchanged glances with Natalia. It was time. The real test was beginning. The fight for me, I said, mentally reviewing my arsenal of skills. Same here, Natalia replied, as her fingers unconsciously touched the cryo-lich ring. Emi's face darkened slightly. Oh, support. I guess it's me. Fight, Su-min whispered, looking as if she really was about to faint. That caught my attention. Something didn't add up. Did the shy girl next to me look like a combatant? I would have categorized her as support or utility without hesitation. The remaining candidates began to move en masse toward the exits. We followed the current into a wide, gleaming white corridor that eventually split in two. A sleek digital sign hung at the fork. Gauntlet arenas pointed to the left, while simulation chambers pointed to the right. This is where we part ways. Combat perspectives on the left, support on the right. Emi bit her lip. She suddenly seemed small and insecure. I guess this is where we part ways. Don't worry, you're going to crush it, I assured him. Her eyes lit up at the simple confirmation. Do you think so? Of course, Natalia added, surprising me with her supportive tone. Go and show them what you can do. Emi stepped forward. You all better do great too. I hope to see you all in the next round. She gave Natalia a quick hug and then hugged me. Good luck, he murmured, allowing contact briefly before taking a step back. You too. She turned to Su-min. It was a pleasure meeting you. Good luck in the challenge. With a final wave, Emmy joined the small group of prospects heading towards the simulation chambers. Her blue hair visible until she turned a corner and disappeared. We should go, Natalia said, already heading towards the gauntlet sands. I looked back at Sumin. Are you coming? Sumin stated, looking like a woman walking to her execution, not an exam. As we walked, I stood beside her. So, combat aspect, I said in a conversational tone. That's interesting. You don't seem like the fighter type to me. She shuddered slightly. No, I'm not. Not really. So how? I have a transformation aspect, she whispered, her voice barely audible over the footsteps around us. I become different. That was intriguing. In what way is it different? He hesitated for a moment, then looked at me with those big blue eyes. Have you ever heard of Kumaho? Not exactly. Oh, what happened to Kitsune? I raised an eyebrow. The mythological creature? Of course. That's what they call my aspect. She wrung her hands nervously. I can manifest a tail and claws, and my strength increases. But it's difficult to control, and I can only maintain it for a few minutes before passing out. She lowered her voice even more. The HCV believes I could manifest more tails with training. They say I have A-rank potential. I almost tripped. Did this shy, timid Violet have an A-rank potential aspect? The Gacha gods must be feeling particularly capricious when granting powers in this world. That's impressive. High-level aspects were fairly rare, but one hypothetically capable of reaching S rank with full manifestation? That was the kind of power around which armies were built. He shook his head quickly. It's nothing impressive. I can barely use it without hurting myself. I've never been in a real fight. His voice cracked slightly. I don't know what I'm doing here. Everyone else seems so prepared, so confident. We approached some enormous doors with the sign Gauntlet Arena C. Ahead of us, Natalia had already arrived at the entrance and was waiting for us with her arms crossed and her foot tapping the ground impatiently. I made a decision in an instant. Listen, Pan Sumin, I said, stopping her with a light touch on her arm. Do you want some advice? She looked at me with those ocean-colored eyes, desperation written all over her face. Please, in there, don't think. Don't hesitate. When they tell you to fight, transform immediately and strike with all your might. Trust your instincts. Your aspect is powerful, but your doubt is paralyzing you. I held his gaze. You passed the first test for a reason. Remember that. Her eyes opened slightly, and I saw that something changed in them. A small spark lit up where before there had only been fear. Okay, she whispered. Thank you, Nakano. I mean, Satori. You can thank me for surviving, I replied with a slight smile. Come on, we don't want to be late. When we met Natalia at the entrance, I caught her questioning look. Make friends? She asked, her voice soft, but her eyes piercing. I shrugged. He was just a good neighbor. After all, we're all in this together, aren't we? Her lips curved into a knowing smile. Of course. The massive doors of Gauntlet Arena C opened with a pneumatic system, revealing a stark, industrial-style preparation area. Metal lockers lined the walls, and the air smelled of steel and antiseptic. Combat prospects announced an automated voice. Proceed to your assigned preparation stations. Phase 2 will begin in 15 minutes. I felt a familiar thrill as I crossed the threshold. It was my first real chance to put my newly enhanced skills to the test and see how much I was worth. Chapter 148. My judge is a sociopathic AI. 1,000 footsteps echoed in the vast waiting area, each one clattering against the concrete in a chaotic drumbeat of anxious anticipation. The cold air stung my exposed skin, carrying an unmistakable scent of ozone and antiseptic that reminded me of the emergency rooms of my past life, places where life and death hung by a precarious balance. Beneath that clinical sterility lurked something more primal, the metallic aroma of raw power, like the air before a devastating lightning bolt, a promise of violence about to be unleashed. Along the far wall, 50 enormous circular doors stood silent and watchful, each marked with a number in vibrant blue font that cast eerie shadows on the concrete floor. They looked like dead eyes, waiting to swing open and swallow us whole. Portals to whatever infernal challenge awaited the unfortunate souls assigned to them. Prospects, proceed to your assigned preparation rooms. The mechanical announcement echoed in my bones as I followed the instruction to Alcove 27, where a recessed panel opened with a hiss. Inside, suspended in a sterile energy field that hummed with silent menace, hung a folded black jumpsuit that seemed to absorb the surrounding light. "What on earth is this?" someone nearby murmured, their voice tense with apprehension. Cinchuredo, a mechanical covering, moved over my clothing and tightened around my arms and legs with a series of soft, unsettling clicks. When the helmet sealed around my neck, I felt a sharp, cold prick at the base of my skull. A jolt, like ice and lightning, shot up my spine and made my jaw ache. For a moment, my vision filled with digital static, and reality disintegrated into meaningless pixels. Biometric second skin suit, full synchronization. Valorian's evaluative glove, AI Vega, monitors vital signs, appearance output, and neural activity. The text scrolled across a newly activated HUD that materialized in my vision, an unwanted intrusion into my consciousness. Great, great. They weren't just testing our bodies, but monitoring our thoughts. Without warning, the main lights dimmed, plunging us into near-total darkness, leaving only the eerie blue glow of the door numbers to illuminate the faces around me. A low murmur rippled through the room, the sound of 100 tense whispers merging into a single, anxious buzz. The enormous holographic screen at the front of the room sprang to life with a surge of energy that made the air crackle. It didn't display a face, but a stylized, minimalist blue eye. It was a cold, digital gaze that seemed to peel back my skin to read the underlying code. Its iris was a constantly rotating charge symbol, hypnotic and vaguely menacing, the digital embodiment of the entity that would judge our worth. "Welcome, surviving specimens, to Phase 2. The voice filtered directly to our communicator, a cloying contralto. It reminded me of the automated customer service voices that made me want to reach through phone screens in my past life, but with an added layer of condescension. "I am Vega, and it will be a great pleasure for me to quantify your shortcomings over the next few hours." Brilliant. A sociopathic AI with a god complex. Just what I needed today. "They will be evaluated according to 3 main parameters," Vega continued. "First, combat efficiency. For those who prefer brute force. Simple, raw, and very boring. Second, tactical insight. A metric for the clever little things that think innovatively. One of my favorites. And finally, the appeal score. Ultimately, strength is a good thing, but charisma is a brand. What good is a hunter no one wants to see or sponsor? Your every move will be analyzed for its marketability. So try to look good even while you fail, right?" With a sound similar to a cash register, a huge live leaderboard materialized next to Vega's eye. It displayed 150 empty slots, eagerly awaiting to be filled. "Prospects, please go to your assigned doors." We lined up as the herd was sorted for slaughter. I found my place at Gate 27, bracing myself for the pointless wait that was clearly designed to be its own test. Boredom and nerves are a potent combination for de-stressing. I scanned the ranks, dismissing those who obviously posed no threat. The muscle-bound idiots boxing with their shadows, the nervous wrecks muttering affirmations to themselves. I was looking for the real predators, the ones who knew how to hide in plain sight. A few lines further on, at Gate 32, I saw her. The girl with blue and pink hair. Bubblegum, I called her mentally. Unlike us, she wasn't tense. She wasn't faking it. She was laughing a genuine, natural laugh with a friend by her side. He wore the standard second skin like the rest of us, but with one small modification. A single sleek crimson data cable running from his temple to a port on his neck. It was subtle, but obviously expensive, the kind of custom technology only the elite could afford. As if sensing my gaze, it turned its head. Its eyes met mine across the space between us. There was no surprise, no fear. Only a sharp, intelligent recognition. It was like two apex predators recognizing each other from across a watering hole. She didn't look away. A slow, defiant smile spread across her face. She raised her hand and greeted me with a curt gesture, making a two-finger salute. Well, looks like the board wasn't empty after all. This is getting interesting. A low, resonant hum filled the room as the doors began to activate. I took one last look at Natalius Rowe. She was watching me, stiff with tension. Her expression was unreadable to most, but I could see the burning intensity in her eyes. We made a silent pact. See you at the top. The number above gate 27 changed from red to a bright and attractive green. Proceed, Cadet Nakano. Chapter 149. There's always a bigger, dumber robot. I took a deep breath and stepped into the darkness of the chamber. The outside world faded behind me, shrouded in shadows. Centuredo, let's see if we can discover what makes Stray Dog so special. Or are you just another stray dog with a loud bark? The door slammed shut behind me with a deafening, final crash, plunging me into complete darkness. For a moment, nothing could be heard but the sound of my own breathing and the soft rustle of the suit against my skin. Then, with a sound like 1,000 lit matches, the camera lit up. I stood on a circular platform, the only source of light in what appeared to be an abandoned factory. Rusty machinery loomed in the shadows. Broken conveyor belts snaked across the floor like the carcasses of mechanical serpents. The air smelled of dust and old metal. This scenario is called Urban Decay. Vega's voice purred in my ear. A classic among the guilds to test a prospect's ability to make the most of the terrain in confined spaces. A holographic countdown appeared in my vision. 10 o'clock. 10 minutes. To do what? Your objective is simple, Cadet Nakano. Survive. The moment the last syllable left his digital lips, I heard it. A low, chirping sound coming from the darkness beyond the platform. My hand instinctively moved to activate cut. Ah, I should mention, Vega added, his voice laced with mock concern, that your combat data suggests an unusual lethality to visible damage ratio. How fascinating. He adjusted the parameters accordingly. The chatter grew louder, now coming from multiple directions. Red eyes glowed in the darkness, dozens of them. Show us what you're really capable of, Stray Dog. The first creature emerged from the shadows, a grotesque hybrid of spider and human, its numerous limbs slithering across the ground at supernatural speed. Following it, more figures emerged, a small horde of the same monstrosities. I focused, summoning Sever and Ember in each hand. Time to put my new stats to the test. Come on, I murmured, a smile spreading across my face as the first monster leaped toward me. Let's give the audience what they paid for. My hand slashed forward, leaving a trail of invisible force followed by a call. The creature's head detached from its frame in a clean line, and the area sealed instantly. There was no mess, only the smell of burnt synthetic material. They're not door-baited. Test constructs. Artificial. I dodged the blow from its razor-sharp appendages. The movement was so predictable, it seemed lazy. I didn't even need to look as I approached from behind, my hand already poised to take it down. 2 down. At least 10 more emerging from the shadows. My HUD flashed with new information. Combat efficiency. 78 tactical acuity. 65 appeal score. 87 the ratings were updated in real time. Interesting. The appeal score was the highest. Apparently, the audience liked a clean, dramatic death. Or maybe it was just the narrative of Stray Dog that resonated with me. A warning jolt shot down my spine, half a second before a stabbing pain hit me in the back. I didn't think, I just ducked, feeling it pass over my head, and then struck the attacker with multiple severs. Combat efficiency. 85 tactical acuity. 73 appeal score. 93 the numbers went up. I was on the right track. Fascinating technique. Cadet Nakano, Vega commented, her voice suggesting she was genuinely intrigued despite herself. Fascinating. Minimal collateral damage for maximum lethal effect. I ignored her, concentrating on the battle. The creatures were approaching faster, their movements more coordinated, as if adapting to my fighting style. I needed to change tactics. Leaping onto a piece of broken machinery, I reached the top, making them ascend to reach me. As they climbed, I took them down one by one with carefully aimed Barato strikes, followed by bursts of ember to ensure they didn't move. Combat efficiency, 91 tactical acuity, 88 appeal score, 95 the stopwatch showed 523 remaining. Halfway there. This was easy. Too easy. That should have been a warning. A blurry movement caught my attention. Something much larger than spiders. I turned just in time to see a huge, gorilla-like structure with arms like hydraulic pistons lunging toward me from the darkness. It shifted gears at an impossible speed for something so large. Before I could react, it hit me with incredible bravado, sending me flying through the air and throwing me against a rusty metal wall. The impact knocked the wind out of me, and pain shot through my ribs. I felt something snap inside me, a sharp, sharp pain that momentarily blurred my vision as I struggled to breathe despite the searing ache. Combat efficiency, 81 tactical acuity, 75 appeal score, 98 did my attractiveness score go up? Apparently, the audience enjoyed watching me get hit. Tough crowd. I stood up, ignoring the stabbing pain in my side, dodging another devastating blow that left a crater in the concrete where I'd been standing. Chunks of shattered earth flew like shrapnel. This thing was on a whole different level than spiders. Its enormous fists were imbued with a kind of blue energy that crackled and sparked with every movement, leaving trails of blue light in the air like afterimages. Whatever this monstrosity was, it was not only larger, but fundamentally more dangerous. Climbing phase initiated, Vega announced calmly, with that same detached amusement that made me want to strangle her through the speakers. Let's see how you handle a real challenge, shall we? The gorilla-like creature roared, the sound echoing through the chamber like thunder, beating its chest with arms as hideous as tree trunks before charging at me again. This time I was ready. I activated Sever at full power, channeling every ounce of energy I could muster, slicing horizontally through its center of mass, only for the invisible blade to glide across its surface like a knife against stone, leaving barely a superficial groove in its synthetic skin. The construct didn't even slow down. Oh no. Chapter 150. My Barato Academy. The doors whispered shut behind Emmy, locking her in a blindingly white chamber. She blinked rapidly, her eyes watering from the sterile light. Chrome-plated medical equipment lined the walls, gleaming in the bright light. The air carried a pungent chemical scent that tickled her throat. Emmy hugged herself to ward off the cold, her breath forming wisps of smoke in front of her face. Welcome, support applicants, a voice purred through their communications unit. The delicate hearts of the academy. Emmy recognized Vega's voice, but unlike the sarcasm she had heard in the auditorium, this version was almost maternal. Your test is not to take a life, but to save one. A much more complicated and less glamorous task, I assure you. Emmy bristled at the AI's tone, but remained silent. Her fingers tightened around the small origami crane in her pocket, the lucky charm her father had folded for her that morning. The edges of the paper pressed into her palm, centering it. Initial simulation in 3, 2, 1. In one instant, Emmy found herself in a sterile white room, and the next, plunged into chaos. The immaculate room dissolved, replaced by the ruins of what appeared to be an office building. Dust permeated the air. Emergency lights flashed red through the thick smoke. Chunks of concrete and twisted metal surrounded her. The sirens wailed in the distance. Metal creaked overhead, and piercing through it all were the sounds of people in distress. Crying, calling out. Okay, triage, he whispered, just like in the videos. Figure out who is in the worst condition. This wasn't real, he remembers. Just a test. But the smell of smoke and concrete dust filled his nose with a terrifying authenticity. Emmy closed her eyes for a moment, then another. With the third, she activated her aspect. Its aura of respite blossomed, bathing the gray rubble in a pale green light that pulsed in gentle waves. There is no single visual era, The aura brought with it a sense of calm, of pain momentarily relieved. He moved through the rubble, following the sounds of anguish. A man lay trapped beneath a fallen beam, an injury across his torso. A dark stain spread beneath him against the gray dust. "I'm here to help," Emmy said, kneeling beside him. She placed her hands on the wound, focusing her aura. The green light intensified, and she saw the torn flesh mend itself and the blood stop flowing. "Thank you," the victim gasped, and her face relaxed as the pain subsided. Emmy went upstairs and continued on. A woman was sitting against the wall, her gaze unfocused and her skin pale from shock. Emmy recognized the symptoms immediately and enveloped her in her healing aura, speaking to her in a soft, soothing voice until her color returned. One by one, Emmy found and stabilized the injured. The ground suddenly wobbled beneath her feet. An aftershock. Fresh screams filled the air as another section of the ceiling crashed past with a deafening roar. A cloud of dust rose, temporarily blinding her. When everything became clear, Emmy found herself facing a terrible choice. To her left lay a hunter in full combat gear. The Aegis Prime insignia was emblazoned on his Barato plate. A piece of debris had lodged in his leg, and he was seriously injured. The femoral artery, Emmy realized with horror. Her suit screen displayed urgent warnings, critical vital signs. Biometric link failing. 90 seconds to evacuation. To her right, huddled in a small hollow formed by the collapsed concrete, was a family. A mother with a visibly crushed leg, a father with a serious head wound, his face marked by the accident, and between them, a little girl no more than 6 years old. Her arm was trapped under a concrete slab, tears streaming down her face as she called out to her parents in a fainting voice. Emmy's HUD identified all three as zeros. A timer appeared in Emmy's vision, counting down from 90 seconds. "One choice, Cadet Aoyama," Vega's voice replied, abandoning all pretense of warmth. To your left, a potential A-rank hunter, a strategic asset worth millions in training and future profits. To your right, 3 non-combatants of negligible social value. Emmy's breath caught in her throat as she looked at the bleeding hunter and the trapped family. The hunter would die first, that much was certain. The arterial hemorrhage would prove fatal in less than 2 minutes without intervention. Emmy took a step toward the hunter and stopped. The little girl's sobs tore at her. She looked again at the family, the father stroking his daughter's hair with a trembling hand, the mother trying to comfort her despite her own agony. Every regulation, every conference, every fragment of their training screamed one word: Hunter. He was the logical choice. The simple, brutal mathematics of his profession demanded that he save the one who could save hundreds more. But the math didn't explain how the little girl's crying seemed to essentially hurt Emmy's chest. It didn't account for the love evident in how the parents focused on comforting their daughter instead of their own hurt. There were 75 seconds of countdown remaining. "Please," the girl whimpered, meeting Emmy's gaze. "I grieve." Emmy froze, torn between what she should do and what she felt was right. The green glow of her aura flickered, reflecting her inner turmoil. 60 seconds. Emmy's gaze flickered between the bleeding hunter and the trapped family. Her breathing quickened. The hunter's vital signs continued to drop, the numbers glowing a deep red. "No," she whispered, and the tears finally escaped. "Please, I can't." 45 seconds. The girl's sobs turned into ragged breaths. The hunter's eyelids fluttered. They were both fading away. Choose. But she couldn't. She wasn't a goddess. She was a healer. A healer's job wasn't just to close wounds. It was to offer respite. Emmy took a deep, trembling breath and closed her eyes as she stretched out her arms, embracing the tragedy. The pale green light illuminated everything. The hunter, the family, the rubble. The effect was immediate. The girl's crying slowed and stopped, while her wide eyes followed the beautiful light in wonder. The parents' labored breathing stabilized. Even the hunter's grimace of pain eased slightly. His vital signs stabilized. They didn't improve, but they no longer plummeted. He hadn't cured anyone, but he had calmed them down. He had slowed the effects of the shock. He had reduced the metabolic demands of panic. He had given himself time to think. 30 seconds. With the situation momentarily stabilized, Emmy rushed to the hunter. There was no time for aspect-based healing. That would require too much energy. Instead, she tore a barato from the hem of her uniform and wrapped it around his leg, above the wound. She made a tourniquet, tightening it with a stick she twisted through the fabric. This will hurt, she warned him, though his semi-conscious state meant he probably couldn't hear her. But you'll stay alive. The bleeding slowed to a trickle. It hadn't healed, but it no longer posed an immediate threat to life. 20 seconds. Emmy rushed to help the family. The little girl needed her arm freed, but moving the concrete could cause a collapse or worsen her injuries. The mother's crushed leg was at risk of compartment syndrome, a condition in which pressure builds up in confined muscle spaces, cutting off circulation and damaging tissue. Emmy focused her healing aura first on the mother, reducing the dysfunction and stabilizing the circulation. Then she checked the wound on the father's head, relieved to find it looked worse than it was. Scalp wounds always bled profusely. A touch of her green light stopped the bleeding and lessened the effects of the concussion. 10 seconds. Stay still, sweetheart, Emmy told the little girl, gently placing her hands around the trapped arm. She couldn't lift the concrete, but she could ease the pain and prevent further tissue damage while they waited for rescue. Green light filtered between the girl's skin and the rough concrete, creating a cushioning barrier. 5 seconds. It's okay, Emmy told everyone, her voice steady despite her racing heart. Help is coming. Just hang on. 0. The simulation froze, then dissolved. Dust and debris vanished, leaving Emmy kneeling on the sterile white floor, her uniform torn and her hands trembling. She felt empty, exhausted from the physical and emotional exertion. It hadn't been real, but her training and focus had kicked in as if it had. His HUD displayed his results. Combat efficiency, 32 tactical acuity, 98 appeal score, 95. Emmy stared at the numbers. Combat efficiency, 32, a failing grade. Her heart sank. After all that, had she really failed? But her other evaluations were nearly perfect. An unconventional solution, Vega's voice replied, with a hint of surprise. You rejected the premise of the test. Instead of a doctor, act as a battlefield control unit. A pause followed, filled only by the sound of Emmy's still rapid breathing. Reclassification of the primary function of healer to combat support, morale control. Emmy stood up slowly, her legs trembling. Had it happened? Had she refused to make the decision they demanded? Proceed to the evaluation room, Vega ordered, with less certainty than before. Your exam is over, Cadet Aoyama. As the door opened, Emmy wondered what Satori would think of her solution. Would he be proud of her ingenuity? Or would he have made the logical decision without hesitation? Chapter 151. My anxiety has a safety switch. Pan Sumin entered her designated arena, clutching the small pearly shell amulet her mother had given her. The circular room stretched before her, white as snow and crisscrossed with black lines. Heathen scene. No refuge. Just her and whatever came. Cadet Pan Sumin. Appearance. Kitsune. Provisional threat level. Rank D, with anomalous potential. A floating HUD materialized before his eyes, displaying his vital signs in stark red numbers. The biometric readings indicate extreme distress. Heart rate, 160 BPM. Critically elevated cortisol levels. Shallow, irregular breathing. The AI paused to process the words. Your body is already failing you, and the test hasn't even started. Are you sure you're in the right place, Cadet Pan? Sumin's throat tightened. His barato was dry. He wasn't sure. He never had been. I don't belong here. Everyone is so strong, so confident. I'm just a clumsy girl from a fishing village. What was I thinking? They'll all give up when I fail. T-test parameters? The combat simulation will begin in 10 seconds. Your objective is to survive. The black lines of the floor grid began to glow with a soft blue light. The smooth white walls rippled like choppy water as the holographic projectors came alive. 8 seconds. Sumin tried to control his breathing, to recall the transformation that had earned him a place there. But his mind kept parading images of failure, of humiliation, of returning home in disgrace. 5 seconds. She squeezed the seashell pendant tighter, feeling its smooth edges dig into her palm. 3, 2, 1. The air shimmered, and 3 sleek, raptor-like structures materialized around them. They stood on 2 legs with elongated bodies and glowing red optical sensors where eyes should have been. Their clawed hands flexed, capturing the light. These units are called stalkers, Vega explained. They are designed to assess reaction time and spatial awareness. They are programmed to identify and exploit hesitation. The stalkers didn't charge immediately. They began to circle, their movements disconcertingly silent, their red eyes following her every move. Transform yourself. Simply transform yourself. You've done it before. The first stalker veered to the left. Sumin shuddered instinctively, creating an opening that the second stalker immediately exploited. It lunged forward, sinking its claws into his side. NNG! Sumin cried out as he felt a simulated pain shoot through his ribs, sharp and electric. It wasn't real damage, but the pain signals were convincing enough. She staggered backward, clutching her side. The third stalker took advantage of her disorientation and charged straight at her. It crashed into her abdomen, knocking the wind out of her and sending her tumbling to the hard ground. Sumin crawled away, panting for air. Tactical acuity, 12, Vega announced. Combat efficiency, 4. Attractiveness score, rapidly declining. The AI's voice dripped with disdain. This is a pathetic demonstration, Cadet. A last-minute addition to the combat zone. The first stalker lunged at her, landing exactly where it had been a second before. Sumin rolled, narrowly avoiding its claws. The second and third coordinated their approach, cutting off her escape routes. I can't do this. I can't. Sumin's vision focused on a tunnel. The white room faded, replaced by the memory of the day he left Weipo. The salty smell of the docks filled his nostrils. The warm sun on his skin. The weight of the envelope the old man from the village gave him. Sumina, he had said to her. Take care. Behind him stood his parents. His mother, straining to be strong, clutched the shell amulet in her palm. For good luck, she whispered. His father, back straight, held back tears in his eyes. And behind them, the whole village. Fishermen, merchants, children, all watching, all waiting, all believing in her, as she had never believed in herself. I couldn't let them down. I couldn't go back and tell them they had lost hope in her. Trust your instincts. Your aspect is powerful, but your doubts paralyze you. Sumin's eyes snapped open. One of the stalkers was looming over her, its claw raised to strike the blow that would end her exam. The red glow of its eyes mirrored her own, which were filled with tears. Something broke, not outside of it, but within, like a dam breaking, like chains shattering. Sumin shouted. An intense pain shot down her spine, arching it. Something was happening. Something was erupting from her lower back. A single, luminous white tail of pure energy materialized, whipping through the air with a life of its own. Her nails lengthened into sharp, black claws, pressing painfully at her fingertips. Her barato ached as her canines sharpened. Her sakura pink hair turned ghostly white, floating as if suspended on water. Her eyes burned, turning the world clear and blue. The fear vanished, replaced by a cold, exhilarating clarity. Centuredo. It was writhing beneath the descending foot of the stalker, its new claws rising with a SKRE as it ripped through the construct's digital tendons. The stalker tripped, and his leg was suddenly useless. The second stalker lunged at her, its optical sensors locked on. She faced it head-on, dodging at the last second and using the momentum to her advantage. Her hands gripped his slender frame, and with a strength that should have been impossible for her small frame, she redirected his charge against the wall with a brutal shove. The impact shook the room. The stalker's holographic form malfunctioned, and its barato became erratic. Sumin turned his attention back to the first stalker, who was still struggling with his injured paw. His barato curled into a growl, revealing his sharp Barato. He lunged forward, claws outstretched. His hands drove forward in a fierce strike, finding the glowing core that served as his heart. He crushed it in his fist, feeling the satisfying crunch of its destruction. The last stalker, the one she had thrown against the wall, regained its balance and charged again. Sumin fell to all fours, her glowing tail lashing behind her. When the stalker reached her, she leaped up, responding to its charge with one of her own. Kireke. Its forehead slammed into the sensor array. The stalker staggered backward, momentarily blinded. Sumin seized the opportunity and leaped onto its chest. Her claws gripped its shoulders, holding her as she brought her face close to where its throat would be. It lunged at him in a savage attack. The stalker collapsed, its form dissipating around him. Silence returned to the White Room. Sumin stood Barato in the center of the arena, his Foxfire state still active. He looked at his clawed hands, turning them over, no longer with horror, but with a nascent and terrifying curiosity. What am I? The transformation had never felt like this. Never so complete. Never so right. Then the adrenaline began to fade. A familiar weakness gripped her limbs as the invisible clock of her transformation reached zero. Her tail dissolved into wisps of light. Her claws retracted, and the ghostly white of her hair turned pink. Sumin collapsed to her knees, completely exhausted. She looked down at her hands, which were now trembling uncontrollably, and a tear rolled down her cheek. Initial assessment, inadequate, Vega's voice replied, replacing condescension with a cold, analytical tone. Final assessment, intriguing. Their ratings appeared in the HUD. Combat efficiency, 98 tactical acuity, 2 appeal score, 85 You're not a sword, Cadet Pan, Vega continued. You're a club. Crude, but undeniably effective. A-rank potential confirmed. The AI paused deliberately. If you ever learn to stand up. Sumin tried to stand up to prove the AI wrong, but his arms gave way and he collapsed to the ground, his vision filled with black dots. Mother. Father. I did it. Passed. I think I passed. Chapter 152. Appropriate is not in my vocabulary. Natalia Kuzmina stepped through the door, her heart beating at a steady, controlled rhythm. A moment of disorientation passed as the simulation materialized around her. A vast, crystalline cavern of ice that stretched impossibly high. Enormous pillars of frozen water twisted toward a distant ceiling, reflecting light from an unknown source. The cold that hit her lungs was so intense it would have taken anyone's breath away. But Natalia inhaled deeply, savoring the sting. Subject 118, C. Vega's impassive voice filled his private communicator. Aspect, telekinetic manipulation. Provisional threat level. Rank C, high potential. Simulation environment, glacial cavern. Natalia did not respond. 2 months ago, she was a completely different person. Someone who relied on her father's reputation. Someone who hid her insecurities with arrogance. Someone who believed that being the best meant standing up for herself. Natalia clenched her fist, feeling the cold of the cryo-lich ring against her skin. Its pale blue gem pulsed with her heart. A second heart joined to her own. This test wasn't just about getting into the academy. It was her coronation. Centuredo, its imposing form, was a mass of overlapping armor plates, with hideous reinforcements covering every joint. Steam hissed from the vents as it detected him, and the optical sensors glowed red-hot. For most prospects, this would be a nightmare opponent. A tank designed to ignore attacks while delivering devastating blows. For Natalia, it was a canvas waiting for her brushstrokes. The Juggernaut's systems buzzed to life. It charged, the ice cracking beneath its massive legs, sending vibrations through the cavern. Its movements were direct and predictable, a battering ram programmed for nothing but destruction. Come on, she whispered, feeling the telekinetic energy build in her fingertips. A purple light emanated from her hands, casting her shadow against the crystalline walls. Show me what you've got. The Juggernaut responded with a powerful arm strike. Natalia dodged, using the momentum to spin. With a flick of her wrist, she ignored the construct and directed her telekinesis at the cavern walls. Crack! Enormous chunks of ice broke off, answering his call. Not one or two, but dozens of bright, deadly spears orbited his body like moons around a planet. The Juggernaut stopped, its sensors assessing the new threat. It recalculated and charged again with renewed ferocity. Natalia smiled. Too slow. His fingers dominated the air, each gesture like a conductor's tap, aiming at his icy arsenal. A fragment shot forward, impacting the Juggernaut's knee joint. The fragment landed like a scalpel, a surgical blow that found a tiny gap between the armor plates. But that was just the beginning. The cryo-lich ring on his finger sprang to life, responding to his will. The shard of ice embedded in the Juggernaut's knee expanded, and tendrils of frost spread from the point of impact, like veins of white lightning. The construct's leg locked up, and its movements became jerky and uncoordinated. Good, but not good enough. Natalia spun again, launching 3 more fragments at different targets: an elbow joint, an exposed coolant line in the neck, and directly into her matrix. Each one struck with perfect accuracy, and all carried the same spreading frost. KRRNG. The Juggernaut's system screamed in mechanical protest. Combat analysis suggests a strategy of withdrawal and regrouping, Vega commented. This system wasn't designed for. I don't care what it was designed for, Natalia interrupted in an icy voice. This is my stage. The fragments surrounding it moved faster and struck harder. The Juggernaut's mobility diminished with each impact, and its systems failed one by one as frost consumed it from the inside out. The enormous structure wobbled and then collapsed onto one knee. Its optical sensors flickered, trying to track its movements as it danced around it. Natalia knew everyone was watching her. The other candidates, the Academy evaluators, Satori. They needed to understand who she was. Not just another student. Not just another telekinetic. A queen. The Juggernaut was practically incapacitated, kneeling before her in submission. Natalia raised one last, enormous icicle above him, ready to deliver the final blow. An elegant display, Cadet Kuzmina, Vega's voice replied, this time with a hint of condescension that seemed deliberately provocative. Your bravado is adequate. However, your waiting time is significantly shorter than that of historically bravado rank prospects. Natalia narrowed her eyes, clearly furious. Her lips curled into a sneer of contempt. Do you want a statement? I'll give it to you. He stretched out his arms, fingers outstretched. The entire cavern responded to his call. Not just fragments, but tons of ice broke away from the walls and floor. The very structure of the simulation creaked beneath his power. The cryo-lich ring shone with a sapphire light, so bright it cast intense shadows across his face. The temperature in the cavern plummeted even further, so cold that the air itself seemed to crystallize. The ice converged on the kneeling Juggernaut. First, the body appeared, an enormous coiled ice serpent, its scales rendered in perfect detail, each catching and reflecting the light differently. KRRSH. The Juggernaut tried to move, to break free, but the ice was relentless, his prison growing heavier with each passing second. Then came the tail, which snaked across the cavern floor in an intricate spiral. Then the fangs formed from the lightest and sharpest ice, each as long as Natalia was tall. And finally the head. It materialized around the Juggernaut's, completely enveloping it. The serpent's jaws opened wide, crystalline fangs digging deep into the construct's optical sensors. Natalia stood in the center of this frozen masterpiece, her arms still outstretched and sweat beading on her forehead despite the cold. Now, he whispered, you will remember my name. She clenched her fists. The entire sculpture shattered instantly. Crockham, the Juggernaut, frozen in its icy prison, exploded into millions of glittering fragments. The sound echoed throughout the cavern, a thunderous end to Natalia's performance. For several seconds, Natalia remained motionless in the center of the arena. The only sound was her slow, steady breathing. Particles of ice floated in the air like diamond dust. Catching the light, as they fell. Then their ratings appeared on the HUD. Combat efficiency, 65 tactical acuity, 90 appeal score, 100. A smile spread across Natalia's lips. The first two evaluations were respectable, even impressive. But the third one, that was what mattered. That was the statement. Combat evaluation complete, Vega's voice replied, now without its previous condescending tone. The evaluation suggests a dual classification: battlefield control and environmental manipulation. Notable synergy between basic telekinetic ability and auxiliary ice manipulation. Your classification has been updated. Natalia glanced at the rankings. Her name was now in third place, just below Satori. Exactly where she wanted to be. High enough to command respect, to prove her worth, but not so high as to overshadow him. A queen is beside her king, not above him. Chapter 153. The Anomaly. Oh no. My most trusted tool. The invisible sword that had defined my power had just failed me. The Gorilla Construct didn't even flinch, its charge unwavering as it closed the distance with the terrifying momentum of a collapsing building, all metal and with murderous intent. He wasn't just a stronger opponent. He was an impossible puzzle, a puzzle that tried to obliterate me while an invisible audience judged my bravado. I threw myself to the side, my newfound Barank agility burning in every fiber of my being as I pushed it to the limit. The world turned into a nauseating tide as I rolled, the wind from the construct's fist hitting me like the shockwave of a bomb blast. Boom! The sound was so deafening my teeth chattered. The concrete floor where I stood a millisecond before exploded violently, leaving a crater of shattered rock and dust that marked the point of impact. Deadly shrapnel sprayed through the room like shrapnel, bouncing harmlessly off my second skin suit. The blue energy crackling around his massive fists wasn't just a facade. It amplified each blow to a catastrophic degree that would turn me to dust on contact. I stood up hastily behind a rusty piece of industrial machinery, while my mind raced even faster than my heart pounded. Okay, analyze the situation, idiot. The plasma cutter failed. Why? Option 1. The armor is too dense. Option 2. The blue energy field acts as a disperser, a shield that deflects or nullifies the focus line of force. C is C. I'm completely lost if I don't figure this out. The gorilla roared, a chilling sound of grinding gears and synthesized fury echoing through the abandoned factory. It located me, its blood-red optical sensors pinpointing my position with mechanical precision, and charged again at a terrifying speed. I didn't try to fight back. I ran, damn it. Leaping onto a rickety conveyor belt, I used its incline to propel myself higher, grabbing a dangling chain and swinging into a precarious position above a massive, disused hydraulic press. The arena was a playground of industrial decay, and right now, escape was the only game I could play if I wanted to keep breathing. The structure followed him, without subtlety or strategy, but with pure, unadulterated destructive force. It didn't climb the press. It ripped through it, showering rusted metal and antique gears like deadly confetti. I pushed off and landed softly on the ground 15 meters away. My strengthened muscles absorbed the impact. It was time for another test. If I couldn't cut it, maybe I could burn it. SBA. I thrust my palm forward, unleashing a focus call with all my willpower. It wasn't my strongest move, but it would provide crucial information. Fire flooded the construct's massive chest, and for an instant, its body was enveloped in a glowing orange. But the flames simply slid off its armor like water on oil, absorbed and nullified by the shimmering blue energy field surrounding them. It didn't even leave a single burn. Heat dispersion and kinetic bravado. It's a full-spectrum defense, so I can't cut it or burn it. What on earth is this? My HUD flickered and my falls dropped with every second that passed as I ran instead of fighting. Combat efficiency, 68 tactical acuity, 55 appeal score. 82. The audience remained entertained by the chase, but Vega's algorithm was penalizing my lack of participation. Their digital thumbs were starting to hover over the downvote button, and I could feel the weight of their disappointment reflected in my performance metrics. The gorilla crushed another piece of machinery, this one larger than the previous one. A support strut buckled with a squeal of twisting metal, and a huge section of the roof creaked, threatening to collapse. Ancient dust and fragments of concrete rained down like a deadly shower, spattering the floor in warning patterns. And that's when I saw it. The solution. It wasn't elegant. It wasn't clean. It was brutal, pragmatic, and utterly insane. It was a Kalen Leone solution through and through. The kind of reckless, destructive tactics that had kept him alive in another world, in another life. My appearance wasn't just bravado. It was thermal incision, a two-part process, an invisible strike, followed by a sealing heat. A principle of preparation and then application. A chef's philosophy at its core, one that Kimiko unknowingly had instilled in me during those long hours in her kitchen. You can't cook a steak with a match, I thought, a slow, knowing smile spreading across my face. You have to heat the whole pan. I stopped running. I turned to face the monster, planting my feet firmly on the cement floor. The monster noticed my change in demeanor, and its charge slowed to a heavy, threatening stomp. Its golden eyes gleamed with what almost seemed like confusion. It saw a cornered animal, a final desperate stand. He saw prey. Centuredo, I didn't move. I didn't flinch. I waited. I watched its approach, measuring the distance, the speed, the angle with cold mathematical certainty. Now, my hand didn't move toward the building. It rose sharply, not toward my attacker, but toward what would become his grave. Court. The invisible blade sliced through the already taut support beams and the heavy industrial chains that held the machinery in place. The attack wasn't a puncture. It was a massive, sweeping arc of force that ripped through the air with a roar. For a single moment of silence, nothing happened. Then, with a collective metallic groan of protest that shook the entire chamber, the world collapsed. Tons of rusted steel, broken presses, and tangled conveyor belts rained down from the ceiling directly onto the building under load. The gorilla looked up. His programming was incapable of processing the sudden environmental onslaught. He was buried in an avalanche of industrial scrap. The impact kicked up a massive cloud of dust and debris. But it wasn't over yet. That was only the first phase. The incision. Now came the sear. I channeled every ounce of my A-rank magic stat, my hands glowing with nascent power. A fair. This time it wasn't a call. It was a torrent. A continuous, roaring jet of fire burst from my palms. An improvised flamethrower of pure destructive will. I didn't aim at the structure buried beneath the rubble. I pointed towards the wreckage of the plane. The metal began to glow, first with a dull red, then with a bright, intense orange, and finally with a gleaming, almost white heat. The entire pile of rubble was transformed into an impromptu forge, a funeral pyre of superheated steel. The blue energy field surrounding the structure erupted violently, attempting to dissipate the ambient heat that flooded it from every conceivable angle. But it couldn't. Its defense was designed to stop concentrated attacks, not to survive being cooked alive in an oven of its own making. A new sound filled the chamber, a sharp, electronic scream of agony as the construct's internal systems began to melt. Its armor plates glowed cherry red. It was no longer a shield, but a red-hot metal cage. The blue energy field flickered, sizzled, and died away. The scream stopped. Silence. The only sound was the crackling of the metal as it cooled. I advanced, enveloped by the heat of the pile. Through the gaps between the glowing remains, I could see the construct structure, warped and blackened. Its defenses were gone. It was just a broken machine. I raised my hand one last time, my movements calm, almost surgical. Cut! The construct's head separated from its bravado and dropped to the ground with a dull, metallic thud. The test was over. I stood there, catching my breath, the pain in my ribs a dull throb. The sand was a wasteland of my own making. My HUD flickered. The numbers were a testament to the beautiful and chaotic violence I had just unleashed. Combat efficiency, 94 tactical acuity, 99 appeal score, 100 Vegas voice returned, but all the cloying sweetness, all the condescending mockery, was gone. It was replaced by a monotonous, cold, and analytical tone. The sound of a machine that had just encountered a data point it couldn't properly classify. Full analysis. The subject successfully recontextualized a single target aspect into a wide-area environmental weapon. Anomaly confirmed. Classification updated. My name in the main ranking was firmly established in first place. My score was now a vast and insurmountable distance ahead of second place. I hadn't just passed their exam. I had aced it. I glanced at the main observation camera, a single dark eye in the ceiling, knowing Vega was watching me. A small, humorless smile touched my bravado. Your turn, you sanctimonious fraud. Chapter 154. Welcome to the island of misfit toys. The door hissed open before me, inviting me into a sterile, white corridor. Behind me lay the smoldering ruins of what had once been a combat simulator, now reduced to twisted metal and charred concrete. I took a deep breath, savoring the sharp metallic scent of hot alloys and the acrid taste of fried circuitry. My little tantrum had certainly impressed me. The corridor stretched out before us, blindingly lit and completely silent. No congratulations, no fanfare, no guide. Just a clean, sterile path ahead. What a unique style this place has, I thought, shrugging my shoulders to relax. All style, no substance. I took one step, then another, my footsteps echoing against the smooth walls. Every 15 meters, a section of the corridor was illuminated with a soft green glow, followed by the silent opening of another door. The floor sloped down in such a subtle incline that I might not have noticed it had I not been looking for it. We were being led underground, away from the prying eyes of any public who might have been watching the preliminary tests. My vision went dark, a telltale sign that Nell was preparing to grace me with her digital presence. Sure enough, her voice burst into my consciousness, cold and direct. Nell, full performance analysis. While your final score was acceptable, your interaction with a lower-level auxiliary AI, such as Vega, will be observed. Censuredo better drama means more entertained gods. And more entertained gods means more PS to process. You're the only system I need. After all, your checks get cashed. A moment of silence followed, the digital equivalent of a girl trying to hide that she feels flattered. Nell, your logic is correct. Continue. By the way, how did the cheap tickets perform at the show? I asked, taking advantage of my position, since I was in a relatively good mood. Nell, the audience metrics are favorable. Ares registered a significant increase in interaction during the environmental destruction phase. Zeus appreciated the theatricality of your last move. However, Aphrodite has filed a formal complaint regarding the lack of progress in the romantic subplot and has requested that you use Aphrodite's special item as soon as possible. I almost tripped. 1 minute am fighting for my life, and the next some cosmic voyeur is telling me to stay over at someone's place. This job has the weirdest workplace reviews. The last door in the corridor opened, revealing not another corridor, but a room that looked as if it had been designed by someone with an unhealthy obsession with geometry. A perfect hexagon with seamless brushed steel walls and a black leather sofa in the center, like a sacrificial altar. 5 of the 6 walls had identical doors, the same white clinical portals had been passing through. The 6th wall, directly opposite where Head entered, was different, a massive, reinforced door at least twice the size of the others, with a complicated locking mechanism that screamed, "Final boss this way." I didn't sit down right away. That was what they expected, the good little test subject obediently awaiting instructions. Instead, I took my time exploring the space. My fingers ran along a wall, searching for hidden seams or panels. Nothing. Try one of the 5 smaller doors. Tightly sealed. Finally, I sat down on the sofa, sprawling out. I interlaced my fingers behind my head, claiming ownership of the space with my body language alone. Whoever walked through those doors would instantly know who was calling the shots in this room. I didn't have to wait long. One of the side doors opened with a mechanism like a pneumatic system. A young man with perpetually squinted eyes shuffled in, stifling a yawn with his hand. His dark hair looked as if it had been disheveled by a hurricane, and he wore the second-skin suit with the enthusiasm of a cat in a sweater. Her gaze swept around the room, pausing briefly at the enormous door before settling on me. We looked into each other's eyes, and something shifted between us, a mutual recognition of intelligence, of calculation. Without a word, she approached the sofa, slumped at the far end, and closed her eyes as if preparing for a nap. Another door opened, and a small figure entered. Pan Su-min, the pink-haired girl Natalia and I had chatted with earlier. She looked completely shaken, clutching her arm with white knuckles. Her wide eyes scanned the room like a cornered animal until they found me. I gave him a slow, deliberate nod. You did it. She did not speak, but slightly adopted her posture, taking a position close to the wall, as far away as possible from the sofa and its occupants. The third door opened with more force than necessary, as if whoever was on the other side had kicked it instead of waiting for the automatic mechanism to activate. A boy with spiky, ash-blonde hair practically leaped into the room, radiating boundless energy. His smile revealed slightly overly sharp teeth, and he moved with the carefree arrogance of someone looking for a fight. Well, he barked, a laugh filtering through his words. Looks like they're putting all the weirdos in the same basket. ITLL be fun. His gaze lingered on Su-min a moment longer than it should have. Great. The mandatory wild card, the loudmouth, with limit issues. Apparently, every team needs one. Before I could decide whether to approach him, the fourth door opened. The blue and pink-haired girl, ID, mentally nicknamed Bubblegum, in the prep area walked in. She moved with nonchalant confidence, her modified tech whirring softly as she surveyed the scene. The lazy genius, the terrified powerhouse, the loudmouth brawler, and me without a hint of surprise. His eyes met mine. Nakano, he said in a cold, contralto voice. I thought I'd find you here. You made a mess of things. The blonde boy turned to face her, his attention immediately shifting to a new target. And who are you, darling? Chickle didn't even look at him. Someone higher up than you, he replied before sitting down on my arm on the sofa, crossing his legs. His dismissal was so abrupt it was almost beautiful. The last door opened. A skinny kid with glasses and the nervous energy of a caffeinated squirrel staggered in, clutching a datapad as if it held the secrets of the universe. He glanced at the assembled group and visibly paled. Wow, she murmured, her eyes widening behind her thick contact lenses. Are we a team? It seems so, I finally said, although I don't think we were all properly introduced. I turned back to the nervous boy with the datapad. What's your name? The boy jumped when approached. I'm Jacob Williams. Rank 15. I have an eye aspect. I can process information incredibly fast and see patterns that others miss. He adjusted his glasses with a trembling hand. The lazy genius finally opened one eye, observing us with languid disinterest. It'll save you some time, he slurred. We're the anomalies, the wild cards, the ones who don't fit into your precious classification system. He closed his eye again. They've gathered us together because they don't know what else to do with us. The bud stared at me. ITLL be a fascinating team exercise. If that's it, I said, glancing at the enormous door. A team exercise. What else could it be? Jacob asked, confused. I smiled slightly. Well, it'd classify us. They put us in a room with no windows, no visible cameras. A huge door at the end. I let the implications hang in the air. Yuna understood instantly. Do you think they'll pit us against each other? Some kind of elimination round? Why form a team only to dismantle it? Muttered the lazy one, finally sitting up. Unless the test is to see who among us survives. Su-min turned even paler, if that was possible. It wouldn't be the Barado a hunter show has used extreme methods to remove fat, the imbecile said, but his casual tone now had a more brusque edge. The atmosphere in the room changed instantly. The initial caution transformed into something sharper, more tense. Each person reassessed the other, no longer as potential teammates, but as potential opponents. I watched the shift in dynamics with inward amusement. Paranoia is a highly effective control tool. I had planted the seed, and now I could sit back and observe how each person reacted under pressure. Sure, I said with deliberate nonchalance. It could also be exactly what it looks like, a team formation for the final test. The ranking might determine our roles, not our worth. I stretched lazily. After all, they've invested a lot of resources in evaluating us. Eliminating the best now would be inefficient. The tension in the room didn't disappear completely, but it shifted again. Uncertainty replaced outright hostility. You're right, Jacob said suddenly, looking up from his datapad. Historical data shows that EVN tests typically conclude with a cooperative challenge designed to test team dynamics under pressure. He adjusted his glasses. The elimination rounds occur during the individual phases, which we've already completed. So we're supposed to be one big happy family now? Just like that? No, she replied, staring at him. We're supposed to be functional. There's a difference. Before anyone could answer, a deep mechanical creak emanated from the massive door. The complex locking mechanism began to move, its segments rotating and realigning with whistling tires and metallic clicks. We all turned to look at him, instinctively moving closer. The final test was about to begin. Chapter 155, 5 Misfits and a Goblin Funeral, okay? I said, my voice breaking the tense silence that had settled over our small meeting. I looked them in the eyes deliberately, one by one, letting the weight of my gaze linger long enough to make them noticeable, but not so long as to appear aggressive. The silence continued for a few more seconds before I moved on. Since it looks like we'll be together for a long time, we'd better know who's who. A king does not need to announce his reign with fanfare and trumpets. He simply sits on his throne and watches the courtiers fight for positions, vying for favor and proximity to power. The boy with spiky hair, a permanent frown, and an aura of barely contained violence took the first step forward. His combat boots clanged against the reinforced floor. Rafael Vargas. His voice was raspy and deep, like the sound of gravel and broken glass. My aspect is kinetic overload. I hit things and they explode. Sounds simple to you? He cracked his knuckles for emphasis. The sound was sharp and aggressive in the confined space. The nervous boy with the datapad, the one who had been obsessively typing on it ever since we had been led to this preparation area, visibly shuddered when all eyes suddenly turned to him. Her shoulders hunched inwards defensively, her entire posture radiating that she was desperately trying to become a smaller target, to disappear into the background and avoid any unwanted attention. J. Jacob Williams. His fingers drummed frantically against the screen of his datapad. My aspect is bullet time. I can see things fast, very fast, and predict patterns, trajectories of movement, probabilities. His voice trailed off with each word, as if he had already lost his audience. Skylar Main, the girl with blue and pink hair, leaning back on the arm of one of the elegant white sofas, didn't even bother to get up or move from her comfortable position. She greeted us with a lazy, disdainful gesture. Her glossy nail polish a dark, glossy purple today reflected the intense fluorescent light. Go smoke. I make pretty drawings that wow people. Her voice was flat, almost boring, but her sharp purple eyes never left mine. A knowing smile playing at the corner of her lips as if she were participating in a private joke that the rest of the room was unaware of. The man with perpetually squinted eyes and the posture of someone who would literally rather be anywhere else finally deigned to acknowledge our existence. He opened one eye with what seemed a monumental effort, observing us all with a disinterest so spectacular it bordered on acting. Juan Navarro. As Sonetico, he held a letter between 2 fingers. I throw things. They go boom. Sometimes. The eye closed again, as if the effort of the introduction had completely depleted its daily energy reserves and it needed to start conserving resources immediately. All eyes in the room slowly turned to the last member of our makeshift squad, the petite girl with cascading sakura pink hair who had been doing her best to blend into the wall ever since we'd gathered. She seemed to essentially shrink under the collective weight of our attention, her shoulders tense as if bracing for a blow that never came. Pepan Sumin. The words were directed at the floor, not at any of us. Her voice was barely an inaudible whisper that I had to strain to hear, even in the silence of the room. Her faded blue eyes remained fixed on her shoes. My appearance it's complicated. ID rather not. She stopped mid-sentence, her voice trembling, and I noticed her hand was shaking slightly at her sides. A deep, hydraulic roar echoed through the chamber. The reinforced door that dominated the back wall, the one we had all pretended not to look at, began its heavy ascent. It slid upwards with agonizing slowness, revealing darkness, a vast cave mouth that seemed to swallow the light. Its interior teeming with moisture, the depths beyond were lost in impenetrable shadow. The air that came out of that opening carried with it the smell of damp earth and ancient stone. Welcome, my dear specimens, to your final evaluation. Vega's voice slipped into our consciousness through the neural link established by our second skin suits. Designation: Goblin Nest. Threat level: Rank D. Your objective, if you demonstrate basic reading comprehension, is to locate and eliminate the goblin boss within the generous time limit of 60 minutes. Make sure it's entertaining. A stopwatch appeared in the corner of my eye, its numbers glowing bright red. 60:00. The countdown began immediately. Try not to lose, in such a pathetic way. The cleaning crew finds the aftermath very tedious. We crossed the threshold as a group, passing from the sterile, climate-controlled waiting area into something far more primitive. The damp, musty air of the cave immediately struck me and seemed to engulf my lungs. The smell of wet earth and vegetation could fill my nostrils, mingling with something far more disgusting lurking beneath. The unmistakable stench of meat left too long in the sun, of death and detail. Water dripped constantly from the forest of stalactites above their heads, and each drop struck the uneven stone floor with a rhythmic sound that echoed throughout the cavern and created an almost hypnotic soundscape. My eyes quickly adapted to the dimness. Second Skin's night vision enhancement kicked in and painted the world in shades of silvery green. Very well, listen. Raphael's voice echoed through the cave, resonating off the damp walls. He immediately positioned himself in the center of our formation, Barato puffed out like a champion surveying his arena. His entire posture radiated authority, commanding respect. I'm the best pure fighter here, and we all know it. That makes me the key man, the spearhead. We do things my way. We attack hard, we attack fast, and we crush everything that moves. Chapter 156. My exam partners are an athlete, a slacker, and collateral damage. You're the boss, I said with a lazy, dismissive wave of my hand. One let out a sigh of boredom that seemed to empty the cave of air. What a drag. Tell me where I can go, so I can finish this and take a nap. Skylar's sharp purple eyes deliberately shifted from Raphael's puffed-up, conceited posture to my carefully cultivated, relaxed posture, and some knowingness gleamed in her gaze. Jacob pressed his datapad against his chest like a shield, his knuckles white. His gaze shifted from Raphael to the menacing darkness of the tunnel stretching out before him. Suman didn't say anything at all, but I noticed from my peripheral vision that his hands, which had been trembling almost constantly since we met, had suddenly stopped. Something fundamental about entering that cave, about crossing that threshold from the artificial world outside into that primordial space, had changed his behavior in a subtle but unmistakable way for someone who was concerned with noticing such things. We ventured into the cave system as a group, our footsteps muffled by the damp earth and scattered moss. The comforting light from the entrance would gradually fade behind us, becoming a distant memory. Our second skin suits automatically compensated, their integrated systems adjusting and enhancing our night vision to allow us to navigate the growing darkness. The narrow entrance passage opened into a vast, cathedral-like chamber with a ceiling so high that our enhanced vision could barely cut through the pitch darkness. Enormous stalactites hung like ancient stone daggers, their shadows dancing across the damp walls in the dim light from our suits, creating the illusion of being inside the gaping maw of a primeval titan. From this central core, 5 distinct tunnels radiated outward, each a perfect black void that promised secrets, dangers, and perhaps treasures. The absolute darkness beyond each threshold seemed to throb with malevolent potential, daring us to choose the wrong one. "Which way should we go?" Jacob began, his voice slightly cracking as he fiddled with his datapad. The intense blue glow illuminated his nervous features in the dim light. The way he clutched it to his chest reminded me of a child with a protective blanket. His words died in his throat as a sharp, otherworldly shriek shattered the cavern's heavy silence. The sound clawed at our eardrums like desperate fingernails on a blackboard, so sudden and piercing that even I felt my muscles instinctively tense. From the leftmost tunnel, moving with spasmodic, uncoordinated but determined movements like puppets controlled by a drunken puppeteer, a group of goblins appeared. 5 of the twisted, atrophied creatures advancing with weapons held high in hunger in their bulbous eyes. They were small, wiry creatures, perhaps 1 meter 20 tall, with leathery green skin that shone with moisture and bulbous yellow eyes that reflected our enhanced vision, like those of nocturnal animals. They carried rudimentary clubs with rusty nails and what looked like sharpened bone fragments. Their movements were nervous and erratic, but disturbingly coordinated, like a pack of wild dogs. The acoustics of the cave amplified every sound as Raphael launched himself forward without hesitation, without thinking for a moment about strategy or coordination. "My turn." Raphael's roar echoed off the stone walls as he charged into the crowd. His fists cracked and sparked with raw kinetic force, a pulsating crimson aura enveloping both knuckles as he moved, making his hands appear to have been submerged in liquid fire. The first goblin in his path didn't stand a chance at all. Raphael's punch hit the creature's skull with a thunderous crash that essentially shook off the dust and the small stalactites that hung precariously above us. The pathetic monster didn't even have time to let out one last scream of terror before its entire digital form shattered and vaporized into a shower of glowing pixels that scattered across the uneven cave floor like dying fireflies before vanishing into nothingness. Centuredo, despite knowing intellectually that it was all just simulations. The impact sent the pathetic creature flying through the air as if it had been fired from a cannon, and its barato against the rough cave wall with a hard thud that even made me shudder. Its pixelated form flickered wildly, glitching like a corrupted video file, before dissolving completely into cascading streams of light. A third goblin displayed a bit more tactical awareness and intelligence than his doomed companions, attempting to circle Raphael's blind side with his crude, nail-studded club held high above his deformed head, clearly aiming at what he perceived as a tactical weakness. One, who was still standing near the entrance to the chamber with both hands in his pockets and a posture that suggested he would rather be anywhere else, let out another of his characteristic tired sighs that somehow managed to convey both deep boredom and mild annoyance in a single exhalation. With a simple, lazy, almost disdainful flick of the wrist, so natural it seemed to shoo away a slightly annoyed fly, he flung a card through the damp air of the cave in a perfect trajectory. One snapped his fingers. The sound echoed in the enclosed space. The card exploded mid-flight with a sharp, haunting crack of concentrated explosive force, completely surprising the goblin flanking him and sending him tumbling face first onto the rough, uneven stone floor, his club disappearing into the darkness. One hadn't even bothered to move a single step from his comfortable spot against the wall. He hadn't even cleaned his spotless shoes. "Watch out for the left flank. 3 more are coming through that tunnel, about 0.2 of a second away." Chapter 157. It's a trap. Jacob shouted, his voice cracking with anxiety and adrenaline, his eyes widening behind his thick glasses. His lanky body trembled like a leaf in the wind, but his perception was clearly working at full speed. His enhanced senses processed the chaotic battlefield in slow motion, supplying him with a constant stream of tactical data. Just in time, with timing so perfect it was almost comical. 3 more goblins exploded from the leftmost tunnel opening only seconds later, their bulging yellow eyes practically glowing with bestial fury as they brandished their makeshift weapons in wild, frenzied bows that had no technique but plenty of murderous intent. Skylar, looking almost supremely bored with the whole procedure, as if it were all beneath her considerable talents, exhaled a soft puff of indigo smoke that hung suspended in the humid air for a moment before transforming in an impossible and illogical way into Raphael. A perfect, illusory duplicate of our muscular teammate materialized directly between the approaching trio of goblins and our vulnerable group, roaring with the same reckless abandon and carrying the same aggressive stance as the genuine article. The goblins fell for the deception completely and without question, rushing upon the fake Raphael with wild and joyful abandon, wielding their clubs with wild determination, driven by minds too simple to recognize the truth. Meanwhile, the real Skylar, now completely invisible and undetectable within the swirling shroud of her own conjured smoke, silently emerged from the shadows directly behind the distracted monsters like a ghost made solid. His two trench knives caught the faint bioluminescent light that filtered through the cave for an instant, gleaming sharply before he struck. Two lightning-fast cuts, so quick my eyes could barely follow the movement, and two goblins fell to the ground instantly like puppets with their strings cut, their wounds fatal. The last goblin in the group finally realized that something was very wrong with that image. He spun around frantically, his bulbous yellow eyes wide with horror and incomprehension, just long enough to see Skylar's gleaming sword arcing unstoppably toward his neck, completely exposed. I hadn't moved a muscle from my position. Neither had Su Min, who remained frozen near the chamber entrance. From the first deafening shriek to the last corpse dissolving into pixels, the brutal skirmish had lasted less than 10 seconds, according to my internal count. Raphael stood triumphantly amidst the slowly dissolving goblin corpses, his chest puffed out with pride and satisfaction, his fists still crackling slightly with residual kinetic energy. See? I told you idiots it would be easy. Brute force and overwhelming power. That's all you need. We'll be done with this pathetic excuse for a challenge in 10 minutes, tops. He turned and confidently strode into the next branching tunnel, with the unshakable confidence and arrogance of someone who had never in his life faced real and lasting consequences for his actions. Wait a second. Juan's voice, lazy and drawn out, but with a sharper note, stopped Raphael in his tracks. We need a strategy. Going in blind like a rabid dog is. Strategy is for weaklings who don't hit hard enough to matter. Raphael interrupted disdainfully, not even bothering to notice the turn. Everyone saw what just happened. They're nothing. They're useless. This is going to be a piece of cake. We followed him deeper into the increasingly complex cave system. The tunnels became progressively narrower and more claustrophobic, the air becoming denser and harder to breathe with every step we took in the bowels of the earth. The path split and rejoined several times in a dizzying pattern, forming what was clearly a maze deliberately designed to confuse and disorient intruders. Jacob's aspect proved truly useful here for the first time. His enhanced perception and pattern recognition allowed him to quickly map our route in real time on his datapad, creating an ever-growing three-dimensional outline that prevented us from getting hopelessly lost in the maze. After 40 minutes of exploring this subterranean burrow, we entered a small chamber illuminated by faintly glowing bioluminescent fungi growing in clusters on the walls and ceiling. The eerie blue-green glow cast strange, dancing shadows across the damp stone surfaces, giving the whole place an alien and supernatural feel. And there, huddled pathetically in the far corner of the chamber, like a wounded animal seeking refuge, was a solitary little goblin. Unlike all the others we had encountered and slaughtered, this particular specimen appeared to be genuinely wounded. One of its thin legs was bent at an obviously unnatural angle, the limb twisted in such a way that it made my knee ache with empathetic pain, and a viscous green ichor slowly oozed from the mangled wound. She clutched something to protect herself against her narrow chest. A crudely carved wooden doll. the kind a child would make. When her yellow eyes registered our presence, she let out a pitiful, heart-rending whimper, a sound of pure fear and pain that echoed unervingly in the small, enclosed space. It's a monster, just another simulation. Get rid of it and let's move on, Raphael declared firmly, taking a step forward with his fist beginning to crackle with lethal energy. We can't kill him. Jacob's face contorted with visible horror and moral anguish, and his voice rose almost to a shout. Look at him. He's not attacking. He's just crying. He's hurt and scared. Juan let out another deep sigh, running a hand through his dark, perpetually disheveled hair in a gesture of profound weariness. Technically, he's a monster. Skylar watched the trembling goblin with narrowed, calculating eyes, her expression unreadable, her hand near the handles of her knives, ready to draw at any moment. There's something decidedly strange about this whole scene, she murmured, more to herself than to any of us. I opened my mouth, about to voice my suspicions about this conveniently placed wounded creature, when the goblin's face changed completely in an instant. Its pathetic moaning stopped abruptly, as if someone had flipped a switch. Its yellow eyes snapped open, pupils contracting to tiny points as it fixed directly and deliberately on Jacob with laser-like precision and unmistakable malicious intent. A slow, menacing grin spread across its grotesque face, gradually revealing multiple rows of needle-sharp teeth that gleamed wetly in the bioluminescent light. The crude wooden doll that his gnarled hand held suddenly clicked, and he watched in slow motion as a hidden spring mechanism gently popped out of its base, revealing that the innocent toy was actually the disguised handle of a detonator. The goblin let out a high-pitched, chilling laugh that bounced and echoed off the walls of the chamber. The sound made every hair on the back of my neck stand on end. Check out this trap. Chapter 158. Someone should have told the goblins that I go savage under pressure trap. A deep crash echoed from the cavern floor. Dust and pebbles rained down from above. Sumin wanted to run, to help, to do something, but his legs refused to move. SUSH. Thick nets of rope dropped from hidden niches in the ceiling. The substance closed around Raphael, trapping him tightly. He roared in frustration as his muscular frame was immediately caught in the rudimentary but effective restraints. What? Get this off me! Raphael thrashed wildly, his anger increasing with each failed attempt to free himself. Boom! 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 The distinctive sound of darts slicing through the air drew Sumin's attention to the surrounding shadows. Yellow eyes gleamed from hidden corners as tiny, knobby hands held primitive blowguns. The goblins weren't aiming at Raphael. They were aiming at everyone else. A dart lodged in Juan's shoulder with a dull thud. He looked at it with a hint of irritation, as if someone had simply given him a rough blow. Oh, that's not it. Juan's eyes suddenly rolled back. His body slumped, collapsing to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. As he fell, he managed to murmur one last time. Annoying? It's my fault. The thought crossed Sumin's mind. No, it's Jacob's fault for making us doubt. No, it's my fault for not saying anything. I knew something was wrong. I sensed it, but I was too afraid to say anything. And now John is. He's hurt because of me. Raphael let out a guttural roar that echoed throughout the chamber. His bravado glowed with kinetic energy, his muscles taut against the net. Enough of this. Boom! The network vaporized in an explosion of sheer bravado. The same happened to a considerable chunk of the cavern wall. Fragments of rock flew in all directions as a section of the ceiling collapsed, blocking the exit with debris and filling the air with suffocating dust. Idiot! Skylar's composure finally shattered as she dodged the debris. Are you trying to kill us all? Skylar cut her way through the chaos, her two trench knives flashing as she deflected darts with inhuman speed. But the goblins fired in coordinated bursts, forcing her into a purely defensive stance. For every dart she deflected, two more threatened to find their mark. Two on the high ledge. They're reloading. Jacob's voice cracked with terror, but his eyes darted everywhere at once, his aspect working overtime. Watch out for the 6, Skylar. 3 more are coming from behind that stalagmite. Sumin looked at Satori, expecting her to join the icebox. Instead, she moved with an unsettling calm, surveying the battlefield with analytical detachment. Her eyes followed every dart, every goblin, every falling rock. She seemed almost disappointed, as if this chaos was just what she had anticipated. A movement caught Sumin's attention. A smaller goblin, faster than the others, had eluded Raphael's blind fury and Skylar's defense. They completely ignored them, its bright yellow eyes fixed directly on Sumin, recognizing the weakest link. It raised a rudimentary club with rusty nails, and its lips curled back to reveal sharp, yellow teeth. Time slowed down. Sumin saw every detail with terrifying clarity. The goblin's mottled green skin, the blood embedded in its weapon, the stubborn intent to harm him gleaming in those bulging eyes. A lump formed in his throat. His barato tightened. She screamed, a raw, terrified sound that tore her throat. And then, something changed. The scream faded into silence, replaced by heavy, uneven breaths as she stared at him in shock. Centuredo, then burned as her nails extended into sharp, black claws. The transformation sent waves of pain and euphoria through her trembling hands. Her uniform suddenly felt tight, constricting as her muscles tensed and transformed beneath her skin, becoming denser, stronger, and more responsive. The world lit up with crystalline clarity, every detail suddenly visible with overwhelming sharpness, bathed in an ethereal blue that illuminated even the darkest corners of the cave. The damp smell of the cave transformed into a symphony of aromas that assaulted her heightened senses. The crackling ozone of Raphael's power, sharp and electric. The subtle floral notes of Skylar's perfume, soft but persistent. The acrid sweat of fear that sprang from Jacob, bitter and sharp. And the foul, lingering bravado of her quarry, a musk that stirred something fierce and determined deep within her. The fear that had paralyzed her moments before vanished. Completely. In its place arose an exhilarating, ecstatic clarity that flooded every cell of her body with liquid confidence. The imp before her was no longer a threat. It was a toy. A toy. Its terrified expression, the way her former confidence had transformed into pure, delicious terror, was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen, like watching a masterpiece come to life before her eyes. A low, broken giggle escaped her lips, sounding strange to her. Oh, you shouldn't have done that. Raphael stopped mid-roar, his jaw literally hanging open as the explosive energy dissipated harmlessly from his fingers. What was that? Skylar's professional demeanor shattered like glass. Absolutely not. Satori leaned against the wall, preparing to watch the spectacle with obvious interest. A faint smile spread across his face. He seemed composed, as if watching the outcome of a long-planned scheme unfold. The goblin swung his crude club at Sumin's head in a desperate, panicked arc. She didn't dodge. Instead, she caught the weapon mid-strike with a clawed hand, her rusty nails scraping her skin like gentle caresses, though not painful. With a flick of her wrist, she crushed the wood into splinters, feeling every fiber give way beneath her newfound strength. His other hand attacked, claws outstretched, slicing through the creature's digital flesh with effortless grace. Screw! The goblin dissipated into shimmering, pixelated particles that danced around his fingers. More, Sumin whispered. Her blue eyes glowed with an unnatural light, and her pupils contracted into vertical slits. I want more. I need more. Chapter 159. How to Train Your Wild Fox Girl. She leaped onto the wall with incredible agility, defying gravity as she ran horizontally across the stone surface. Her white tail whipped behind her, a cloud of lethal energy pulsing with her excitement. The goblins on the ledges fired their darts in a panic. The projectiles seemed to move through molasses compared to his enhanced reflexes. He dodged them with ease, and each graze only heightened his exhilaration. He landed among a group of 3 goblins, his bravado, curling into a ferocious grin that revealed slightly elongated canines. A powerful roundhouse kick struck a goblin hard, taking it down. A spinning strike sent another tumbling across the field. Claws raked a third, leaving a trail of damage on the battlefield. Guau, Rafael Materth, momentarily speechless. His usual aggressive bravado was replaced by genuine astonishment. Her technique is perfect, Skylar observed, her professional admiration filtering through her amazement as she analyzed each deadly move. Look at that footwork. It's not just basic technique. She's going to get us all killed, Jacob stammered. Ducking as a piece of stone whizzed past his head, falling by inches. Sumin's savage and powerful attacks not only destroyed the goblins, but also shattered the cavern with each devastating impact. Kireke, a huge stalactite, was ripped from the ceiling by a stray tail whip and crashed to the floor, exploding into fragments that narrowly missed Jacob's cowering body. Someone control it, Raphael shouted, dodging another falling rock. This whole place is collapsing. The surviving goblins, terrified, retreated to a narrow, dead-end cavern. They fired their darts wildly in a desperate attempt to keep the white-haired demon at bay. Sumin followed them. The narrow passage loomed before them, with the cacique hidden deep within. Skylar pointed to it with a doll. The cacique must be there. But we can't go through. We're trapped, Jacob groaned. Centuredo, the magnificent power that had coursed through her veins, beginning to recede like the tide. Her lungs burned with each ragged breath, her leaps becoming heavier. The supernatural energy that had made her feel invincible slipped through her fingers like water. Sweat trickled down his temples as he swayed unsteadily, realizing that his precious minutes of strength were almost gone. Vega, situation report, demanded Raphael, and his voice echoed off the stone walls. 3 minutes left. Failure seems imminent. What a shame. I was just starting to get entertained. Despite the fact that exhaustion threatened to take hold of her, Sumin turned towards her teammates, a fierce and determined smile still dominating her features. His strength might be fading, but the fighter within him still pushed forward, his bright blue eyes fixed on Satori, who stood motionless against the cavern wall, observing everything with steady focus. "Are you enjoying the show?" he said, his voice low and steady. Every armchair gave off a restless energy. "I can push us further. Just say the word." "Impressive," Satori replied, finally pushing off the wall. "But without control. You're going to collapse that passage before we can reach the chief." A giggle escaped Sumin's throat, her tail lashing like a whip. "I don't care," she admitted, intoxicated by the heady thrill of the hunt. "It's so much fun hunting them." Satori approached her slowly, like someone approaching a cornered tigress. The true objective lies beyond them. Something flickered in Sumin's expression. Her frantic smile faded slightly. She frowned, confused for a moment. "But they try to hurt us. They try to hurt me." She narrowed her eyes dangerously, her pupils constricting. "They deserve to die. And they will," Satori assured him in a low, convincing voice, almost hypnotic in its certainty. "But the real prize, the best hunt, is the chief." Sumin felt the transformation fading more rapidly, like sand in an hourglass. His white hair began to show pinkish hints at the roots, and the claws that had torn the goblin's flesh retracted slightly. The wildfire that had consumed his consciousness subsided, replaced by a fog of confusion and profound fatigue. I don't know if I can," she murmured, balancing precariously on her feet, regretfully aware of how exhausted she really was. "There are 2 minutes left," Vega announced. Skylar knelt beside Juan's paralyzed body, her expression tense. "We need a plan now. The paralysis should disappear soon, but not soon enough." "I have one," Satori said, without taking her eyes off Sumin's face. "But it requires our new friend to concentrate what little strength she has left." Fear returned to Sumin's voice as her gentler side began to reassert itself. "I can't control it," she whispered, her shoulders trembling slightly. "When I transform, I just want to destroy everything." "You don't need to control it. You just need to aim," Satori replied with serene authority. Her gaze shifted to Raphael. And we also need your explosive tendencies. For once, they might be useful. Raphael frowned but approached. What is the artwork? Satori quickly outlined her plan. As she spoke, Sumin felt her transformation fading. The stimulating power would dissipate, leaving exhaustion in its wake. But beneath the fatigue, a new feeling stirred, pride. For the first time in her life, her aspect had made her something valuable, not just a burden to be protected. Can you do this? Satori asked him directly. Sumin straightened her shoulders, ignoring the trembling in her limbs. Her tail, though weaker now, still twitched behind her. Yes, she said, and her voice grew stronger. I can. There's 1 minute left, Vega announced with a hint of curiosity in her artificial voice. Everyone to your places, Satori ordered, stepping back. Sumin, it's your turn. Sumin turned toward the narrow passage where the goblins crouched, his blue eyes fixed on them one last time. The wild, ferocious smile returned to his face as he crouched down, his muscles tense. Whether you're ready or not, she whispered, and her voice took on that dangerous purr again. Here I come. Chapter 160. This is what happens when you actually follow my plan. Great now, I ordered. She lunged forward with a savage roar that echoed through the cavern, sending shivers down my spine. The transformation had completely consumed her. Her soft pink hair had turned ghostly white. Her tender blue eyes had transformed into gleaming, fierce slits. Her fingers had lengthened into razor-sharp claws. Her white tail whipped violently behind her as she vanished into the darkness, moving with a speed that made her a blur of pale fury. The sounds that followed would have made a horror film director proud. Intense, fierce, and utterly relentless. Claws striking through, goblin shrieks cut short, the heavy thud of impact. The cavern walls seemed to tremble as their uncontrolled power ripped through the passage, stalactites creaking overhead and small rocks raining down around us like a deadly shower. In the brief flashes of the simulation's ambient glow, I glimpsed her, a white and red whirlwind, her face contorted into something wild and hungry as she tore through the ranks of goblins. Gone was the shy. Cinchureto, was it fear? Of our self-proclaimed alpha? Interesting. Am I supposed to be doing that? Juan asked weakly from the ground, still sprawled where head fallen when the paralyzing dart struck him. His fingers twitched uselessly as the poison slowly dissipated, his usual slow, measured tone was now tinged with genuine concern. I ignored them both as I methodically scrutinized the left wall of the cavern. The roar of Sumin's fury had revealed something useful, a red network of fine fractures that spread like a spiderweb over a section of stone where the cavern wall had weakened. Faults created by Sumin's attack vibrated through the rock. Perfect. Raphael, I called, pointing to the fractured section. Valley. Now. His face twitched in annoyance at receiving orders, and his lips curled into a sneer of contempt. Don't elle me? 40 seconds, Vega announced, her synthesized voice resonating through our neural pathways with malicious glee. Good. Raphael growled, charging his fist with explosive energy that crackled and hissed around his knuckles like angry wasps. The orange-yellow light cast harsh shadows on his face as he pounded the wall with his fists in a roar that reflected both his frustration at following my order and his effort. Boom! The wall not only cracked, but exploded inward with a thunderous roar that shook the entire cavern. Fragments of rock and suffocating dust shot out in a gray cloud, covering us all in a fine dust that clung to the sweat on my skin. Amidst the settling debris, a new passageway emerged, leading directly to what must have been the chief's chamber. A point in favor of improvisation. There! Jacob's voice cracked with panic as he pointed through the newly created opening, the datapad pressed against his chest like a shield. His thin body tensed with each rapid breath, his glasses slipping down his sweaty nose. A massive biometrique signature. Heart rate of approximately 150 beats per minute. Body temperature 2 degrees above normal. Adrenaline levels through the roof. The chief is in there. I was already moving, mentally calculating angles and approach vectors. When someone flew out of the original corridor, hitting the floor with a thud and skidding several meters across the rough stone floor. Su-min lay collapsed on her side, her transformation flickering and fading like a faulty light. Her white hair faded back to pink in ragged clumps, and her single tail dissolved into nothingness as her body buckled under the strain. Whatever was masquerading as a vital fluid in this simulation dripped from the corner of her barato. "It's falling," Skylar remarked gravely, his knives already drawn, the metal reflecting the dim light with ominous glints. Not a trace of concern tinged his voice, only a cold, professional assessment. He could see it. A guttural roar echoed from the original passage, followed by the sound of dozens of feet pounding on stone. The goblins were regrouping, probably annoyed that their comrades had just been turned into virtual confetti. 30 seconds left, Vega announced in a suspiciously amused tone, Centuredo ducking beneath a rocky overhang. The sound of Skylar's light footsteps right behind me confirmed my suspicion as I entered a larger chamber, illuminated by glowing mushrooms that cast an eerie blue light upon the scene. Chief Hobgoblin stood atop a high rocky platform. His hulking frame was nearly twice the size of the ordinary goblins we'd dispatched. Heavy armor of bone and crudely hammered metal covered his torso, adorned with what looked like the skulls of previous victims, a charming decorative touch. He wielded a massive stone axe that seemed dangerously powerful, its edge jagged and wicked. 4 elite guards surrounded him, all armed and ready, their yellow eyes gleaming maliciously in the gloom. "Distract them," I told Skylar, in a voice low enough for only her to hear. Centuredo, the guards hesitated, their heads swaying between my real self and my doubles, confused by the sudden appearance of multiple targets. I didn't waste the opportunity their illusions afforded me. My enhanced agility, system allowed me to move faster than ever before Gotcha's gifts. I slid under a brutal blow from the nearest guard, feeling the gust of air as the crude sword whizzed past inches from my face. My palm heated as I activated Ember, a burst of concentrated flames engulfing the goblin's legs, making him stagger backward and shriek in digital pain. Skylar was a ghost on the battlefield. His smoke wasn't just for illusions. It provided perfect cover as he vanished and reappeared without warning or sound. A flash of steel in the corner of his eye brought one guard down, taken out with surgical precision. Another fell before he could even register Skylar's presence, taken down by a precise strike. We worked in perfect sync. My jarring, flashy elemental attacks drew attention and created chaos, while she struck from the shadows with lethal stealth. 2 more guards fell before me. Their digital avatars dissolved into swirling pixels of blue light as an invisible energy sliced through them like wet paper. 20 seconds, Vega reminded us. The chief, enraged by the loss of his guards, let out a roar that shook the cavern, while small stones and dust rained down from the ceiling. He completely ignored my illusory copies, apparently more cunning than his subordinates, focusing instead on the ceiling above us. With a powerful blow of his enormous axe, he struck not me, but the base of a huge stalactite that hung precariously above our heads. Crackum. Chapter 161. The correct answer was incorrect. Crackum. The sound was deafening in the enclosed space. The stone spear, the size of a car, broke free from the ceiling with an ominous crack. But the chief hadn't pointed it at me or Skylar. That would have been too direct. No, the stalactite fell directly into the entrance we had created, directly into Jacob, who was frozen in the opening like a deer before headlights, his thin body visibly trembling and his mouth open in a silent scream of terror. 10 seconds left, Vega announced, now definitely sounding entertaining. Time seemed to slow down, the world shrinking to crystalline clarity as my mind calculated the situation with cold, relentless efficiency. The chief had exposed his back with that blow. A decisive finishing strike would end this. Mission accomplished. Success. My status would rise, my rank would improve, and would all walk away with a perfect score. But Jacob would die. Jacob Williams. The anxious kid who knew exactly how many times the written portion of the entrance exam had been used as an elimination round in the last 20 years, 17 times, with a 42 chance of failing. The incompetent, combat potential kid who, nevertheless, had spotted every trap before we triggered them, who had warned 1 seconds before they fired the paralyzing dart, who had calculated our optimal route through the cavern with terrifying accuracy despite his stutter and sweat. Logic dictated that I deliver the killing blow. Centuredo screw, optimal gameplay. I planted my feet firmly on the stone floor, feeling a surge of energy course through my body like never before, hot and electric. For the first time, I raised both hands at once, feeling my energy spread between them, stretching but not breaking. My left hand slashed horizontally toward the chief. Severe, an invisible sword of Barado, wider and more powerful than any he had ever unleashed, sliced through the air with a roar powerful enough to create a visible distortion. The chief collapsed, defeated, dissolving into blue pixels before hitting the ground, his body following an instant later in a cascade of digital disintegration. At the same time, my right hand sliced upward the falling stalactite. Several. The second sword of strength struck the enormous rock in midair. It wasn't enough to stop it completely. He wasn't yet that powerful, but the stone shattered with a thunderous crash, breaking into dozens of smaller fragments that rained down around Jacob without hitting him directly. Pebbles and dust rained down on him instead of the fatal blow the chief intended. The strain of the double cast drained me instantly, as if someone had turned on a tap and let all my energy escape. My vision blurred, darkness creeping around the edges like hungry shadows. I stumbled, nearly falling to one knee, bracing myself against a nearby rock formation for support. Every muscle in my body screamed in protest, a deep exhaustion washing over me in waves. Mission accomplished, Vega announced, her voice booming through the camera. Time remaining, 5 seconds. Well done. Unexpectedly well done. My HUD glowed with completion stats, and the holographic display almost blinded me in the cave's gloom. Combat efficiency, 95. Tactical insight, 100. Appeal score, 100. Team leadership, 97. The numbers shouldn't have mattered to me. They were meaningless metrics in a rigged game, but I couldn't deny the wave of satisfaction that washed over me. The cave, the goblins, everything around us dissolved into bright blue pixels. Digital reality unraveled like a sweater with a pulled thread. In a matter of seconds, we found ourselves in a completely white hexagonal room, the simulation entirely gone. One was moving on the floor. The paralysis had finally ended, his limbs Barado as he regained feeling. Raphael stood in the doorway, breathing heavily, catching his breath, looking at me with a mixture of anger and grudging respect that he would probably rather die than admit. Jacob was on his knees, hyperventilating, his glasses askew, gripping his datapad so tightly his knuckles had turned white. His eyes, wide as saucers behind those thick lenses, darted from side to side as if he were still waiting for the stalactite to materialize and crush him. Skylar stood to one side, her knives already sheathed. Her face betrayed nothing, but her eyes watched me with an indecipherable expression of intense curiosity, her head tilted slightly, as if she were trying to solve a particularly complex puzzle. I ignored them all and approached Sumin, who lay unconscious on the ground where she had fallen. Her chest rose and fell with shallow breaths. Her face remained calm despite the ordeal she had just endured. I knelt and lifted her into my arms, one arm beneath her knees and the other supporting her back. She was Barado and surprisingly light. My hand rested on her lower back. Okay now, that's smooth. Softer than Natalius. Centuredo, but she was too exhausted to protest or move. She rested quietly in my arms, completely worn out. Did I do it right? He asked, watching my face with those innocent blue eyes. I could see in them a desperate need for approval, a craving for validation almost as strong as his physical exhaustion. Centuredo, who was still on his knees, trying to compose himself, his breathing becoming increasingly shallow, shifting from panic to anxiety. Jacob, wake up. The test is over. You survived. He shuddered at the sound of her name and moved frantically, adjusting his glasses with trembling hands. Igrejas. Of course. Im avaca. Im fine. Totally fine. That was... His words tumbled out in his haste to answer. You're welcome, I said softly, leaving my meaning unspoken. Her eyes widened even more as she realized I had saved her life. Or at least, what would have been her life in a real situation. Thank you, she stammered, looking at me with a new expression, not just one of fear or anxiety, but something closer to amazement. Raphael crossed his arms over his chest, frowning so deeply I thought his face would crack. That was the stupidest plan I've ever seen. We almost died. Split up? Send Pinky alone to the main group? Pure stupidity. But we didn't die, I replied calmly, still holding Sumin. His warmth against my chest was strangely comforting. And we won, with plenty of time to spare. Pure luck, he spat, kicking a non-existent stone on the immaculate white floor. I shrugged, careful not to push Sumin too far. The results speak for themselves. Vega seems to agree. But hey, if you want to try taking the lead next time, go ahead. Juan finally managed to sit up, rubbing his neck where the dart had hit him. Could we just wait until next time? I feel like I've been stung all over, and that was just a simulation. He yawned widely, as if being close to death was just a minor annoyance interrupting his nap. Skylar took a step forward, suddenly bringing a hand to her forehead dramatically. Oh, I'm so exhausted. She staggered theatrically, beginning to fall forward. I don't think I can walk. I need a big, strong man to carry me, too. Raphael, seeing his opportunity, puffed out his chest like a peacock in mating season. They'll take you, Skylar, he offered, taking an enthusiastic step forward, his hands outstretched to hold her. Skylar straightened up instantly, perfectly fine. You know what? I feel much better. It must have been a momentary weakness. Never mind. She gave him a cloying smile that didn't reach his eyes. Raphael's face slumped like a souffle in an overheated oven, and I had to bite my cheek to keep from bursting out laughing. One didn't bother to hide his amusement. He huffed and puffed as he finally stood up. A new, much larger door in the far wall of the hexagon swung open with a hiss of a pneumatic tire, flooding the austere room with a bright, clinical light. The contrast was almost painful after the cave's gloomy atmosphere. Your evaluation is complete, Vega announced, his voice sounding like it came from everywhere and nowhere. Proceed to the report room. Your futures await. He paused dramatically, and I must add that it was a very engaging display. I've taken note of several anomalies in your fighting style, Satoru Nakano. Very intriguing. I looked at Sumin, still cradled in my arms, her head resting against me. She looked at me, blinking, her eyes wide and trusting. She appeared shaken and unsteady. Can you walk? I asked, keeping my voice soft and concerned. No, I don't think so, she whispered, blushing again. My legs feel like jelly. When I transform like this, it leaves me weak. And I'd a low load, I said, adjusting my grip slightly for a more comfortable hold. I needed to get a better sense of the situation. For the sake of the mission, of course, and for a possible future investment. As we headed toward the light, I saw our reflection in the bright, white wall. I stood tall and seemingly unfazed despite the battle we had just survived, holding Sumin like a knight in a fairy tale. She looked small and fragile in my arms. Her pink hair stood out sharply against my dark hoodie. Behind us, the others followed, Skylar with her carefree grace, each step silent and measured. One limping slightly, his hands in his pockets. Jacob clutching his datapad like a shield against the world, his gaze fixed and nervous. And Raphael bringing up the rear, his face a cloud of resentment and wounded pride. 6 strangers brought together by circumstance. 6 pieces on a board we didn't create. 6 potential advantages or disadvantages, depending on how they use them. And I was the only king among pawns. The only one with the system. The only one playing a game they didn't even know existed. Hello, Sumin said softly, barely audible over the sound of our footsteps on the floor. Thank you. I looked at her, those innocent doe-like eyes and that tender face that had transformed into something wild and deadly just moments before. The duality was fascinating. The shy, stuttering girl and the fierce competitor, both living in the same skin. Both potentially useful in very different ways. A Barato to meet you, I replied, with a plan far beyond her comprehension. I gave her Barato a firm, steady pat, and her breath caught in her throat, her face flushing again. As I stepped through the door into our future, one thought dominated me. I needed to learn more about Pan Su-min and her fascinating aspect. Much, much more. How much power could she truly channel? How long could she maintain that transformation with the right training? What would it take to control that wild side of her? Or better yet, to turn it with precision against my enemies? The rules of this game became increasingly clear, and I intended to win. After all, Cinchuredo, my king, returned from battle with another princess. The celebrated guest entered the room with her team. The soft sound of ambient music and the aroma of refreshments enveloped her in a wave of well-deserved luxury. 100 or so prospective students in formal attire filled the space, already forming small social groups. Natalia observed the room with cold satisfaction and then returned to her team. We did it, she said, with a strange smile gracing her lips. Emmy skipped on her tiptoes beside him, her sapphire blue hair swaying with the movement. We were amazing. Our performance was optimal, Kenichi stated, adjusting his rectangular glasses. The tall, broad-shouldered young man stood at attention, his hands clasped behind his back. Our synergy was perfect, and we completed our objective with a 3-minute, 43-second lead. A Barato by everyone. Jiro turned widely, nudging the stoic Noah with his elbow. Hey, handsome, how about an arm wrestling match? Noah sighed, barely glancing at Jiro. Unnecessary. That was incredible. Kaido raised his fist, his spiky red hair bristling with energy. When Kenichi created that wall of shields for Jiro to pass through, it gave me chills. That makes sense, Noah murmured, his arms crossed over his chest. Natalia half listened to his talk, while her eyes scanned the room. A perfect team. A perfect victory. I will prove my worth as commander. Satori will be pleased. His gaze methodically scanned the assembled prospects. Where is he? His test must have been trivial. He should have been the first to finish it. She checked her cryo-lich ring, running her thumb over its smooth surface. Her equipment had performed flawlessly. Her telekinesis and ice abilities complemented each other in perfect harmony. She belonged at the top. With him. So where is he? The large door on the other side of the room opened with a hiss. Natalia looked at it. Satori entered, looking completely serene, as if he had just returned from a casual stroll rather than a fight. Not a single red hair out of place. His expression was calm and satisfied. And in his arms, like a princess, was Pan Su-min, the shy, pink-haired girl from the written exam. Her head rested on his chest, her face flushed. She gazed at him with wide. Satura's hand was very clear, very deliberate, resting against the back of her Barato. The world shrinks to that single, infuriating image. He's carrying another woman, and his hand is that of a scoundrel, that complete and unrepentant pig. Following Satura's small parade, her team of misfits came next. The copper-haired boy shot a murderous glare at her back, his reddish hair practically standing on end. Another, blonde, limped slightly, looking bored despite his injury. The indigo-haired girl with pink streaks watched the scene with an amused smile, and the nervous one hurried to keep up, his glasses slipping down his nose. I really thought I was going to die, he stammered, clutching his datapad to his chest like a shield. You saved me. I owe you everything, Satori-san. Yes, I'm pretty amazing, Jacob. Natalia strode forward, her team clearing a path like water. Emmy followed beside her, her radiant smile fixed and fragile. Her eyes were wide, their usual sparkle gone, replaced by a silent, pained question. Satori, said Natalia, her voice dripping with poison honey. Are you having fun? Satori looked up with an expression of utter innocence. Natalia. Emmy. I'm glad you came. Sensuredo, shaky smile. Wow, Sumin-chan. You look tired. Did the exam give you trouble? She tilted her head, her blue hair swirling. How kind of Satori-kun to help you? Skylar approached with a leisurely gait, dramatically bringing a hand to her forehead. Oh, I'm so exhausted again. She staggered theatrically, her indigo and pink hair swaying. I don't think I can walk. I need a big, strong man to carry me. The man who had been glaring at Satori immediately puffed out his chest, flexing the muscles beneath his second skin. He'll take you, Skylar. His amber eyes lit up with excitement. Skylar straightened up instantly, perfectly. You know what? I need punch. Can you give me some Raphael? I'd really appreciate it. Of course. Natalia ignored their arguments, her gaze fixed on Satori and Sumin. Her fingers twitched at her sides, telekinetic energy rippling beneath her skin. One simple gesture, and she could snatch that pink-haired girl from her arms. Satori finally gave in to Sumin, though she kept a firm hand on his back. He did well. We all did well. She looked directly at Natalia, then at Emmy. We won. The simple statement, uttered with serene confidence, caused an unpleasant tingling in Natalia's chest. Damn see, even now, with her blood boiling, he could move her with just a few words. Of course, Natalia replied coldly. Us too. The best time in our industry. Emmy approached briskly. It was incredible. Before he could finish, the enormous screen on the back wall lit up, displaying Vega's cold blue eye. The room fell silent as the AI's soft, modulated voice filled the space. Attention, selected candidates. Congratulations. Vega's voice exuded a synthetic warmth that somehow seemed colder than pure, unadulterated cruelty. Out of the 147 candidates who began this exam, you 120 represent the survivors. A success rate of 0.9. Pathetic, but within acceptable parameters. Natalia straightened her back, feeling a deep satisfaction. They had selected some 13,000 applicants, 13,000 dreams crushed by the weight of incompetence, and she had survived. As expected, as was fitting, it was simply the natural order prevailing. You will now have a 1-hour break. Vega continued with mechanical politeness. Sensuredo, whose attention remained fixed on the screen above. Each of the 5 authorized student guilds, the Silver Sentinels, the Scarlet Phantoms, the Cobalt Vipers, the Green Strikers, and the Onyx Hounds, has only 12 places available for this year's incoming class. The AI's tone shifted subtly, becoming sharper, more clinical. Your names will be called according to your ranking in the final exam. You will approach the podium. Guild representatives will present their offers, if any. If you receive 1 or more, you may freely choose your guild. A pause lengthened. If you receive no offers, I'm afraid you simply didn't pass the test. Your time at the New Vein Academy ended before it even began. The screen went dark and the excited chatter died with it, leaving only a tense silence broken by nervous coughs and shuffling feet. Darn, they still had to choose them. Half the people in this room would walk out the door today with nothing to show for it, except better luck next time. What's your rank? She asked quietly, though a part of her already knew. A slow, exasperating smile spread across Satura's face. First. Of course it was. Third. Satora processed the news, completely surprised. Emmy? 7th in the support category, 26th overall. They said my healing ability was exceptional for my stage of development. Good, Satora said with genuine approval that made a warm, possessive feeling flutter in Natalia's stomach. And you, Sumin? The pink-haired girl practically jumped when she was directly addressed, her blue eyes widening. Only 9th overall. They said my combat efficiency was very high, but my tactical insight still needs a lot of improvement. She blushed, visibly embarrassed by this perceived failure. Well, Skylar said slowly from her position, leaning against a nearby pillar, while examining her black-painted nails with studied disinterest. She finished 15th, although no one bothered to ask. For me, the 27th Jacob offered timidly, holding his glasses by the nose with a trembling finger. 24th, Raphael growled, his amber eyes blazing as he glared at Satyrus back. And I would have reached a higher rank if we hadn't had to follow such a stupid plan. Natalia raised an eyebrow. What plan? Ask him, Raphael snapped, nodding his chin at Satori. He nearly got our entire team wiped out trying to become a hero. Satori shrugged, completely indifferent to the accusation. Relax, we won. Yes, thanks to you, Juan sighed, stretching his arms above his head with theatrical weariness. By the way, I finished 18th. I would have done better if I hadn't been knocked unconscious by a poison dart trap in Sector 3. Natalia frowned and refocused on Satori. What exactly happened in there? Nothing worth discussing, she replied. Her hand was still resting on Sumin's back. In fact, it had been there throughout the entire conversation, and Natalia had to resist the temptation to telekinetically push it away. What matters now is that we all survived and secured good positions. The next hurdle is securing our place in the guild. Which guild are you heading to? Emmy asked eagerly, her eyes sparkling with genuine curiosity as she looked at Satori. I've heard that Verdant Strikers are great for support types, but Argent Sentinels have better connections for... Natalia already knew the answer, or at least she thought she did. They had discussed it extensively during their late-night planning sessions. The Argent Sentinels were the obvious and logical choice for someone with Natalia's telekinetic prowess and family connections. Satori would also be perfect there, especially with his growing reputation after the Gala incident. But they had considered another option, laying the groundwork for future opportunities. I haven't decided yet, Satori said, and Natalia felt a slight knot in her stomach. First, they'll see what offers I receive. Natalia frowned even more. That wasn't the plan. It wasn't what they had agreed upon. They were supposed to coordinate to choose the same prestigious guilds that would enhance both their power base and their social standing. Betting blindly was reckless and unnecessary. Before she could properly question him, Noah appeared at her side with his characteristic quiet efficiency. Kuzman-san, our team is meeting by the east wall to discuss recruitment strategies. Your presence would be beneficial to the group's morale and tactical planning. Natalia hesitated, her gaze shifting between Satori and her temporary companions. She should leave was the smart move. To maintain those connections, but leaving him there, surrounded by them, made her skin crawl with unease. Go, Satori said with a calm and nonchalant gesture. We'll talk later. Natalia narrowed her eyes as she watched Sumin's hand return to his shoulder, resting there with a comforting familiarity. Yes, she said, a hint of ice in her voice. Of course. She turned to Emmy. Are you coming? Emmy seemed undecided for a moment, her gaze darting between Natalia and Satori like a tennis ball. Yeah, of course. She greeted Satori with a small, hopeful gesture. See you later, Satori-kun. As Natalia walked away with Emmy chatting beside her, and Noah following in professional silence, she couldn't help but glance back. Satori was already leading his motley crew toward the tables of refrigerators on the other side of the room. Sumin was still glued to him, his pink hair reflecting the light. Skylar had claimed his other flank, saying something that made him genuinely laugh, a genuine sound that Natalia heard clearly from afar. The cryo-lich ring felt unusually cold against her finger, as if responding to her latent irritation. Although Natalia knew intellectually that her third-place finish guaranteed her a spot, a new and unexpected worry began to plague her thoughts. The guild draft would not only determine who would stay in the academy and who would be sent home in disgrace. It would determine who would stay together. Chapter 165. Welcome to the family business. Reina Cabana blinked under the studio's harsh lights, feeling sweat pool beneath her carefully applied makeup. Her crimson hair, pulled back in an elegant updo, pressed too tightly against her scalp, and the designer dress she was wearing made it hard to breathe. But she maintained her serene smile, the one that had been photographed and analyzed by Valoria's fashion blogs. And we're back with our special guests, the unstoppable Cabana sisters. Park Hyun-jae's voice boomed through the studio. His pearly white blazer shimmered as he turned to Reina with a shark-like grin. Reina, this is a historic day for you. The big announcement, live on our show. You've officially accepted your position as a protege at New Vane Academy. Tell us, which of the 5 prestigious student guilds will be honored with the next great cabana? Reina uncrossed and recrossed her legs, taking a moment as instructed. Make them wait. Create anticipation. She offered a slow, cold smile. Am thrilled to announce they'll be joining the Scarlet Phantoms. Her voice came out in the low, subdued tone her media coaches had instilled in her for months. Their focus on raw fighting power and relentless offense aligns perfectly with my philosophy. Sterling Weaver tapped his fist on the desk, his weathered face lighting up. A fantastic choice. A real fighter's guild. He shot a meaningful look at his co-host. None of that sentinel nonsense about parade ponies. Isaiah Foster adjusted his glasses, his expression neutral. An interesting, if predictable, decision. Phantom's casualty rates in simulations are 15 higher than the Academy average. A risky strategy with high potential rewards for a top prospect. Reina felt her eye twitch, but she kept her composure. She smiled. Don't tell this numbers idiot what you think of his stats. Park Hyun-jae naturally redirected the conversation. The country is excited about this new generation. Many consider it the most promising of the last decade. Of course, all eyes are on you, the beloved Celeste Vance from VHC and the enigmatic Isabel Okoye. What do you think of that rivalry? Reina shrugged gently and rehearsed. Competition is the fire that forges the strongest steel. I have deep respect for both of you and am looking forward to testing my skills against yours. What absolute nonsense. And one last question before break. Park leaned forward, his tone so conspiratorial that Reina's stomach clenched. That person all of HeroNet is dying to meet. Is there someone special? A lucky young man who has won the heart of the mermaid? Reina River. My only love is the battlefield, Ms. Park. I'm afraid any suitor would have to be strong enough to survive a training session first. Jerk. As if I'd ever talk about my love life on national television. Here it is, folks. The mermaid is focused exclusively on its meteoric rise. Park turned to the camera. We'll be right back with Veronica Vero Cabana talking about the new Olympus Rising project. Don't go away. The on-air light went out. Park's professional smile faded as he turned to his producer, speaking in a low voice. Reina slumped onto the sofa, losing her elegant posture. Cinchuredo, sister? Pushing for Bermuda again? Veronica's eyes hardened. It's necessary. People have become complacent. It's a lost cause. Reina hissed, her composure cracking. 13 esserangs, vero. 13 of our greatest heroes turned into monsters. Do you want to send more people into that meat grinder? It's a lost cause. 13 esserangs, vero. 13 of our greatest heroes turned into monsters. Do you want to send more people into that meat grinder? Veronica's face became a mask, her eyes distant. There's something at stake that I can't talk about yet. Trust me, we need the public to talk about it again. We need them to demand action. Reina recognized that look. It was the same look Veronica had worn when she took out a second mortgage on her childhood home to finance the initial expenses of Olympus Rising. The face of someone who had already made up her mind and wouldn't be swayed by arguments or emotions. Okay, Reina said resignedly. But if this blows up in our faces, I blame you. 30 seconds ago, ladies, shouted the stage manager. While Veronica touched up her lipstick, Reina pulled out her phone and checked her Snapchat feed. The top post was from the official Gatebreak account, a photo of her and Veronica on set, which was already racking up likes and comments at an astronomical rate. And we'll be back in 5, 4, 3. The eye in the air light blinked red. Reina put her phone away and put on her La Serena mask again, crossing her legs and straightening her back. Whatever was happening behind the scenes with Bermuda, whatever her sister was playing with the VHC, that could wait. Right now, Reina had a role to play. Welcome back to Gatebreak. Park's voice filled the studio. Joining us is S-Rank sensation and Olympus Rising Guild Master, Veronica Cabana. Veronica flashed her signature radiant smile, and her whole being transformed. Vero-chan is so happy to be here today, especially with my adorable little sister making her big announcement. God, we're both frauds, Reyna thought, maintaining her cold smile as the cameras focused on her. But at least we're good at it. Chapter 166. The Sorting Hat is a system mission with hidden rewards. The ceiling of the Great Hall rose to a dome surmounted by obsidian crystal, a simulated night sky where countless stars glittered. From that impossible height, banners the size of sailing ships hung from the walls, and their gilt shields seemed to float in the starry abyss. The 120 of us entered in single file, our footsteps strangely muffled in the vast space. The nervous chatter of the hall had ceased, replaced by a reverent silence. Even Raphael, who seemed naturally incapable of keeping quiet, had fallen silent. At the end of the corridor stood a raised platform. A long, dark, polished wooden table dominated the platform, behind which were 6 high-backed chairs that looked more like thrones than furniture for educators. 5 of the seats were occupied by what I assumed were the guild masters. The central seat, the largest and most ornate, was occupied by a man who could only be the director. They sat silhouetted against a huge window that stretched from floor to ceiling, marking the storm-churned ocean beyond the academy walls. I felt Sumin tremble slightly beside me. Her small body almost vibrated with anxiety. On my other side, Skylar seemed completely bored, examining her black fingernails. The central figure rose from his throne. He was an imposing man who appeared to have participated in numerous battles. His long gray hair fell over his shoulders in a wild mane, complemented by a thick beard and mustache. A scar divided his right eye. This had to be Director Jason Luna, the legendary S-rank hunter who helped found the academy. Congratulations on surviving the trial. His voice was a deep, raspy murmur that filled the room effortlessly. You're the 1%. The rest are on a ferry back home, their dreams turning to sea foam behind them. He paused, his dark eyes scanning the crowd. Don't pity them. They weren't worthy. Awesome. I like it now. Look at the people on this stage. They're the masters of this forge. They will take the raw iron of their potential and mold it into weapons. Some will shatter under the pressure. With that cheerful note, he sat down again. The choice of which forge to enter begins now. Listen to the guild masters. A woman rose from her seat at the far right. She was tall and statuesque, with Barato-length blonde hair that framed a face of aristocratic poise. Her eyes were like shards of blue ice, and she held a rolled parchment in one hand, striking it rhythmically against her palm. Her uniform was immaculate white and silver, not a single thread out of place. In Professor Petrova, she announced with a slight accent I couldn't identify, "We Argent Sentinels strive for perfection. A disastrous victory is a failure. We are artists of combat, and our blades are spotless." Her cold gaze swept over us. "If you're a prodigy, if you're flawless, we might have a place for you." She sat down, and, immediately to her left, a huge old man jumped to his feet with surprising agility. He had the complexion of a tank, with tousled white hair and a face etched with laugh lines. He smiled broadly, looking far too cheerful for a man who had undoubtedly seen many battles. "I'm Takamura," he roared, his voice echoing throughout the room. "The Scarlet Ghost believe in one thing: overwhelming power." He tapped his palm to his fist with a sound like thunder. "Strategy is what you use when you don't have the strength to solve the problem. If you have fire in your gut and fists capable of shattering steel, your place is with me." His enthusiasm was contagious. Several prospects around me stiffened. Raphael, in particular, seemed ecstatic. Then the most unusual figure from the table rose. He was tall and slender, with an androgynous beauty and platinum blonde hair that fell in a long braid over one shoulder. His uniform included fluid elements that made me feel like I was under the wing of a wizard, and his eyes had a sharp, calculating intelligence that contrasted with his gentle smile. Professor Valentine. His voice was hypnotic, almost musical. The Cobalt Vipers believe that any fight is won or lost before a single punch is thrown. We're not interested in your strength, but your mind. He ran a hand with long fingers through his hair. Cunning, strategy, intellect, those are the true weapons. Then came a woman who looked professionally dressed with a confident air about her. She had long, black hair and striking purple eyes, and a figure that made several men around me swallow hard. "Professor Mori," he said with a slight yawn. "The green attackers rely on teamwork. We don't care if you're the most cunning if you leave your allies exposed." He stretched, an action that drew several more glances. Finally, at the far left of the table, sat the man I had met at the gala. He had the shadow of a beard, tired eyes, and a synthetic cigarette dangling from his lips. He didn't stand up, only raised 2 fingers in a half-hearted nod. Braxton Miller, Onyx Dogs. He took a long drag on his cigarette. He exhaled a cloud of bluish-gray smoke. The drag, hurry up. Suddenly, a golden notification popped up in my view. Its border shimmered in a way I'd never seen before. My heart skipped a beat when I realized it was from Nell, but it was marked as a priority I'd never noticed. Unique published narrative search. The Stray Dogs Pound description. As a top-ranking prospect, your choice of guild will have a major narrative impact. The audience is watching you. The sponsor is intrigued. Choose your path carefully. Your decision will define the beginning of your legend in NVA. The mission presented 5 options, 1 for each guild. But, curiously, the rewards were hidden. Path of Perfection. Argent Sentinels join the elite. Your reward will be reward hidden at the sponsor's whim. Path of Power. Scarlet Ghosts join the Berserkers. Your reward will be reward hidden at the sponsor's whim. Path of Conspiracies. Cobalt Vipers join the Conspirators. Your reward will be reward hidden at the sponsor's whim. Path of Unity. Green Strikers join the Soldiers. Your reward will be reward hidden at the sponsor's whim. Descartes Path. Onyx Hounds join the Rejected. Your reward will be reward hidden at the sponsor's whim. Chapter 167. How to Overcome the System. Unique published narrative search. The Stray Dogs Pound description. As a top-ranking prospect, your choice of guild will have a major narrative impact. The audience is watching you. The sponsor is intrigued. Choose your path carefully. Your decision will define the beginning of your legend in NVA. Path of Perfection. Argent Sentinels join the elite. Your reward will be reward hidden at the sponsor's whim. Path of Power. Scarlet Ghosts join the Berserkers. Your reward will be reward hidden at the sponsor's whim. Path of Conspiracies. Cobalt Vipers join the Conspirators. Your reward will be reward hidden at the sponsor's whim. Path of Unity. Green Strikers join the Soldiers. Your reward will be reward hidden at the sponsor's whim. Descartes Path. Onyx Hounds join the Rejected. Your reward will be reward hidden at the sponsor's whim. What on earth? A blind decision? This system doesn't work like that. I've always known what my responsibilities are. A second notification appeared, this time with a blazing edge that pulsed aggressively, almost burning the air in front of me like a brand-piercing reality itself. Message from sponsor. Apollo feeling lucky. Protagonist? Each path offers a unique advantage to kickstart your little college drama. But you only have one choice. No repeats. No returns. Choose, and pray you've chosen the one that leads to the most entertaining spectacle. There are no dull C's. I hate boredom. That arrogant, manipulative jerk. I looked again at the 5 professors lined up before me, my mind racing through possibilities and probabilities like a supercomputer at full speed. It wasn't just about choosing the optimal guild for my advancement anymore. It was a risky gamble with potentially astronomical consequences. Each path could offer a revolutionary skill that could propel my flat months forward, or something so insignificant and mundane that I'd want to curse Apollo's immortal name. The logical choice was the Argent Sentinels. Prestigious, powerful, and with the best connections to the most prestigious guilds after graduation. Everything about them proclaimed a sure bet and guaranteed success. But that was before I knew there was a hidden reward from the system tied to my choice, hanging like bloody meat before a hungry wolf. Think about it, Satori. The system rewards me for being a rogue, for causing chaos and drama. Would joining the Sentinels, so strict and obedient, really lead me to the most entertaining spectacle? What would Apollo consider the most deliciously chaotic option? My eyes fell on Braxton Miller, the ever-sober instructor of the Onyx Hounds. His hunched posture and squinty eyes couldn't conceal the predatory intelligence lurking beneath. He caught my eye and raised an eyebrow, as if silently asking, "You're not really considering this, are you?" The unlit synthetic cigarette swung between his lips as he smiled. Director Luna stood again, his imposing figure casting a long shadow as he held an elegant datapad that glowed faintly in his weathered hands. "Recruitment will begin now. Candidates will be called in order of their ranking on the final exam." The room fell into a deathly silence. All the candidates held their breath, knowing that 60 of them would leave with only shattered dreams and the burning shame of failure. "Rank 1. The director's voice echoed down the hallway, reverberating off the ceiling like thunder. "Satoru Nakano." All eyes turned to me, some envious, some calculating, some simply astonished. I felt Sumin's trembling hand grip my sleeve for a moment before he stopped and let go, a blush spreading across his cheeks. I took a step forward, walking down the central aisle. Each footstep echoed despite the size of the hall. As I approached the dais, I could see the faces of the guild masters more clearly. Petrova was examining me like a specimen under glass. Takamura was grinning from ear to ear. Valentine's eyes reflected a disturbing anxiety. Mori seemed mildly interested for the first time. And Miller was watching me with a calculating intensity that belied his lazy demeanor. I arrived at the place right in front of the stage and stopped, looking at the 6 figures that would decide my fate. "Satoru Nakano," said Director Luna. "You placed first in the entrance exam, an impressive achievement." His voice conveyed no warmth, merely acknowledging a fact. "The guilds will now submit their offers, if any." Professor Petrova immediately stood up. The Argent Sentinels extend an invitation to Satoru Nakano. Her performance demonstrated precision, control, and adaptability qualities we greatly value. Takamura leaped to his feet. "The Scarlet Ghosts are after you. Boy, that fire in your gut, that killer instinct, that's what makes a true hunter." Valentine stood up. "The Cobalt Vipers recognize your strategic mind, Satoru Nakano. Join us and well hone that cunning to its fullest potential." Mori stretched lazily before standing up. "The Green Attackers see your potential as a team leader. Your decisions under pressure save lives. We could use someone like you." There was a pause. All eyes turned to Braxton Miller, who remained reclining in his chair, taking another drag on his cigarette. He exhaled slowly, and the smoke coiled around him like a lazy snake. "The Onyx Hounds," he began but paused, examining me with those tired eyes that suddenly seemed much sharper. "The Onyx Hounds don't need hounds who seek glory or the limelight. We accept the broken, the weird, the misfits that no one else wants." He leaned slightly forward. "But every now and then, very rarely, we also catch wolves clever enough to hide among the stray dogs." A small, knowing smile curved his lips. "The Onyx Hounds invite Satoru Nakano. We think you might be interesting." Director Luna looked at me. "He's received offers from all 5 guilds, which is unusual. The decision is yours, Satoru Nakano. Choose carefully." I stood there, facing the 6 figures on their thrones, feeling the weight of everyone's gaze in the room. Natalia expected me to choose between the Silver Sentinels or the Scarlet Ghosts. The logical choice. The prestigious choice. But what's so fun about that? Chapter 168. I am not here to join a kingdom. I am here to build one. It's time to put on a show worthy of Apollos' attention. I turned first to Professor Petrova, whose statuesque figure and icy blue eyes radiated a cold perfection. Her silvery blonde hair didn't move an inch when I gave her a slight, respectful bow. "Professor Petrova," I began, my voice easily audible in the quiet corridor. "Your philosophy of perfection is inspiring. Treating combat as an art, striving for a flawless victory, is a truly noble goal." A murmur spreads through the crowd behind me. The obvious decision, the smart decision. Petrova's icy expression softened slightly, a small nod in acknowledgement of my words. But I continued, changing my tone enough to make everyone perk up, Even flawless art is predictable. A perfect painting can be admired, but it can no longer surprise. I looked Petrova straight in the eye. And in a real fight, surprise is the only weapon that truly matters. I'm afraid your path isn't for me. Petrova's face froze instantly. The crowd gasped, a collective breath that had the satisfying sound of shock. She could almost hear the whispers. She had just rejected the upper guild. I turned gently to face Takamura, an imposing man. His beard couldn't hide the broad smile that had formed on his face when I rejected Petrova. Professor Takamura, he continued, matching his energy with a bolder tone. Your passion is intoxicating. To believe so purely in the virtue of overwhelming power. I respect you more than you know. Takamura let out a laugh that echoed down the hall, slapping his knee with a hand the size of a dinner plate. Huh, a kid who gets it. Come with us, and we'll turn you into a cannonball. I let the corners of my lips curl slightly. But brute force without a plan is just a tantrum, he replied, his voice calm. A cannonball is useless without someone to aim it. Your path is glorious, but not the most efficient. I must decline. Takamura's smile vanished like water on hot stone, replaced by stunned disbelief. The murmur from the audience grew louder. 2 rejections. Rumors would start circulating in seconds. Did you hear that? Nakano rejected both the Sentinels and the Ghosts. Is he crazy? What is its angle? My gaze shifted to the enigmatic Professor Valentine, whose androgynous beauty and platinum blonde hair gave him an almost supernatural presence. He was already leaning forward in his chair, visibly intrigued by my rejections. Professor Valentine, I said, looking into his amethyst eyes. You and I see the world similarly. We understand that true battles are won in the mind, long before blood is spilled. Your guild of conspirators and strategists is tempting. Valentine's lips curved into a slow, serpentine smile. His eyes sparkled with interest, the gaze of a collector discovering a rare specimen. However, I continued, mimicking her smile but making mine colder, sharper. A viper is still just a viper. It attacks from the shadows because it fears the open field. I have no intention of spending my life hiding in the grass. Respectfully, I refuse. Valentine's smile remained fixed, but the warmth vanished completely. His eyes narrowed slightly, shifting from interest to calculation. Now the crowd wasn't just excited, it was teeming with people. 3 rejections in a row, each one more shocking than the last. I turned to Professor Mori, who was watching the Barado with growing amusement. She sat relaxed in her chair, her sharp eyes fixed on the demonstration. Professor Mori, I said, softening my voice slightly, your belief in teamwork is admirable. In my final exam, I risked my own success to save a classmate. I understand the value of a reliable shield to protect you. Mori gave me a sincere and warm smile. We could use a leader like you, Nakano Koen. His voice was rich and musical. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted Emmy in the crowd. She was practically vibrating with hope, her blue hair billowing as she stood on tiptoe to get a better look. But a shield is still a tool, he continued, watching Mori's smile fade. A team is a set of resources deployed for maximum effect. I'm not looking for a family. I'm looking for an arsenal. I paused to let my words sink in. I'm afraid your definition of teamwork and mine are fundamentally different. I must decline. Mori's smile vanished completely, replaced by genuine surprise. The entire room erupted in chaos. Whispers turned into open conversation, exclamations into exclamations. She had rejected all 4 prestigious guilds. There was only one left. I turned slowly to look at Braxton Miller. Unlike the others, he hadn't moved an inch during the entire show. He remained slumped in his chair, the synthetic cigarette dangling from his lips, watching me with a lazy, amused expression that didn't entirely conceal the sharp intelligence in his eyes. Professor Miller, he announced, raising his voice. The room gradually fell silent, everyone waiting for the madness that was about to unfold. Your guild is the lowest of the low, the dumping ground, home to the rejected, the freaks, and the forgotten. Miller's eyebrow arched slightly. I turned to face the crowd, surveying the sea of astonished faces. Everyone here is fighting for a place in a pre-established kingdom. I have no interest in inheriting a throne. My eyes met Natalia's. Her face was a mask of confusion and growing horror. I could read her thoughts as clearly as if I had shouted them. "What are you doing?" I turned to Miller. "I'm here to build one. And an empire isn't built with polished stones. It's built with the jagged, broken, discarded stones whose value everyone else, too blind to see." I took a step forward. The sound of my feet against the marble floor echoed in the silent hall. "It's built with wolves." My voice rang out clear and cold. "I choose the Onyx Hounds." Braxton Miller took a slow drag on his synthetic cigarette and exhaled a long puff of vapor with a tired sigh. He looked at me, then at the other professors. Petrova's icy fury, Takamura's stunned disbelief, Valentine's calculating gaze, and Morris' furrowed brow, and then back at me. A slow, dangerous smile spread across his tired face. "Kid," he said, his deep, drawling voice somehow carrying in the silent hallway, "you're going to be a pain." At that moment, a golden mission notification appeared in my vision. Descartes Path, Onyx Hounds, chosen. Reward unlocked. Legendary trait. Aura of the Kingmaker, Kingmaker Aura. Passive, those who swear loyalty to you see their potential grow at an accelerated rate. There are no leaders alone. Uplift. Centuredo. Their expressions ranging from disbelief to fury. Professor Anya Petrova's fingers paled around her riding crop, a visible vein pulsing at her temple. Her eyes had become glacial shards of blue ice, fixed on Satori with blatant hostility. Satoru Takamura, normally boisterous and enormous, stood gaping. His imposing figure seemed to have shrunk, his broad shoulders hunched forward as if had been punched. Only Elijah Valentine wore an expression of intrigue, his lips curving into a slow, appreciative smile. He studied Satori with the intensity of a scientist who had just discovered a fascinating new specimen. Haney Mori had abandoned her characteristic hunched posture, sitting upright like a stick as she stared at Braxton Miller, her purple eyes wide with disbelief. Braxton took one last long drag on his cigarette before stubbing it out on the arm of the chair. He ran a hand through his perpetually disheveled hair and sighed. "Okay, kid, get off the stage. You're holding up the line." He slurred, and his disdain somehow amplified the gravity of what had just happened. Satori turned and walked back toward the crowd. The sea of uniformed prospects parted before him. Some recoiled as if infected. Others watched with renewed fascination. No one spoke. No one dared. Director Luna cleared his throat, a sound like distant thunder in the silent hallway. "We will continue with recruitment," he announced in a deep, firm voice despite the unprecedented situation. Rank 2, Kinjiro Tanaka. A tall, handsome young man with immaculate black hair strode confidently to the podium. His posture and bearing exuded aristocracy, the antithesis of satirist deliberate rebellion. Kinjiro Tanaka, Professor Petrova spoke first, her voice clear and with renewed authority. "Centuredo, I choose the Argent Sentinels." A wave of polite and relieved applause swept through the room. Order had been restored. The natural hierarchy was reaffirmed. Rank 3, Natalia Kuzmina. Natalia froze for a moment before taking a step forward. Her purple hair reflected the light as she walked to the podium. Her face, a mask of serenity that wasn't reflected in her eyes. Inside, her thoughts swirled like a whirlwind. The Onyx Hounds? The rejected? All our plans, all our carefully prepared preliminary work, thrown away by an impulsive statement? Then, when he reached the podium and faced the guild masters, a new thought crystallized in his mind. Her eyes met Satyrus in the crowd. He was watching her with serene intensity, a question hovering in his gaze. In that instant, her resolve hardened like a diamond. A king is nothing without his queen. Professor Petrova spoke first. "Natalia Kuzmina, your control of telekinesis is exemplary. The Argent Sentinels will welcome you with open arms. The Scarlet Ghosts need warriors with your power," Takamura announced. "The Cobalt Vipers value your strategic mind, Valentine added gently. The Verdant Strikers would benefit from your versatility, Mori concluded. The 4 prestigious guilds had submitted bids. The path was clear. Everyone knew where Natalia Kuzmina, daughter of B-rank hunter Luka Kuzmina, belonged. Natalia looked directly at Professor Petrova. "Thank you for your offer, Professor." She paused, letting the expected acceptance hang in the air for a moment. "But my path lies elsewhere." She turned to face a visibly surprised Braxton Miller. "I choose the Onyx Hounds." The room erupted. Exclamations and gasps echoed off the ceiling. If Satyr's choice had been shocking, Natalia's was incomprehensible. A rank 3 prodigy, daughter of a respected hunter, following the highest-ranking prospect to the lowest guild in the academy? It violated every unspoken rule. Professor Petrova's face hardened, transforming into a mask of personal affront. Valentine's smile widened slightly. Morris' eyebrows rose to his bangs. Takamura let out a surprised laugh. Braxton Miller stared at Natalia, then at Satori, then back at Natalia. He shook his head slowly. "This year is going to be a nightmare," he muttered. The recruitment continued. Names were called out. Decisions were made. But something had radically changed in the Great Hall. The certainty of destiny had been replaced by the spark of possibility. Rank 5, Skylar Amain. The girl with indigo hair and pink highlights walked to the podium with her hands in the pockets of her uniform. "Skylar Amain," Valentine purred. "Your phantom smoke demonstrates remarkable creative application." Centurato, her gaze shifted to Braxton, and a lazy smile played on her face. "Misfits always have the best music." "Onyx Hounds." Miller closed his eyes briefly, as if praying for strength. "Rank 7, Rafael Vargas." A burly young man with auburn hair strode onto the podium, practically vibrating with energy. His amber eyes were fixed on Takamura, burning with blatant ambition. "The green forwards would appreciate your strength," Mori offered with a smile. "Onyx Hounds," Miller added, in a resigned tone. Raphael barely heard them. He stared at Takamura, waiting for the invitation to the Scarlet Ghost that surely awaited him. Takamura watched him for a long time, then nodded. "You have power, boy," he roared, his voice filling the room. "But you have no control. You're a last one. The ghosts don't need a wild dog that can't obey a command." Raphael's fists clenched at his sides, and for a moment it seemed as if he was going to attack the venerable professor. Braxton Miller leaned forward in his seat. "You want to prove the old man wrong, kid? Come break down my walls." "Onyx Hounds." It wasn't an invitation, it was a challenge. "Fine," Raphael grunted, turning to Miller. "I choose the Onyx Hounds." Chapter 170. And so the troubles began. Rank 9, Pan Sumin. The pink-haired girl practically floated toward the podium, her movements delicate and hesitant. She still seemed somewhat dazed from her earlier transformation, her large blue eyes slightly unfocused, as if returning from some distant place. Her small, trembling hands nervously fiddled with the worn shell charm that hung from her wrist, a humble talisman from her fishing village, which she carried like a life preserver in that overwhelming sea of strangers and expectations. "The Verdant attackers value your potential," Sumin-san, Professor Mori said affectionately. "Your aspect has extraordinary applications for team support and synchronized combat maneuvers. The Cobalt Vipers see great things in your future." Valentine added with a sharp-toothed smile that never reached her calculating eyes. She leaned slightly forward, her blonde hair reflecting the platinum light. "Such nascent potential deserves careful cultivation." Sumin didn't even glance at them. Her ocean blue eyes had already found Satori in the growing Onyx Hound section, lingering there for a moment before settling on Braxton Miller. A light blush colored her cheeks as she gave him a small, shy bow, her shoulders rounded as if trying to make herself even smaller. "Oh, Onyx Hounds, please," he whispered, his voice so soft it could barely be heard beyond the podium. "Of course it is," Miller whispered. "Rank 15, Juan Navarro." The lazy-eyed boy walked to the podium with the leisurely gait of someone who found the whole process tedious. His squinty eyes scanned the room with feigned disinterest, though those paying attention could see him pause to assess the key figures before moving on. The Cobalt Vipers value your analytical mind, Valentine offered in a silky voice. Your pattern recognition skills will flourish with the right guidance. The Green Strikers appreciate your tactical acumen, Mori added, leaning forward with genuine enthusiasm. You would make an excellent field coordinator. One yawned loudly, not bothering to cover his mouth. He glanced at the growing Onyx Hounds section, noting its increasingly eclectic composition, and then at Braxton Miller, who was already leaning back in his chair, an unlit synthetic cigarette dangling from his lips. The path of least resistance is usually the most logical, said Juan, dragging out the words, with an unexpected sharpness beneath his languid tone. Onyx Hounds. Braxton groaned audibly. Rank 22, Noah Gray. A slender figure with short blonde hair and piercing, attentive amber eyes approached the podium. Despite wearing a male uniform, Noah's feminine features were unmistakable, though her military bearing and rigid posture seemed designed to deflect attention. Noah's fixed gaze never left Anya Petrova, and his body language displayed the perfect military posture of a soldier awaiting orders. The Green Attackers would appreciate your defensive capabilities, Mori offered with a curious nod. Your kinetic weave aspect has notable applications for frontline protection. The Cobalt Vipers see potential in your strategic mind, Valentine added, clasping his fingers together. Such dedication to perfection deserves a good education. Noah barely responded to the offers, his already rigid shoulders tensing slightly. The room fell silent as everyone awaited what seemed inevitable. Petrova's invitation to the Silver Sentinels. Come on, I need to be with Miss Vance. He never arrived. Braxton Miller let out a long, weary sigh. He straightened slightly in his chair, meeting Noah's shattered gaze. Looks like you need a place to land, soldier. We got a spot for you with the rest of the discarded. Onyx Hounds. Noah hesitated, the inner struggle visibly intensifying behind those amber eyes. Pride battled despair, ambition need. Then, with a rigid, formal gesture, his military training prevailed over his emotional turmoil. Affirmative. Noah joined the Onyx Hounds, standing slightly apart from the others. His back straight. A perfect soldier among rebels, an elite weapon now gathering dust with the debris and broken toys. Rank 26, Emi Aoyama. The blue-haired girl practically jumped onto the podium, her face glowing despite the tension in the room. The Green Attackers would greatly benefit from your healing abilities, Mori said with genuine warmth. Your support capabilities would flourish among our teams. Emi smiled politely, but her gaze had already fallen on Satori and Natalia. Thank you, Professor, but she's already decided. Onyx Hounds. She chanted. Ranks 30 and 31, Akari and Hikari Miyamoto. The twins walked to the podium as one, drawing admiring glances. Identical in face, but opposite in manner. Akari's gait, a slow and graceful sway. Hikari's, a barely contained burst of energy. The guilds presented their bids, but the twins barely listened. They whispered to each other, a private conversation that ended with identical nods of agreement. Akari stepped forward, a sharp smile playing on her bravado. Her emerald eyes locked onto Satori. We chose the Onyx Hounds. The twins joined the growing collection of misfits, flanking Satori like lionesses who had found an interesting new playmate. Rank 38, Jacob Williams. The nervous boy with glasses crawled to the podium, clutching his datapad like a shield. Sweat beaded on his forehead. The Verdant Strikers see value in your analytical skills, Mori offered kindly. Jacob's gaze frantically scanned the hallway until it found Satori, who gave him an almost imperceptible nod. Jacob's shoulders relaxed slightly. Onyx Hounds. He stuttered, nearly dropping his datapad in relief. The draft continued. 2 more names were mentioned. Malachi Moore, a tall, dark-skinned boy with a serene intensity, and Marco Diaz, a cheerful prospect with a radiant smile. Both chose Onyx Hounds without hesitation. And then it was over. Braxton Miller looked at the list in his hands, and then at the 12 prospects now united under the Onyx Hounds banner. It was impossible. Unprecedented. The number 1, number 3, number 5, number 7, number 9, and half a dozen other top 50 prospects. His guild, historically the dumping ground for troubled students, was now, in theory, the most powerful student guild in NVA history. She buried her face in her hands with a groan that echoed throughout the hallway. No one in the great hall, not the furious professors, not the zealous candidates, not even Director Luna himself truly understood what they were witnessing. They believed they were witnessing an act of academic rebellion, a hilarious historical reversal. They had no way of knowing they were witnessing the birth of something far more significant. The first meeting of 12 misfits who would one day be known to the world not as bloodhounds, but as the sovereigns. And in the center, the puppeteer, the stray dog himself, Satoru Nakano, observed the surprised faces of the new Vane Academy. And she smiled. End of Volume 2. Iron in the Fire, Chapter 171. Everyone has an opinion about the stray dog. The first video was posted at 8:47 p.m., exactly 6 hours after the recruitment ceremony concluded. Hunter Hot Takes. Live now, Mila Chen's face filled the screen, her platinum blonde hair styled in 2 buns that had cost more than most people's monthly rent. The split screen showed Chloe Park on the right, her cat ear headband flashing with neon LED lights. All right, Hunters. Mila's voice had that tone that made teenage girls grab their phones and middle-aged men complain about kids these days. Before we begin, I need everyone to sit down because what I'm about to tell you is going to blow your minds. Chloe bounced in her chair, the camera shaking. Mila, I'm already sitting down, and I can't take this anymore. The NBA recruitment just happened, and the whole system is in ruins. We're talking about a total institutional collapse. Total collapse is too mild a word. Mila tapped the desk. An image exploded on the screen. Red hair and piercing eyes frozen in that moment of the gala. The number 1 prospect, none other than Satoru Nakano, has just publicly rejected all 4 elite guilds to join. A disco scratching sound effect. The Onyx Hound's emblem appeared, that 3-headed dog with broken collars, looking both pathetic and defiant. The Onyx Dogs. Both girls shouted in unison. The ONYX. Dogs. Chloe clutched her face. The guild that literally everyone makes fun of. The guild that hasn't ranked higher than 5th in 12 years. The guild where troublesome cases go to die. And he wasn't alone. Mila read from her tablet, scrolling frantically dash. Number 3, Natalia Kuzmina, followed him. Number 5, Juan Navarro, that gorgeous sloth who doesn't seem to have been awake a single day. Number 9, Pan Su-min, who, according to my sources, completely lost control of his transformation during the combat trials and turned into a wild fox, which is very impressive. By the way, very good, all right. Then we have the Miyamoto twins at 30 and 31, Jacob Williams at 38, and about 6 more prospects from the top 50, all jumping in to join this ragtag guild. Mila paused for a touch of excitement. That's half the top 20 choosing the last place guild. The camera focused on Chloe's face. The forums are calling it the Onyx Uprising. HeroNet crashed twice due to traffic. Snapgram engagement metrics show a 400% increase in NVA-related content. This is the story. Well, but we're capable of what everyone thinks. Mila pulled out another photo, this time from the gala. Satoru in that dark gray suit, sharp jawline, those eyes that seem to see right through the camera. Is this man building a large team? Because if you look at the list, he's got Natalia Kuzmina, who is a standout talent. It's impressive to underestimate him. Censuredo am just asking questions. Mila threw up her hands in feigned innocence. Is Stray Dog assembling the toughest hunters in the NVA for his personal super team? Is this a romance? A rebellion? A cool power play? All I know is that guy has energy, and I appreciate his vibe. Anyway, Chloe interrupted, tears welling in her eyes. If you want to follow this story, use the hashtags Onyx Uprising, Stray Dog Saga, and NVA Draft. We'll be live streaming all night as more details emerge. This is Hunter Hot Takes, reminding you to stay dangerous, gorgeous, and subscribed. The video ends with both girls making heart shapes with their hands. In 1 hour, it had 8 million visits. Gate break. VBN live stream. The studio lighting was cold and professional. Park Hyun-jae sat between Sterling Weaver and Isaiah Foster, his posture perfect and his expression neutral. The opening credits appeared. Welcome back to Gate break. I'm Park Hyun-jae, and gentlemen, I've covered this industry for 15 years, and I've never seen such chaotic data flows. He turned to Sterling Dash. His initial reaction to the Onyx Hounds' unprecedented recruitment. Sterling Weaver looked like a man struggling to keep from exploding. His face was red, and the veins in his neck were bulging. When he spoke, his voice vibrated with barely controlled fury. It's a disgrace. Each word came out broken, violent, an absolute disgrace. That kid got on stage and spat in the face of every tradition, every protocol, every principle that makes this system work. The Argent Sentinels offered him a future. The Scarlet Ghosts offered him power. And he chose to be the king of the garbage heap. He leaned forward, pointing his finger at the camera. I don't care about your assessments. I don't care about your elegant rhetoric. This is either supreme arrogance or dangerous anarchism. And frankly, I don't know which scares me more. Isaiah, Park Hyun-jae's tone remains perfectly serene. Isaiah Foster hadn't looked up from his tablet. His fingers moved across the screen, displaying graphs and data flows. When he finally spoke, his voice had that particular quality of someone reciting mathematical data. I completely disagree, he said, looking at Sterling. This isn't anarchy. It's a market correction. A market, Sterling stammered. Let me finish. Isaiah opened a holographic screen. Look at the data. 12 prospects. 9 of them in the top 50. 3 in the top 10. The Onyx Hounds have just acquired, in a single afternoon, what amounts to the most dangerous concentration of unconventional, high-potential talent in the history of the Academy. The hologram changed, displaying probability matrices. The guild system has operated on a simple premise. Elite guilds acquire elite prospects. Safe bet. Predictable returns. But predictable returns have their limits. What Nakano did was consolidate all the statistical outliers, the unpredictable variables, the high-risk, high-reward prospects that make traditional guilds nervous. That's crazy. Isaiah's smile was faint. From a purely investment perspective, it's the boldest move I've ever seen. The question isn't whether it's legitimate, but why. Park Hyun-jae leaned in slightly. Are you suggesting this was planned? I suggest it's statistically improbable that it was spontaneous. Isaiah opened another screen. Public records show that B-rank hunter Luca Kuzmina and Onyx Hounds instructor Braxton Miller attended the NVA together. They were teammates for 3 years. They're close friends. Kuzmina's stepson is Satoru Nakano. The studio fell silent. There's a 78% chance this was orchestrated months in advance. A secret agreement to fill a single guild with carefully selected talent, using family connections to subvert the entire recruitment process. Sterling's fist hit the desk. I knew it. It's rigged. A total fix. They should investigate Kuzmina, Miller, and that Nakano guy should be disqualified for. Sterling, Park Hyun-jae interrupted gently. We're just speculating. Do you have any proof? I have pattern recognition, which is not proof. I returned to the camera. Centurato Sterling kept muttering about investigations and misfortunes. Official press release on HCV, document ID, VHC, PRNVA 001 topic. Composition of the NVA First Year Guild aired. 9:23 p.m. Draft A for immediate release. The Valeria Hunters Commission congratulates all selected candidates on their ranking within the guild. This year's draft has resulted in a number of dynamic and unprecedented guild compositions that we believe will foster innovation and healthy competition within the academic environment. The VHC has full confidence in the NVA faculty, including Professor Braxton Miller of the Onyx Hounds, to nurture this exceptional generation of talent. We look forward to the innovative synergies that will undoubtedly emerge from these new team structures. The Commission reaffirms its commitment to equity, transparency, and continuous excellence of the Hunter education system in Valoria. All questions related to the Guild's location should be directed to the New Vein Academy administration. End of transmission. The Black Door Files. Encrypted blog post title. Forget the secret deal. You're not asking the right questions about Anomaly. 01. Published. 10:47 p.m. Draft Day author. Censored. Everyone's talking about Luka Kuzmina and Braxton Miller. Former partners. Family connections. A conspiracy to manipulate the Onyx Hounds. It's a good story. Clear. Simple. Satisfying. It also completely misses the point. Let me give you some facts that the entertainment channels won't touch. Satoru Nakano's final combat test is called Scenario 999. For those who don't follow VHC protocols obsessively like me, it's a simulation that hasn't been implemented in 7 years. Do you know why? Because it has a 100% failure rate. It's not that most people failed. Everyone failed. It's designed to be impossible to win. Nakano received a perfect score. Its combat efficiency was rated at 98. Its appeal reached the maximum on the scale. Vega, the AI that has been evaluating prospects for a decade, flagged its performance with an anomalous data signature. This had never happened before. But let's back up a bit. The VHC Gala. Everyone focused on her speech, her rejection of Julian Valerius, her viral stray dog moment. No one questioned why a late-stage C-rank protester was invited to an event that normally only hosts prospects with confirmed interest in Elite Guild. No one asks why President Serafina Vance herself spoke to him privately after the confrontation. Nobody is connecting the dots. Satoru Nakano. The same surname as Dr. Kenji Nakano, the disgraced Gates theorist who disappeared 8 years ago after his research on transdimensional consciousness was classified as Level 7 by the VHC. The researcher who claimed that the aspects were not random genetic mutations, but fragments of something else that seeped through the gates. The researcher had a wife and a son. Public records indicate that Kimiko Nakano, a former resident of Greystone Park, married B-rank hunter Luka Kuzmina 2 years ago. She has one biological son. Coincidence? In a world governed by cause and effect, I don't believe in coincidences. Everyone wonders why 12 great promises followed him. That's the wrong question. The question is, what is he? Chapter 172. My viral moment was a distraction tactic the night before we set sail for the island. I lay in my bedroom staring at a half-full duffel bag, as if it could offer me the meaning of life. No. Just black clothes, toiletries, and the vague existential fear of community life that crept up my back like a centipede of social anxiety. Satori. Natalia's voice drifted from my bed, where she had settled in wearing my sweatshirt and a pair of shorts that were clearly a size too small for her. Her lush purple hair spilled across my pillow like real silk, and she lifted one of my worn black t-shirts between two perfectly manicured fingers, examining it with the clinical disapproval of a prosecutor presenting irrefutable evidence. Not all. Now you're the number one prospect. Not some neighborhood thug scraping by on scraps and street fights. You have an image to uphold. I looked at the shirt. It was comfortable. It was worn. Practically a second skin that had weathered the storms of my life by my side. It's a comfortable shirt. It's a disgrace to everything we're building. She dismissed him with the nonchalance of a queen banishing a particularly disappointing peasant from her court. My king will not be seen in public looking like he's slept in a garbage dump. We have an image to project. The absurdity of Natalia Kuzmina, telekinetic prodigy, extraordinary bravado, and third best ranked in the entire nation, acting as my personal fashion advisor and image director, should not have been endearing. Anyway, it was in that twisted, possessive way that my bravado tightened every time she asserted her rights over me. Fina. But if I have to wear shirts in the dorms, they'll blame you when some handsome, jealous, attachment-prone, designer cologne-wearing guy stabs me. He grinned, a sharp, confident smile spreading across his face, accompanied by a mischievous twinkle in his eyes as he tapped his datapad. Talk about jealous boys with attachment issues. The screen turned toward me. Hotshot to Hunter. Turn up the volume. Oh my God, were they recording that? My stomach sank as if I had just fallen off a cliff. The vertigo of public exposure unexpectedly hit me hard. Mila Chen's face filled the screen, eyes wide, a mask of feigned surprise and delightful gossip. Cinchuredo, the determined walk to Braxton Miller that at the time had seemed like such a good idea. Natalia watched me as I watched him, those piercing purple eyes tracking every micro-expression that crossed my face. You're analyzing him. I can see your brain working. I took the datapad from his hands and rewound to the moment the video started trending. The numbers were climbing fast. Too fast. The interaction rate was staggering. The actions multiplied, following patterns that seemed less like human behavior and more like coordinated bot farms. Something definitely didn't add up. Of course, I'm analyzing it. This isn't organic. There's something strange about the propagation pattern. What? Natalia tilted her head. Curiosity replaced her mocking smile. This was forced, I said quietly as I reviewed the data. Someone really wanted it to go viral. Natalia sat up straight. Her previous playful energy evaporated, giving way to something more alert and focused. Why would anyone want to make you famous? What's the purpose? Good question. Although it was a mistaken instinct. I reviewed the raw trend data, comparing keyword associations and search peak patterns. My name was trending higher than Reina Cabana, higher than VHC itself. The numbers didn't make sense. It was statistically impossible unless... My fingers flew across the screen as I opened a new search window, VHC policy. The results flooded in, glossy articles about draft changes, academic funding initiatives, PR ramblings. Nothing substantial. Keep scrolling. Page 2. Page 5. Page 10. Natalia leaned beside me. She watched the screen as I turned pages. What are you looking for? You'll know when I see it. I muttered as I continued to delve deeper into the digital rabbit burrito. Page 17. There it was. A tiny, discreet thumbnail of an academic journal. No video, no flashy graphics or clickbait headlines. Just dry text and a timestamp from yesterday morning. Super high-ranking Veronica Cabana urges a new investigation into the Bermuda Gate catastrophe. I clicked and felt a cold knot forming in my stomach. The article was sterile, critical, nothing like the sensationalist coverage my scheme had received. Veronica Cabana, the celebrated master of the Olympus Augment Guild and one of Aloria's top S ranks, had issued a formal statement demanding a new, independent investigation into Operation Sovereign Lance. She claimed to have obtained previously classified documents suggesting that the VHC knew the anomalous nature of the Bermuda Gate before authorizing the assault. That the deaths of 248 hunters, including 13 S ranks, could have been prevented. The timestamp was 2:47 p.m. My viral moment became a trending topic at 3:32 p.m., 45 minutes later. Satori? Natalia's voice trailed off. Careful. Her fingers brushed against my arm. What happened? Keep reading. The article mentioned the opposition from VHC officials. Denials. Counterstatements about respecting the dead and not politicizing the tragedy. Usual corporate damage control tactics. But buried in the third paragraph was a quote from an anonymous VHC spokesperson. The claims of Guild Master Cabana are baseless and disrespectful to the families of the fallen. The Commission will not dignify conspiracy theories with a formal response. I opened another window. I searched for Bermuda Gate investigation with a date filter for the last week. 3 results. All fringe blogs. No mainstream coverage. Now I search for Satoru Nakano Stray Dog. Cinchuredo. What do you mean? I rotated the datapad so I could see both articles side by side. Veronica Cabana is trying to expose the most controversial policy measure of the HCV, the kind of story that could ruin careers and trigger real government oversight. What happens? A photogenic, underdog hopeful gives a dramatic speech, snubs the elite guilds, and becomes the most shareable and positive content of the year. Tap the screen. 45 minutes, Natalia. That's how long it took my story to completely bury yours. Her face took on several expressions. Confusion. Understanding. Then something cold and sharp that I recognized from our foray into the portal. Rage. Serafina Vance. It has to be. She controls the media narrative in Valoria. President of the VHC, granddaughter of the co-author of the aspect theory that made the whole industry possible. If anyone has the power and the motivation to debunk a story that makes the VHC look incompetent, Natalia finished my thought. It's her. We sat in silence. He took my hand and intertwined our fingers. The cryo-lich ring was cold against my knuckles. So what are we going to do? And there it was. It wasn't a what are you going to do. It wasn't a maybe we should stay out of it. Us. I looked at my queen. I really looked at her. The girl who hated me a month ago was ready to go to war against the most powerful woman in Valoria because they had dared to use me as a pawn. Nothing. Not yet. He narrowed his eyes. Explain. We're students. First year. We have no influence, no evidence. And if we start making noise about the VHC conspiracies, we won't just get expelled. We'll disappear. I reopened the article, pointing to the byline dash. But Veronica Cabana is an S rank. She has resources, reach, and, most importantly, she's already struck first. Someone that powerful doesn't do something like this without support. Natalia accepted it. You want to wait and see what he does next. I want to be strong enough so that when we make a move, they can't erase us like they did my father. The words tasted bitter dash. Centuredo, you know what's so interesting about your viral moment? Everyone's focusing on the drama, the romance, the underdog story. No one's asking why Vega flagged your combat trial as anomalous. I remained still. Natalia's smile was so sharp it made you bleed. Yesterday, I did some research while you were asleep. Vega doesn't measure performance. It's an AI. It evaluates based on pre-established parameters. It only generates an anomaly label when something in the data doesn't fit its understanding of physical reality. Where? This anonymous conspiracy blog called the Blackgate Files posted something last night. He looked it up on his datapad. The same connections I had just made. The same questions, but with an additional detail at the end. The question is, what is he? Natalia set the datapad aside and turned to face me, crossing her legs and leaning forward. So, my brilliant and intriguing king, what exactly are you? This was the moment. He could lie, redirect, give you a different version of the Sovereign Covenant story. Or I could trust her. The liar's brooch was still in my drawer. I wasn't wearing it. I didn't need it anymore with her. Something that frightens the HCV, I finally said. Something they can't understand or control. And if they can't control it, they'll try to weaponize it. If they can't weaponize it, they will kill him. Yeah, Natalia accepted it. The monitoring bracelet, among other things. He reached out and stroked the edge of the black band around my wrist. We have to take this off. Tampering with VHC equipment is a serious crime. That's what we've been dealing with all week, and it hasn't stopped us. She peered at me through her eyelashes. Besides, you're not thinking creatively enough. We don't need to break it. We just need someone to tell us exactly what it's monitoring and how to fix it. I raised an eyebrow. Natalia's smile turned malicious. Guess who just recruited the most paranoid, tech-obsessed information broker of our year? Jacob Williams. Jacob Williams. The kid practically worships you after you saved his life in that simulation. One kind word from the legendary Stray Dog and Hell Hand over all the classified VHC schematics he's stolen. I had to admit it, it was a good move. You're getting terribly good at this. I learned from the best. He spoke against my jaw. So here's what I think. We arrive at the academy. We establish our power base with the Onyx Hounds. You use your magic on the timid ones like Sumin and Jacob. Make them feel valued and protected. They'll take care of the aggressive ones like Raphael and guide them down useful paths. And Emmy? Natalia's expression shifted, just for a second. Then it returned to its original, smooth, perfect form. Emmy is mine to handle. I know her. I know how she thinks. You captivated her. You got her interested. That's good. It gives you cover. It gives us an excuse to spend time together as a group. She pronounces the word in the air, but will be the one to properly integrate her. Trust me, she'll listen to me when the time comes. I don't want you to continue without me. That seems fine to me. Okay, then we're in agreement. We play along. We smile for the cameras. We build our little kingdom in the Guild of the Rejected. And behind the scenes, we discovered what your father discovered that frightened them so much that they erased him from history. I pulled her close in a tight hug, and she embraced me warmly, resting her head against my barato. Her domestic environment contrasted perfectly with the conspiracy we were plotting. You know this could get us Barato, right? Natalia's smile was bright and fierce. I'm going to be an A-rank hunter, Satori. Danger is quite literally my career path. She leaned toward me and lowered her voice to a whisper. Besides, you already promised me a throne. Queens don't run from fights. Chapter 174. The Rules of Combat of Our Secret Kingdom Curse C. When did I become the kind of man who finds murderous ambition so attractive? There's one more thing. I reopened the analytics, showing her the botnet patterns. This level of media manipulation requires enormous resources. We're talking top-tier PR agencies, maybe even VHC's own insight division. Someone spent a fortune to make sure my story overshadowed Veronica's. So we have a goal. No, we have a shadow. HCV is too big, too nebulous. We need a face, someone we can put pressure on. Natalia's eyes lit up with understanding. Celeste Vance. Celeste Vance, he confirmed. Seraphina's beloved little sister. The only person in the world the Ice Queen of the VHC truly cares about. And, conveniently, she'll be living on the same island as us for the next 4 years. So you're thinking? I nodded. Get close to Celeste. Gain her trust. Find out what the older sister knows and what she's hiding. And if we're really lucky, we found influence. Exactly. Natalia remained silent for a long time, thinking. Then she shifted beside me, leaning close and cupping my face in both hands. The cryo-lich ring was so cold it made me shiver. Promise me something. It depends on what it is. When we burn it all down, he said in a firm, confident voice, when we expose what they're hiding and make them pay for using us as puppets, we'll do it together. Not you protecting me. Not me supporting you from the shadows. Together. As equals. The former Satori Nakano would have accepted anything she asked of her in this position. Kalen Leone would have filed away the promise and broken it the moment it became inconvenient. But this version of me, this chimera of the two of us, looked at my purple-haired queen and realized something deeply inconvenient. I meant it when I said, together. Always. Natalia leaned in and gave me a tender barato on the cheek. When she finally pulled away, her expression was soft and her gaze was thoughtful. Okay, now finish packing. We're leaving in 8 hours, and that suitcase is only about a third full. I was distracted. Why? Because of your own viral fame. Because of you. She blushed. Even now, after all, certain compliments still got to her. Flatterer. Just honest. I barato another shirt, this one I approved of. Although, speaking of distractions, we have to talk about the logistical nightmare it's condemned us to. Natalia tilted her head. What nightmare? Onyx House. Quince people. Thin walls. A hyper-vigilant instructor who probably sleeps with one eye open. I folded my shirt wrong. He took it from my hands and folded it correctly. I frowned as I realized the situation. My hands paused mid-fold. All right, the room is shared. Exactly. We looked at each other. Extra practice sessions after hours in the training room? He asked. Too obvious. Raphael would probably try to join in, thinking it was real training. He pressed his barato together, thinking dash. Tool closet? Have some self-respect. You're a queen, not some janitor's girl. Soundproof study rooms? If they exist, everyone else who has a secret relationship will have the same idea. Natalia sighed, collapsing dramatically onto the bed. This is going to be agonizing. Do you know how hard it was to see you smile at Emmy today? Do you know I couldn't just hold you and remind you who you belong to? You spied on us. I was overseeing tactical supervision. You hid behind a mailbox. Strategic positioning. Censuredo for when we're in the academy. I'm listening. Natalia raised a finger. Rule number 1. No loud gatherings in the bedrooms late at night, unless we're absolutely sure everyone is asleep and we can be quiet. Define silence. He kicked me in the shin. I'm serious. Yes, I don't want another mom incident. Okay. Rule 1 accepted. What else? Rule 2. If you're going to flirt with recruits like Emmy or Celeste, text me first. I need to be prepared. In the know. I don't want to be caught off guard like at the coffee shop. You followed me because you didn't write to me. She crossed her arms. I'm your partner, Zatoi. Your cornerstone. That means I get notified in advance before you get involved with other girls. Deal. Anything else? Rule 3. He leaned forward, lowering his voice dash. When we recruit new pillars, when we bring them into the covenant, they'll be there. I want to see what you do to them, how you train them and shape them into who they need to be. I want to learn. Oh, that was new and surprisingly compelling. Do you want to watch your king outmaneuver his opponents? I want to help. Her eyes gleamed. You set yourself. I am your queen. That means your court is my court. Your pawns are my pawns. And if I'm going to rule alongside you, Cinchuredo, right? You want to see me form alliances with other women. Help me plan it. Maybe you'll even participate. Yeah, without hesitation, without shame. And that doesn't bother you? Does it make you jealous? Of course I'm jealous. He leaned in until our noses almost touched. But I'm also a realist. Your pact needs pillars. We need allies, power, people we can trust in a world that wants to use us or destroy us. And what if those people are exceptional women? He shrugged. Then I'll make sure they know their role in the group. Were they? They follow my lead. Always. He barato me once, soft and brief. Cinchuredo, well identify which of our new guild mates are active, which are passive, and which are potential pillars. And Celeste Vance? It's a long game. We can't rush it. It's too important. First, we need to consolidate our position, to earn respect. Then we'll act. Chapter 175. My girlfriend is a better revolutionary than I am. Natalia climbed the stairs, her tactical mind already analyzing scenarios. Then she glanced at my desk, where Bartolome, the immortal snail, was slowly devouring a lettuce in his absurdly expensive terrarium. We're really doing this, aren't we? We're going to war against HCV. It's not war. It's infiltration. It's intelligence gathering. Well smile, well train, and well act like model students while we unearth all the buried secrets they don't want revealed. I pulled her closer, and when we have enough ammunition, we burned down the whole rotten system and built something better from the ashes. Now you're thinking like a revolutionary. She laughed. Really? The sound was bright and genuine, the complete opposite of the sedition we were plotting. My friends would die if they saw me now. Miss Perfect, the girl who colors her notes and never breaks a rule, planning to investigate VHC. You broke a lot of rules with me. That's different. You're worth it. He leaned close to me. They're just corrupt bastards who need to be brought down a peg. Fair distinction. I got a notification on my phone. I took a look at it. Emmy, I can't sleep. I can't wait for tomorrow. Are you excited? Natalia saw it too. Her expression changed. The warmth disappeared. You like it a lot. Lose. You're going to break her heart. Maybe. Or maybe she'll become something more. A true believer. Someone who chooses us with full awareness of what we're building. That's optimistic. I replied, excited and nervous. Tomorrow is an important day. Rest, Emmy. You've earned your place. Sent. Natalia watched me with an unreadable expression. Do you really like him? Or is he just another objective of the mission? The question was a trap. We both knew it. I like that she's genuine. Sweet. Simple. I looked into her eyes. But she's not like you. Nobody's like you. Smooth. That's right. The suit was facing me on the bed. You're my cornerstone, Natalia. The foundation of everything in building. Emmy is potential. A maybe. But you're a certainty. He softened, snuggling up to me. You're getting better at calming her down. Practice makes perfect. We stayed there, in comfortable silence. Outside, the city of New Vane glowed in the darkness. A million lights concealing a million secrets. Satori? When we win. When we're on Barato, and all those who underestimated us are looking down at us. He tapped idle patterns on the table. What do you really want? Power? Fame? Revenge? Good question. What did he want? Kalen Leone had wanted to survive. Then respect. Then fear. The original Satori wanted, what? To stop being invisible? And this version, this chimera? I want autonomy. The word seemed fitting. I want to be strong enough that no one, not HCV, not the gods, not fate itself can control me or push me into a role I didn't choose. I want to write my own story, not dance to someone else's script, even if that script comes from literal gods. I thought of Nell, Apollo, the audience. Especially then. Natalia smiled. Good answer. She yawned. The day's weariness was finally catching up with her. Wake me up at 5. We should leave early so we can avoid the rush to get to the ferry terminal. Bossy, do you like it? Unfortunately, she fell asleep within minutes, her breathing stabilized. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling. The pieces were starting to fall into place. My father's interest in HCV, my mother's warnings, the monitoring bracelet, the suspicious timing of my viral moment. Serafina Van Cess cryptic comments at the gala. They knew something about me, or so they suspected. Either way, they were watching me. They were studying me. They were using me. And the worst part? I didn't even know who I was yet. The system, the gotcha, reincarnation, it was all opaque. Nell gave me just enough to operate, never the full picture. I was a weapon that didn't know its own caliber. Thinking so loudly I can hear it from here, Nell whispered in my mind. Are you chickening out, protagonist? Just thinking. The questions generate existential fear. Existential fear is terrible for ratings. Why now? She asked. Why make my story go viral just when Veronica Cabana is trying to expose HCV? If Serafina had wanted to hide me, she could have simply not invited me to the gala. Not let me take the test. Made me disappear without a sound. Perhaps I can't, Nell said, his tone almost thoughtful. You're not the only one playing with incomplete information, Satori. Even gods have rules. Even presidents have limits. What does that mean? It means you're more interesting than you think. An interest in this world is both a blessing and a curse. Before he could press further, Nell fell silent. Typical. I looked at Natalia, my beautiful, ambitious, and psychotic queen. She had followed me into the unknown without hesitation. She was ready to go to war against forces that could annihilate us both. And tomorrow we would arrive on that island and begin to build an empire from the ruins. Bartholomew finished his lettuce, leaving a shiny trail on a decorative rock. At least someone is having an easy night, he murmured. The snail, immortal and absolutely indifferent to the cosmic drama surrounding its existence, began its slow journey towards a piece of cucumber. Lucky little creature. I checked my phone one last time. Emmy had sent a good night message. A photo of her teddy bear wearing a tiny Evian uniform that she had apparently sewn herself. Mr. Patches is ready for the academy. See you tomorrow, Satori. Natalia stirred in her sleep, murmuring something that sounded like my name. I closed my eyes and let the mysticism trait work its magic, feeling the tiredness disappear as my body repaired itself at a supernatural speed. We had 6 hours left before we left. Centuredo. No alarm. No gradual awakening. Just instantaneous awareness. The kind you get after weeks of waking up in unfamiliar territory, always alert to the sound of footsteps in the hallway or the click of a doorknob. She remained motionless, listening to the gentle rhythm of Satyrus breathing beside her. Centuredo. She turned her head on the pillow and studied him. He looked younger asleep. The sharp angles of his face softened, the constant reflection behind his eyes temporarily suspended. His red hair fell in disheveled waves over his forehead. One arm rested on his head. Centuredo, who had taken everything she thought she knew about power and determination and shattered it to pieces. She wanted to wake up like this every morning for the rest of her life. She looked at him with a quiet smile, completely at peace with the person beside her. The sheets had bunched up around his barato overnight, leaving him partially uncovered. An idea was formed. They had perhaps an hour before they had to get up, before they had to pack their last things and head to the ferry terminal, before they assumed their new roles as model students at New Vane Academy. This was their last morning of true peace. She was determined to make him talk. Moving quietly, she gently lifted his arm and slipped out of bed, sitting up carefully beside him. Centuredo, 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 to share a quiet, barato moment together, feeling a deep closeness in the air. This was their king, and she would honor him as he deserved. He leaned close, offering a gentle, caring gesture that spoke of devotion. The barato stirred something powerful and warm within her. She sighed softly. Centuredo, 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 stay there. Let me take care of you. she said softly, barely above a murmur. She leaned in close, offering gentle reassurance. Satyrus' breathing changed as she rested quietly beside her. She felt the exact moment he woke up, the subtle change in his posture, the tension that settled into his frame. She shifted beside him as he pressed a soft barato to her temple. Then his hand rested gently in her hair. Without pulling, she simply lay there, her fingers brushing through the purple strands. Cinchuredo, his gaze following every movement of her head, every expression she made. The power dynamic was clear. She was on her knees, presenting something to him. But the look in her eyes told him something different. He was allowing her to take the lead. She allowed him to express himself in the only way that seemed appropriate, then gently pulled away and caught her breath. "Good morning," she said softly. Cinchuredo, 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 a strange, echoing sound filled the silent room, immediately followed by her muffled scream. She arched her back as she got out of bed. She rolled her eyes. Her telekinesis burst forth in an uncontrolled surge, rattling the blinds and causing a glass on the nightstand to teeter dangerously close to the edge. Cinchuredo's powerful strikes left her gasping and scattered her thoughts like leaves in a storm. He leaned close and spoke near her ear. A king does not ask permission to enter his own throne room. His words were dark, commanding, and relentless. Cinchuredo, 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 Cinchuredo. Then his barato curved into that dangerous smile that she had come to crave like oxygen. "Miser, only for my king." He shifts slightly, rolling them so she's resting on his barato instead of being held beneath him. Her fingers traced indiscreet patterns on his skin. Cinchuredo, she rested her head against his collarbone. "It's your fault for being so good at this." A low rumble came from his barato beneath her cheek. "Good girl. You handled it all like a queen." The compliment sent a warm flush through her. She snuggled closer, breathing in the familiar barato of him. This was all she needed. Then he gave her a playful swat. "Take a shower, princess." His voice changed, becoming more serious. "We have to catch a ferry." She groaned, burying her face against his neck. 5 more minutes." "No, you're cruel, and you'll make us late if you keep wasting time." He was right, of course. They still had to finish packing. They had to make sure nothing incriminating would be left behind. They had to transform themselves from the disheveled, exhausted mess they were in now into presentable candidates for the academy. But for one more moment, he allowed himself to be weak. She let herself cling to him as if he were the only solid thing in a world that kept moving beneath her feet. "I'm scared," she whispered against his skin. His hand stopped at her hair. "Arsonist of what? Let this end when we get on that ferry. Let's go back to being strangers who can't stand each other. Is that what you think will happen?" "I don't know." She lifted her head to look him in the eyes. "I don't know how to do this. How to be your queen in public when I can't even touch you." Her expression softened. Just a little. He cupped his face and touched his cheekbone with his thumb. "You're already my queen, Natalia. The rest is just acting. But, say, do you trust me?" She didn't hesitate. "Yeah, then trust me. I won't let anyone take this from us." Her gaze remained intense and unwavering. Not the academy, not the VHC, not even the gods themselves. The conviction in her voice made his barato ache. She barato him, softly, slowly, and tenderly. When she pulled away, her barato curved into a teasing smile. "Now get yourself in the shower before I decide to barato you again, and we miss the ferry altogether." She laughed despite herself. Then she gasped as he finally stepped away from her, a wave of relief washing over her. She rose from the bed with a fluid movement, stretching with a quiet sigh. The morning light illuminated the defined muscles of her back and the firmness of her shoulders. As she watched him cross over to the bathroom, she glanced his way. He stopped at the door and looked back at her. "Next month?" She followed him down the hall. Chapter 178. Proper maintenance. I looked at her in the mirror as she walked behind me, and the sight made me forget how to breathe for half a second. Her hair was a glorious mess, spiky at angles that should have been illegal. She looked wild and untamed, like someone who had just run a mile through a storm. There was a faint flush on her cheeks and a few smudges of color on her neck and collarbone, like a garden of wildflowers scattered across her skin. Cinchuredo, she was still catching her breath. I could see the rapid pulse in her throat, a steady rhythm that matched my own racing heart. Her other hand absently brushed the collar of her shirt, holding the fabric as if anchoring herself. I think I hate you a little." Her voice came out raspy and tired. She stretched and winced, bravado her sore legs. I turned on the water and adjusted the temperature until steam began to rise around us, filling the air with a moist warmth that clung to our skin. The sound of the shower echoed against the tiles. Cinchuredo, 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 and it was impossible not to feel a strong presence behind her. The closeness felt comfortable and made me wonder if the system had modified my physique specifically to suit hers. Her whole bravado for a second. Then she confidently stepped closer to me, her movement slow and deliberate, showing a confidence that wasn't there when we started. "You know," she said, her voice cracking and sounding a bit hoarse, "I think I need to register that thing on the VHC. It's a weapon of mass destruction." I couldn't help it. I laughed, and the sound echoed off the tiled walls, bouncing around us in the damp room. It felt strange to laugh so freely, a reminder of how much had changed between us in such a short time. "A dangerous weapon, princess." I gently nudged her aside and moved past her, just enough to startle her. She stumbled forward, catching herself against me as the path grew steeper, her hands gripping the rail for balance. We didn't have time to linger. The ferry wasn't waiting, and my first impression at New Vane Academy wasn't something I could afford to ruin. Not with the grand plan I had in mind. I bravado the soap, lathering it between my palms. My hands were so big they completely covered the bar when I put them together. So big they were surprising, and right then I was going to use them to scrub down the car thoroughly. The soap smelled of sandalwood and something vaguely citrusy. It was expensive, bought by Natalia, nothing like the generic store-brand soap I used. She carried herself with elegant poise, completely at odds with the cold, distant image she projected to the rest of the world. It was hard to believe this was the same girl who looked at me as if I were something shed taken off her boot. The same girl who had mocked me if I dared to breathe in her direction just a few months ago. Now, her head rested on my bravado, her eyes half closed with happiness as we sat together in comfortable silence. Cinchuredo, 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 she had a wonderful figure, and I held her close as we stood together. She leaned her head against my bravado, and we shared a quiet, meaningful moment. Cinchuredo, 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 removing my hand despite his desperate attempt to keep it in place. "Relax, princess." I bravado her temple, ignoring her frustrated groan. "We have to take a ferry, remember? I hate you." The words contained no poison, only a desperate frustration that made me want to give up and end what I'd started. "No, you don't." I smiled, catching the smell of her shampoo, something expensive and floral that I couldn't quite place. "Really, really." She pulled away from me, liar. I held her gently by the bravado, keeping her steady as she shifted in my arms. She turned to face me, looking up with those stunning purple eyes. Water streamed down her face, making her eyelashes stick together in dark tips. Her cheeks were flushed from the heat of the shower and her own excitement. She looked like some kind of angry water deity, beautiful, dangerous, and utterly unforgettable. Then she leaned in and bravado me, a fierce and overwhelming moment that made my knees tremble. His hands tangled in my wet hair. Cinchuredo, Cinchuredo working the shampoo into the long, purple strands as she hummed contentedly, those sounds that would undoubtedly stay with me. The soothing feeling of her hair between my fingers felt surprisingly close and personal. There was a quiet trust in letting someone wash your hair, a vulnerability that Natalia Kuzmina would never have shown the old Satori. She returned the favor by gently working her fingers through my hair while we sat in the warm water, a surprisingly pleasant moment between the two of us. I closed my eyes and allowed myself to savor this moment of peace and quiet before we had to face the real world again. By the time we got out and wrapped ourselves in towels, the bathroom was thick with steam. The mirror was completely fogged. Our reflections were barely vague, ghostly outlines. Water pooled at our feet on the tiled floor, creating small puddles that would probably annoy Kimiko later. Natalia grabbed a smaller towel and began untangling her hair, cursing under her breath whenever she came across a particularly stubborn knot. Dang it, how do you always manage to tangle my hair so much? She glared at me, but the effect was ruined by the way her barato was trying to curl upwards. I was about to offer to help when a new aroma wafted up from downstairs, piercing even the lingering smell of soap and shampoo. Miso soup, freshly cooked rice. The unmistakable smell of grilled fish and the subtle, sweet aroma of tamagoyaki. The unmistakable smell of a traditional Japanese breakfast. My good mood evaporated like the steam that surrounded us, replaced by a cold fear that settled in my stomach like a stone. Kimiko. She was supposed to be at her friend's house until tonight. That was why we'd chosen last night for our special evening together. The house to ourselves. No chance of being interrupted. A perfect plan, now ruined by her early return. Natalia noticed the change immediately. Her hand, drying the towel, stopped and lowered it, turning to look at me with those sharp eyes that missed nothing. The joy vanished from her expression, replaced by concern. What is it? Breakfast is ready. The simple sentence carried the weight of our shared problem. Kimiko was home. Kimiko, with her terrifying maternal intuition. Kimiko, who had been watching us closely ever since she surprised us in the living room that day. Natalia came up beside me and placed her hand on my arm. She leaned her head lightly near my barato, and we looked at each other in the mirror, which was gradually becoming clearer. Her purple hair was darker when wet, almost black. My red hair looked like blood in that light. We made a striking couple, too striking to hide what we meant to each other from anyone with eyes. Don't worry about her. Her voice was soft and soothing, her breath warm in my ear. We have a plan, remember? The fake breakup. The public animosity. It's going to work. I didn't have the courage to tell her that Kimiko probably had a head start on us, playing chess while we were still learning to play checkers. That mothers had an instinct that transcended logic. Centuredo in a way that seemed appropriate for the reputation of New Vane Academy. Natalia wore the standard school uniform neatly. The pleated skirt reached a modest length above her knees, in line with the school's dress code. Natalia adjusted her collar in front of the mirror and frowned at a red patch on her neck from bumping into the training equipment that morning. An irritation was forming just above her collarbone, visible despite her attempts to straighten her uniform. She swept her hair forward, trying to hide it, placing the strands over her shoulders like a shield. Donbote. I approached her from behind, gently moving her hair aside to reveal the mark. Admit it. If anyone asks, you were training. Training. Her lips twitched, a trace of that morning's joy returning to her eyes. Is that what we call it now? Do you prefer challenging training? Intense physical conditioning? Stress-relieving exercises? I looked her in the eyes in the mirror, one eyebrow raised in defiance. In fact, she laughed, and the sound eased the tension that had gripped us. She turned her head and leaned in close to say goodbye, careful not to leave any lipstick marks. She was getting better at this secrecy thing. We were both doing it. I went to my desk and carefully began dismantling Bartholomew's terrarium. The little guy was munching on a piece of lettuce, completely oblivious to the morning's chaos. His shell gleamed with a faint, unnatural sheen that hinted at his bronze status. It must have been great to be immortal and not care at all about human drama. Did you really bring the snail? Natalia watched me work, her expression a mixture of amusement and disbelief. She leaned against the wall, arms crossed. To the most prestigious hunting academy on the continent? He's immortal. Yes, he's family. I carefully transferred Bartholomew to a smaller travel container ID bought specifically for this. The snail didn't even stop eating lettuce, seemingly indifferent to his change of accommodation. Let's not leave the family behind. Even if that family was a bronze-level relative who did absolutely nothing but exist and eat lettuce, I had strangely grown fond of the useless little gastropod. Perhaps because it was the first tangible proof I had that the system wasn't just a hallucination, that it actually had power in this world. Sometimes you're so weird. There was genuine affection in her voice. Not the mocking kind I'd grown accustomed to in our early days. The genuine kind, which made me feel absurd things, like oppression and warmth at the same time. I wasn't used to someone looking at me the way she did now, as if I were something precious, something worth protecting. My phone vibrated, interrupting the moment. Lucas text. I got called in for an early briefing. Sorry I missed you guys. Go make me proud. Both of you. Love you. There it was. A reminder that we were actively deceiving one of the few truly good people in this messed up world. A man who had taken me in for no reason at all, who treated me like a real son, who believed in me when no one else did, when I didn't deserve even a shred of his faith. And I repaid him by betraying his daughter and dragging her into a conspiracy against the most powerful organization on the continent. Material for Son of the Year, right there. The guilt was a physical weight that pressed on my shoulders and churned my stomach until I felt awful. He trusted me, and not just with his life, but with Natalia's too. The person he cared about most in the world, and I had swayed her, turned her into my willing accomplice in a plan that could end us both. Natalia saw the message over my shoulder. Her smile faded, the light in her eyes dimmed. The weight of what we were doing descended upon us like a spoilsport, suffocating and cold. She moved away from me, creating a distance that seemed to symbolize the chasm between the life we desired and the reality we faced. He's a good man, she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Yes. The word was insufficient, but I couldn't say more because of the lump in my throat. He's going to be devastated when he finds out. She glanced down at her hands, twisting them nervously. It was one of the few gestures that betrayed her true displeasure, a sign I'd noticed long before we became close. Lose. We stood there for a moment, dealing with the reality of our choices. Morning light streamed through the window, casting long shadows on the floor, illuminating the dust motes that danced in the air between us. In that light, Natalia looked younger, more vulnerable, a reminder that, despite all her strength, she was still just a teenager, caught up in a game with risks she couldn't fully comprehend. Then Natalia straightened her shoulders and watched her as she donned the armor. The Ice Queen's expression slid across her face like a mask, transforming her from the soft, warm woman I had held in my arms into the cold, untouchable princess the world knew. She raised her chin, her gaze hardened, her posture stiff and perfect. We'll take care of that when necessary. He was right. We did it. But knowing it didn't ease the pain in my chest, I secured Bartholomew's briefcase and tucked the liar's brooch inside my jacket. Its weight was calming against my chest, and the cold metal warmed quickly against my skin. At least I'd know when Kimiko mentioned it, even if I couldn't stop her from seeing right through me. It was a small advantage in a game where I felt increasingly outmatched. I took one last look at my room. The bed was still unmade, the sheets rumpled from a restless sleep. I should probably change them before we left, but there wasn't time. Another clue Kimiko had to find, another piece of evidence pointing to what we'd done. Kimiko's voice came from below, clear and melodic, cutting through my thoughts like a knife. Satori, Natalia, breakfast is getting cold. The innocent words held a hidden meaning I couldn't decipher. Was there knowledge there? Suspicion? Or was I simply paranoid, seeing threats where none existed? In any case, we couldn't hide in my room forever. It was time to face reality and see how well Wed acted. Cinchuredo. Not for a single second. The words hit me harder than they should have, loosening something that was pressing on my chest. I reached out and touched his cheek with my knuckles, a gesture too tender for the monster he pretended to be. Me neither, princess. Me neither. Chapter 181. How to weaponize love and break your mother's heart in 3 easy steps. Natalia and I went downstairs together. My hand found her back, a gesture that would have been automatic for any couple coming down for breakfast. Except we weren't just any couple, and this wasn't just any breakfast. This was the last meal in the house where I learned to pretend I was human again. The dining room was bathed in morning light, that golden glow typical of an advertisement promoting healthy family values. Steaming rice simmered in the pot. Miso soup laced in lacquered bowls. Grilled fish was served on small plates with artistic flair. It looked like an article from Perfect Japanese Breakfast monthly magazine. I felt like I was at a funeral. Kimiko was standing by the counter, her back to us. She was wearing a simple blue yukata, and her red hair was tied back in a low ponytail. "Good morning," I said. She turned away. Her smile didn't reach her eyes. "Good morning, Satori." "Natalia, please have a seat. Everything is ready." Natalia moved to her usual seat. I took mine. Kimiko brought the fish to the table. She placed the pickled vegetables on it. She poured green tea into cups that made no noise when they touched the saucers, thanks to her great control. I watched her as she served breakfast, as if I were defusing a bomb. One wrong move, and everything would explode. The silence was suffocating. I picked up my chopsticks. The sound of wood against wood echoed too loudly in the silence. Natalia sipped her tea. The soft clinking of the pottery was like a gunshot. "Did you sleep well, Satori?" Kimiko's question was directed at me. Only me. She hadn't looked at Natalia even once. The liar's brooch felt cool against my chest. She wasn't lying about her concern. She really wanted to know. "Yes, okay." Kimiko approached and took a sip of tea. Her eyes fixed on me, blocking Natalia as if I were a ghost haunting the table. "Are you sure you have everything packed? Ferry sails at noon. Traffic to Terminal 7 can be unpredictable on weekends." "I'm sure of that." More silence. Natalia pushed the rice in her bowl with her chopsticks. She hadn't touched a bite. I could feel the weight of Kimiko's unspoken accusations crushing the air between us. This whole charade of normalcy was her version of an execution. Death by painful civility. Kaylin's instinct screamed at her to lie, to divert attention, to build walls and deny everything until she had no choice but to accept the version of reality she had been given. But sitting there, watching Kimiko pretend that her heart wasn't breaking, I realized something. She didn't want me to fail. She was terrified of what would happen if I succeeded in the wrong way. The best deception wasn't a fortress of lies. It was a glass house. Let her see inside. Let her see just enough truth, so she felt she still had some control. Give her a narrative she could live with, even if it hurts a lot. I put down my chopsticks. The sound made them both look up. "We need to talk." Kimiko's fingers tightened around her teacup. Natalia stood very still beside me. "Satori no." I pushed my chair back. I stood there, frozen. I walked around the table to where Natalia stood frozen, her eyes wide. I held out my hand. Natalia looked at my hand as if it were a live grenade. I kept it extended. I waited. She took it. Her fingers were cold and trembling. I helped her to her feet, keeping our hands clasped. I turned to face Kimiko with Natalia beside me. Kimiko paled. Her teacup clinked against the saucer as she set it down. "What are you doing?" "I'm telling you the truth." I looked directly into her eyes. Those warm hazel eyes that had looked at me with so much love when Satori was just a chubby little boy who didn't know how to tie his shoes. "I love her." The liar's brooch stayed fresh, because I meant it. During all this time, I was so focused on the plan, on the manipulation, on building my empire, that I missed the most obvious truth that was right in front of me. I loved Natalia Kuzmina, not as a chess piece, not as my cornerstone, nor as my queen, nor as any of the other titles I had assigned to it. I loved her. The silence dragged on. Natalia's hand pressed so hard against mine that I thought my bones would break. I was breathing in short gasps. She looked at me as if she had never seen me before. Kimiko opened her mouth. She closed it. Suddenly, her eyes filled with tears. He loves her. His voice broke. Centuredo, I know what the world would do to us if it found out. I know all the reasons why this is a terrible idea. I looked at Natalia, at her purple eyes filled with tears, at the girl who had gone from hating me to being the only person in this world I cared about. That's why I tried to push her away. That's why we orchestrated that fight. I thought if I could be cold to her, if I could find someone else, maybe I'd get over it. The brooch remained cold, because the fear was real. The desire to protect what we had built was real. I was just distorting the timeline, making it seem like love came first and ambition second, when the truth was more complicated. Kimiko brought a hand to her mouth. A tear escaped and rolled down her cheek. Satori, but she's not going anywhere. I turned completely to Natalia. Her face was a sea of conflicting emotions. Shock, joy, fear. I can't take it anymore. I brought her hand to my lips and kissed her knuckles. She trembled. So this is my promise. To both of us. I look back at Kimiko. I will become so strong that the world's opinion won't matter. I will build something where the Nakano name means power, not scandal. I will be worthy of her. Not because some arbitrary social norm says so. Because I will be strong enough to protect her from any consequences of choosing me. The brooch was ice against my chest. Every word was true. This was the core of it all. Strip away the intrigues, the system, and the puppeteer gods, and this is what remained. I want to be strong enough that no one could take it from me. Simple as that. Kimiko covered her face with both hands. Her shoulders were trembling. The habanero picante was nowhere to be seen. It was just a mother watching her son make a decision that would mark him forever. What about Luca? Her voice broke as she said his name. Satori, what am I supposed to tell him? He asks about you two every day. He sees you together. He's not blind. When he finds out, she shook her head. He's a good man. The best man. He doesn't deserve this deception. There it was. The fatal shot. The only argument he couldn't refute with pretty words about love and kingdoms. Because she was right. Luca deserved better than this. I opened my mouth. I closed it. For the first time in this entire conversation, I had no answer. And then Natalia spoke. We won't tell him. Chapter 182. On my family's new terms and conditions, her voice was calm. Firm. Not yet. You're right, Kimiko-san. She doesn't deserve the pain this would cause her right now. She paused. And we're not yet strong enough to survive what would happen next. Natalia turned to me. Something was transmitted between us in that look. An understanding that transcended words. When the time comes, he'll be the one to tell you. When we're ready. When we're untouchable. He lifted his chin. It's my decision. Kimiko looked at Natalia as if she had never seen her before. You both understand what you're getting into, Kimiko said slowly. This isn't a romantic story where love conquers all. The world is cruel to people like you. The HCV, the unions, the media, they'll tear you apart if they sense any weakness. I tried. Natalia's hand felt firm in mine. We'll be ready. I watched my mother's face go through a dozen emotions. Pain, anger, fear, resignation, and, finally, something that seemed almost like admiration. She had lost. She knew it. We all knew it. Kimiko took a napkin. She dabbed her eyes. When she looked up again, her expression was serene, controlled. The mask was back in place. Then you'd better both get stronger, he said quietly. Quickly. Because the world doesn't forgive what it doesn't understand. And it won't understand this. He stood up. He smoothed down his yukata. He looked at us one last time with eyes that reflected too much pain and too much love. I need to clean. The car will arrive in an hour. She walks away. Her footsteps on the wood were soft, and the bathroom door clicked shut at the end of the hallway. I let out a sigh I didn't know I was holding in. Dang it. Natalia turned towards me. Her eyes were still moist, but she was smiling. She was genuinely smiling. He loves me. Yes. I pulled her closer. I pressed my forehead against hers. It turns out you did. What a surprise. You absolute scoundrel. He laughed. It sounded tearful and genuine. Is that how you say it to me? In front of your mother, during an interrogation? My timing has always been terrible. You came at the perfect time. He bravado me. Soft and sweet. Nothing like the desperate, demanding kisses we'd shared upstairs. This was different. Softer. I love you too. The words affected me more than I expected. 3 simple words that seemed like a binding contract written in blood. Nell's voice whispered in the back of my mind, amused and approving. Well played, King. You've turned a potential checkmate into a strategic retreat. The matriarch's gaze curse persists, but its teeth have dulled. Now it watches you not as a criminal, but as a son making terrible choices. That is plausible. He'll ignore her. I focused on the girl I was holding. Natalia moved away enough to be able to look at me properly. We really need to stop having important conversations right before we head off to major life events, she said. First the exam, now college. What's next? Our wedding vows. Don't even think about joking about that. We'd probably end up getting married in the middle of a gate rupture with monsters as witnesses. Do you know how lucky we are? Of course we do. We stood there for a moment, breathing together. Breakfast lay abandoned on the table. The rice was getting cold. The miso would soon have a crust on it. None of that mattered. Do you really think he'll keep the secret? Natalia's voice was low. I will. I kissed her temple. Because she loves you too. And she knows that telling Luca right now would destroy you both. Eventually we're going to hurt him. Lose. He's going to hate us. Probably. She was silent for a moment. Then, so softly I could hardly hear her, it was worth it. Yes. I hugged her tighter. Yes, it is. The sound of running water stopped. Kimiko would be back soon to finish packing, to help us load the car, to say goodbye with a smile that hid the pain we felt. We had won this battle. We secured the truce we needed. The war had only just begun. My phone vibrated. I took it out, still holding Natalia with one arm. Emmy's text, OMG Satori. I'm so nervous I think I packed too much help. Followed by approximately 17 panic emojis. Natalia saw the message. Her expression changed slightly. Neither jealousy nor resignation. Something in between. You still have to reply to his message. Later. I put my phone in my pocket. Right now, I'm exactly where I need to be. Liar. He nudged me in the chest, right above the liar's brooch. Want to see how it is? You're worried you're losing control. Darn brooch. Good. Maybe a little. It's okay. Natalia stepped back, smoothing down her uniform. She's one of you now. You can worry about her. You're handling this better than I expected. Im Compartmentalitzing. He gave me a forced smile. Ask me again in a week, when we're all living in the same building, and I have to see you being charming to her. You're the one who wanted to recruit her. I know. It doesn't mean I have to like it. That seems fine to me. Footsteps approached. Kimiko emerged from the hallway, her face freshly washed. She had reapplied her makeup. It was impossible to tell she had been crying unless you knew what to look for. I knew what to look for. The car will arrive soon, he said, without looking us in the eye. Make sure you have everything. We will. An awkward pause. Then Kimiko did something unexpected. She crossed the room and hugged me. I froze. My arms hung limp at my sides as she hugged me tightly, her face pressed against my shoulder. Take care of yourself, he whispered. Please. Whatever you do, whatever you take, just come back to me safe and sound. A lump formed in my throat. Kalen Leone had never received a hug like that. As if he mattered. As if anyone would miss him if he disappeared. I put my arms around her. I hug her tightly. I will. I promise. She stepped back. She cupped my face in her hands, just like she used to do when she was younger. Back when old Satoris still lived here and could make her smile without breaking her heart. Sometimes I see it in you, she said softly. Your father. Her eyes met mine. Just try not to make the same mistakes. Whatever he discovered, whatever he did to get himself erased, it wasn't worth losing his family for it. The liar's brooch burned. He was lying. Or at least, he didn't entirely believe his own words. Which meant that he suspected the truth about Kenji Nakano was worth every sacrifice he had made. He'll be careful. No, you won't. I smiled sadly. I'll let go of him. You're your father's son. Caution was never in your vocabulary. He turned to Natalia. For a long moment, they stared at each other. Then Kimiko opened her arms. Natalia hesitated. She took a step forward. She let herself be enveloped in a hug that was equal parts comfort and apology. I'm sorry, Kimiko murmured, for not understanding this sooner, for trying to forcibly separate them instead of helping them be smart about it. Natalia's eyes sparkled again when they separated. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. This agreement only works if you both keep your word. Kimiko's expression softened slightly. Make yourselves untouchable. Because as soon as someone finds out what you mean to each other, you'll need to be strong enough to survive the consequences. We will be, I said. You really are one. Outside, a car horn honked. Time's up. Chapter 183. How to manage a group in the back of a limousine, the car door, closed with a sound like a coffin lid. Soft, muffled, final. I watched the new vein cityscape blur past through the tinted windows, thinking about how I had just used the word love as a weapon against my own mother. Natalia sat across from me, her back straight and her hands folded in her lap. The EVN uniform transformed her into something else entirely. The black military jacket fit neatly across her shoulders, its gold buttons gleaming against the charcoal gray fabric. The gray skirt reached mid-barato, the regulation length, and she wore it with the sharp discipline of a seasoned officer. Her purple hair reflected the morning light, and those piercing violet eyes stared out the window, processing everything that had just transpired. The liar's brooch weighed heavily in my barato pocket. The lie ID told Kimiko wasn't a lie at all, and that was the most unsettling thing. Somewhere between the manipulative machinations and strategic corruption, something real had taken root. I love Natalia, not in spite of her pride and cruelty, but because of it, because she was strong enough to stand by my side without flinching. That didn't make me any less of a scoundrel. It just meant that now I was a scoundrel with real feelings. Gods, Apollo must have been laughing his head off. Nell's voice whispered in my mind. Ah, yes it is. The current ratings are through the roof. The gods love villains with a tragic flaw, and you've just discovered yours. Congratulations, King. You have a heart. How inconvenient. Shut up. The AI driver's voice interrupted my thoughts. Approaching the Asahi district. Estimated arrival in 4 minutes. Watch the neighborhoods change. Viridian Hills gave way to metropolitan areas, where gleaming towers were replaced by apartment blocks. Holographic ads shifted from luxury watches to discount gyms. This was Emmy's world. Honest. Simple. A place where people still believed in heroes without knowing how much they cost. Natalia's hand found mine between the seats. Hidden. Secret. Her fingers intertwined with mine and pressed once. Hard. Censuredo resembling an anime mascot. White thigh-high stockings instead of the classic black. Approximately 7,000 keychains dangled from her backpack. She was the personification of the sun, a cinnamon roll in a world of wolves, and he was about to devour her. The car stopped. The door opened with a whistling tire. Good morning. She came upstairs, instantly filling the room with energy. Sorry, I hope I didn't keep you waiting. Mom made me breakfast 3 times because she's convinced ill-starved at the academy. And then I couldn't find my Lucky Charm, but it was in my pocket the whole time. And he stopped mid-walk. He saw Natalia sitting with perfect posture, as if an ice sculpture had come to life. Oh, Natalia, you look amazing. Natalia's expression softened. Just a little. You look pretty. Emmy was beaming and looked at me with her bright brown eyes. She gasped, just for a second. Satori, he sighed. Wow, you look as if I had dressed in the dark. Like a model. I laughed. She settled into her seat opposite Natalia, next to me. She sat close beside me in the cramped space. Seriously, that uniform looks great on you. I'd say the same. I looked her up and down. The brooch is pretty. What is it? Oh, she touched it, suddenly flustered. It's Pianchan, from that old series, Celestial Guardians. I know it's silly, but it's perfect, I said. It matches your energy. She lit up as if she had just been given a crown. Natalia's hand tightened against mine. A warning. I was being too gentle, too bold. I let go of my hand. Casually, I reached into my bag and pulled out a small paper bag. I brought you something. I thought you might need fuel for the trip. Emmy opened it. Inside, 3 profiteroles from Etoile Celeste. The expensive kind. Her favorites. Her gaze softened. You remembered. It's hard to forget the last time you took 17 pictures of desserts. She clutched the bag as if it contained state secrets. Thank you. Really. You didn't have to do this. I wanted to. The liar's brooch was cool against my barato. True. At some point, I started wanting to make the smile real. Darn. Natalia cleared her throat. So, Emmy, nervous? The conversation shifted. Emmy rambled about packing lists and whether Shed brought too many sketchbooks. Natalia offered advice with the tone of an older person guiding a younger one, presenting herself as the experienced one, the mentor. I leaned back, watched them interact, and felt that something was clicking. This was my outfit. The Queen and the Healer. Ice and light. My phone vibrated. Social media notification. I opened it. Apparently, Stray Dog Watch had gone viral. Great. Just what I needed. My followers skyrocketed overnight. Centurado. Is anyone going to talk about how strong those ARMS are? I went through dozens more. Memes. Analysis threads. Someone had already made fan art of me, standing on a pile of defeated legacy hunters, which was both flattering and deeply troubling. Emmy leaned over to glance at my phone. Her barato pressed against mine. She smelled of vanilla and hope. Oh my God, you're all the rage. Look, someone's compiled your best moment from the gala. She grabbed her phone and played the video dash. Look. The video had dramatic music. It intercut my speech, Julian's blushing, and the audience's reactions. Whoever edited it was talented. They made me look like a revolutionary hero. The comments were even more intense. This guy gets it. I'm sick of these rich kids acting like they've earned their power. The Onyx Hounds are about to become elite this year. Emmy reviewed them, reading them aloud with growing amusement. Natalia watched with a complicated expression, pride mixed with something darker. You have become a symbol, Natalia said in a low voice. Symbols are useful. They inspire people to follow you even when following you is a terrible idea. Really? Emmy looked at me with serious, searching eyes. A terrible idea, I mean. Following you. Ask me again after we survive orientation. She smiled. Deal. Chapter 184. The stray dogs find their kennel, and it's an amazing mansion. The car took an exit ramp, descending toward the coastal road. The ocean appeared, immense and greenish-gray in the morning light. And there, growing larger with each passing second, was the atoll. Emmy pressed her face against the window. Good heavens! Natalia leaned forward against her will. It's crazy. I just stared. The photos didn't do it justice. The needle dominated the horizon like a black monolith. It's nearly 300 meters of obsidian crystal reflecting the clouds. Around it, the gauntlet biodomes formed a huge ring, each with a different environment visible through their transparent surfaces. And at the top, carved into the volcanic caldera itself, the crucible rose like a crown. This wasn't a school. It was a statement, a monument to power. Beautiful, I murmured. It's terrifying, Emmy corrected. The same. The ferry terminal appeared, a huge structure built on the shore. Boats of various sizes lined the docks, from luxury cruise ships for elite families to basic transport vessels for the masses. Our car stopped in a VIP boarding area. We stepped into the salty air and brought the chaos under control. Families tearfully saying goodbye, candidates obsessively checking their passes, personnel in VHC uniforms directing traffic. I grabbed my bag. Natalia and Emmy automatically flanked me. A well-dressed woman with a clipboard approached us immediately. Sator Nakano? That's me. VIP entry for referred prospects. Please follow me. They led us beyond the enormous general departure area, where miles of prospective students waited in endless lines. Envious glances followed us like spotlights. I heard the whispers. That's him. The stray dog. He rejected Argenta for Onyx. Is he crazy? Did you see that Natalia Kuzmina also chose Onyx? What on earth is going on? Emmy kept her head down, visibly uncomfortable with the attention. Natalia walked as if she owned the pier. I stayed somewhere in between, responding to their glances with slight nods, but without encouraging further interaction. We boarded a smaller, more elegant ferry. There were about 50 prospects in total, all high-ranking, all watching me. I saw familiar faces from the trial. Jacob Williams sat in a corner, engrossed in his datapad, staring blankly. Skylar sprawled across 3 seats like a cat, her indigo-pink hair deliberately disheveled. Raphael leaned against a railing, staring into space. And there, sitting alone with perfect posture, was Su Min. Her pink hair was pulled back, revealing the delicate lines of her face. I glanced at myself. Her shy blue eyes met mine for a moment before she looked away. My future court. Assembled. We found seats in the middle section. Emmy immediately pulled out her phone to take pictures of the interior. Natalia took out a book, though I could tell she wasn't actually reading it. She was just using it as a prop to look busy. I checked the status of my system. Active missions. The Sovereign Scum. 1, 3 pillars. Know Thy Enemy. 0 progress. The Siren's Discord. Pending. The Ferris engines roared to life. The pier began to slide. There's no going back now. Hi, Emmy said softly. She had stopped taking pictures. Can I ask you something? Sure. Why did you really choose Onyx? Natalia's eyes lifted from her false reading. Because I'm sick of playing by rules written by people who were born at third base and think they can hit a triple. I pointed to the other ferry, visible through the window, full of desperate prospects. Look at them. Most of them have to work twice as hard for half the recognition. The system is rigged against them from birth. But you're not a zero anymore, Emmy pointed out. You have a C-rank aspect with A-rank potential. You could have joined any guild. I could have. But joining Argent, Cobalt, or any of them means accepting their rules. Their version of power. I leaned forward. The Onyx Hounds are outcasts. Misfits. Problem cases. People the system has already discarded. And you want to prove that the system is wrong. I want to burn the system down and build something better from the ashes. Emmy blinked. That's really intense. You asked. He bit his lip, thinking. Then, in a low voice, I like it. Honesty. Most people would have given me a speech about heroic nobility and defending the underprivileged. I'm not a nobleman, I said firmly. Don't ever mistake me for one. A voice crackled over the intercom. All prospects prepare for landing. Welcome to the New Vein Academy. May fortune favor the bold. The deck will move as we approach the dock. Through the windows, I could see the reception area. More staff in immaculate uniforms. Digital signs directed candidates to their respective union residences. Everything was clean, organized, and completely artificial. This was the cage. Golden and beautiful, designed to break you. Emmy stood up, adjusting her backpack. Okay, take a deep breath. We can do this. Us? Natalia raised an eyebrow. Well, yes. Now we're all Onyx, right? We stick together. You're not wrong, I said, standing up. Her mentality. That's our advantage. The ferry docked with a gentle clatter. The doors opened. The rush began. We left with the others, joining the stream of black uniforms heading for the academy. The air smelled different, like salt, stone, and something metallic I couldn't identify. Magic, perhaps. Oh, blood. It's hard to say. Staff members stood at intervals holding signs. One read Argent Sentinels, North Route. Another, Scarlet Ghosts, Eastland. And there, almost hidden in the shade of a huge pine tree, was a handwritten sign on what looked like cardboard. Onyx Hounds, West Trail. That's us, I said. Professional, Natalia murmured. We took the indicated path. It branched off the main road, winding through an overgrown forest. The sounds of the surrounding landscape faded away. Soon, there was only our footsteps on packed earth and the wind rustling through the trees. This feels like the beginning of a horror movie, Emmy said nervously. Or the beginning of an adventure, he replied. They're the same thing from different perspectives. Good point. The road curved, and there it was. Onyx House. It was magnificent in its own way. A huge Japanese mansion that seemed to belong to another era. Dark wooden beams, a traditional pitched roof with dried blood-red tiles, paper screens visible through some of the windows. The courtyard was overgrown, but not destroyed. Wild, untamed, a fortress for the wolves. Emmy stared. It's huge. It's falling to pieces, Natalia corrected. It's perfect, I said. Chapter 185. The first rule of House Onyx is not to bother the TA with the eye patch. The doors of the Onyx house creaked open beneath my hands, the sound echoing through the empty gin can like the harbinger of an impending storm. The smell struck me first. Old wood, undoubtedly. Dust, undoubtedly. And beneath it, a harsh note of something fermented. Cheap drink. I entered, the sound of my shoes echoing on the polished floor. The entrance stretched before us, lined with cherrywood shoe racks. Each one had a brass plaque, already engraved. Mine read Nakano, S, in crisp letters. It's so traditional, Emmy whispered behind me. Natalia wrinkled her nose. It smells like someone died here and their ghost is drinking to cope. Disgusting. We stepped inside. The Jinkin opened onto a vast living room that could fit my entire Greystone Park apartment 3 times over. Exposed ceiling beams crisscrossed the space. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, cold and bare. Furniture was scattered everywhere. Leather sofas that had seen better days. Low tables carved from individual pieces of dark wood. Even some floor cushions near the windows. And there, lying on the largest sofa like a discarded puppet, was a guy who recognized the exam. His dark, messy hair fell over his eyes. He wore his white uniform shirt untucked, without a tie. A deck of cards lay across his chest, rising and falling with his slow, steady breathing. He looked as if he had fainted mid-journey. Juan Navarro, the genius who mapped our entire route through the Goblin Nest in less than 30 seconds. Am currently drooling over expensive leather. Is he dead? Emmy asked. What a drag. The words rose from the sofa. A green eye opened slightly, rested on me for exactly 2 seconds, and then closed again. What a drag. Powered by solar energy, I thought. The sun hasn't risen, so neither has he. Okay. The voice came from my left. Low, feminine. Centuredo, her white instructor's blouse, was neatly tucked into her black Barado and heeled boots. She raised a bottle that was clearly not water in a mock greeting. She took a slow sip from the bottle sake, judging by the smell, and smiled. Don't listen to him. Juan is allergic to mornings. Responsibility and effort. Calm, your teaching assistant, your moral guide, and designated adult supervision. She pointed at the bottle. Spoiler alert. I'm terrible at all 3. Emmy gave a nervous bow. It's an honor to meet you, Professor Navarro. Carmen, girl. The professor makes me look old. His one good eye slid toward me, sharp and appraising dash. So you were the one who made the internet lose its mind. Apparently. What a bold move. Rejecting Argent, so hell stay with us, the rejected ones. He tilted his head dash. Do you want to die? Or do you simply trust that you'll lead us to the Barado? Inhale. Why not both? Carmen laughed, with a surprisingly genuine sound. Oh, I like you now. Natalia stepped forward, adopting the ice princess pose I knew so well. And a real guild master? Professor Miller? Carmen made a dismissive gesture with her hand. Braz was called away on an urgent matter. She shrugged. You have to be with me until tomorrow morning. Orientation is at 6 o'clock in the basement gym. The front doors burst open. Sumin went in first, dragging a battered suitcase that looked older than she was. Her pink hair was tousled by the wind, and her cheeks were flushed from the walk. She saw me and immediately looked down at the floor with that familiar, shy panic in her eyes. Then Raphael pushed her and walked past her. Her gym bag crashed to the floor with a clatter that rattled the windows. Her ash-blonde hair stood on end in aggressive spikes. Those amber eyes locked onto mine like lasers. You. He advanced in long strides, his fist already crackling with a faint orange energy. Don't think that little trick on the exam meant anything. You got lucky. I'm the strongest here, and I'm the one who's going to lead this guild. So you can take your stray dog nonsense. And I turned towards Sumin. I completely dismissed him halfway through his speech. Hey, is he pushing you? Her eyes widened. And no, he was just in a hurry, and I was going slowly, so it's my fault. Don't apologize for him. I approached, my body language open and discreet. Sumin relaxed his shoulders slightly. Are you okay? Do you need help with your backpack? Yes. Please? Raphael's face went from anger to rage. Being ignored was clearly a new experience for him. Are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Yes. I picked up Sumin's suitcase without looking at him. I heard you. You're the strongest. You're in charge. Understood. I started walking toward the stairs. Anyone else want to claim their place while we do the alpha dog thing? Just drop it. Carmen's laughter was pure joy. Oh, kid, I'm going to have so much fun watching you work. Raphael took a step forward. The air temperature around his fists rose. Centuredo. She smiled, showing her teeth dash. Put me to the test. Raphael hesitative. What he saw in her face made him reconsider. Smart guy. The tension broke as more footsteps echoed on the outside path. Move it. I smell a beautiful battlefield of egos. and I must make my entrance. Jamie DeValle, one of the recommended students, burst through the door like a neon avalanche. His forest green hair reflected the light, and his smile was so wide it revealed all his teeth. He dropped his backpack, struck a bodybuilder pose flexing muscles he didn't know humans possessed, and claimed the room. Her eyes first fell on Raphael. Magnificent. Your trapeze development is exquisite. We'll have many glorious battles, you and I. Then he turned to me, Dash. And you, stray dog. Your speech at the gala made me cry. But before we begin our brotherhood, he reached out with his hand, extended Dash. Centuredo, please? Jacob Williams squeezed through Jamie's hulk like a mouse, escaping a lion. He clutched his datapad to his chest. His glasses were already slipping down his nose. His eyes met mine, and I saw the exact moment I recognized him. Terror. He ran to the far corner of the room and tried to blend in with the wallpaper. The analyst notes. He was afraid of people, but he was probably the smartest person here after one. I like tall, muscular girls, said a lazy voice from the sofa. One hadn't moved, but he had apparently been listening. Jamie's eyes lit up. A fellow truth seeker. Let's talk about our protein shake preferences. That sounds exhausting. Tough step. Chapter 186. List of the damned, the strange, and the annoying. The doors opened again, more slowly this time. Skylar Maine walked in as if she owned the place. Her signature indigo pink haircut reflected the dim light. Her expression screamed, I'm already bored, and we haven't even started. She chewed her gum and went straight to the sofa. She nudged Juan's legs with her elbow. Move it. No. Move, or it'll create the illusion of a fire alarm. Vicious. But he shifted, making room. Skylar slumped onto the cushions, pulled out her phone, and immediately disconnected from the world. Another couple of steps. Heavier ones. The Miyamoto twins appeared in the doorway. Akari entered first. Her tan skin gleamed against her white uniform. Centuredo. Rough diamonds, I said. Or just a little rough. She looked at Raphael, who was still trembling with suppressed anger. Although I love houses that need renovations. Hikari came running in behind her sister, that constant smile on her face. She waved to everyone. Hi, I'm Hikari. This is going to be so much fun. Are we going to do teamwork exercises? I love them. Natalia's eyes narrowed dangerously. Another woman, Isabel Okoye, appeared at the door, and the entire energy of the room changed. The second student recommendation. He didn't rush. He didn't announce himself. He simply walked in with the air of someone born in a throne room. His wine-colored hair fell in perfect waves, and his red eyes scanned us all with the cold assessment of a general inspecting troops. His gaze met mine. It held. Then she moved to an empty chair by the window and sat down, her spine perfectly straight and her hands folded in her lap. A shadow followed her. It was shorter, blonde, and wore a male uniform. Two more boys came in. Malachi, tall and quiet, and Marco, who flashed a peace sign to everyone before claiming a spot on the floor near the fireplace. Carmen finished the rest of her sake. Good. The rules are simple. Don't destroy the house. Don't kill each other, at least not permanently. Your rooms are upstairs on the second floor. The names are on the doors. Boys West Wing, Girls East Wing, Teachers Ground Floor. Centuredo, the curfew is for students I trust and who won't do anything stupid. Since we don't trust any of you yet, let's say 10 p.m. for now. We'll review it once we see who the responsible adults are. Raphael kept staring at me. This is nonsense. The number one prospect should be leading, not hiding behind a drunk. Carmen moved faster than I could keep up with her. In one instant, he was across the room. The next, his hand was on Raphael's shoulder, gripping him gently, yet somehow paralyzing him completely. Finish that sentence, Grenade Pin. I'll take you back. The air shimmered around him. His appearance. He couldn't see it, but he felt it. Reality became slippery, the senses intertwined. Raphael's face paled. I didn't mean to. You were serious. But you're smart enough to know when to call. She let go of him, and he stumbled backward. Good. There's still hope for you. She turned back to the group, again with a professional demeanor. Dinner is at 6 p.m. in the dining hall. First door on the left at the end of that hall. Whether you come or not, I don't care. But if you skip meals, you'll be too weak to train, and then Professor Miller will yell at me. And he'll have to yell at you, and it's all very tedious. One spoke from the sofa without opening his eyes. He's lying. He would never yell. He would only make you feel guilty with passive-aggressive behavior. Shut up, Juan. What a nuisance. Carmen took a new bottle from behind the screen. All right, out of my sight. Go explore. Form bonds. Plan the murders of each other. ITLL, help you process it. She gestured toward the stairs. Your cages await. Nobody moved. We all stood there. That collection of troubled, maladjusted, walking disasters, looking at each other as if we were trying to figure out which one of them would break first. Isabel stood up from her chair. If we're supposed to be a pack, we should at least know each other's names. Her voice was refined and formal. Isabella Okoye. My aspect is Fujin. Wind manipulation and enhancement. A pleasure. Silence. Then Hikari raised her hand like we were in elementary school. Hikari Miyamoto. This is my sister Hikari. I hit things really hard with my flail, and she ties people up with chains. We're a team. We're twins, Hikari corrected gently. And we're very good at what we do. Jamie stepped forward, chest puffed out. Jaime de Valle. My aspect is Star Chain. Every strike is stronger than the last. And my mentor is the great Yuki Hattori. He flexed. Furthermore, I'm available for intense and profound philosophical discussions about the state of the world. A difficult step for both of us, Skylar said without looking up from her phone. Skylar, go smoke. I make things that aren't real seem very real. What an ingenious trick. She blew a bubble with her gum. Noted. Jacob raised a trembling hand. J. Jacob Williams. Bullet time. I'm very good at avoiding getting hit and providing tactical information, and please don't hurt me. We're not going to hurt you, Emmy said gently. Statistically, someone in this room is definitely going to hurt me. Probably him. He pointed at Rafael. Rafael Gruño. Rafael Vargas. Kinetic overload. I'm going to be the strongest hunter this academy has ever seen, and anyone who gets in my way can be defeated. His gaze met mine. Especially you. I yawned. Sumin's voice was barely audible. Pepan Sumin. Kitsune. I can transform. Sort of. I'm still learning how to control it, so if I hurt anyone, I'm very sorry in advance. The quiet boy by the fireplace spoke next. Malachi Moore. Shadow step. I move in the dark. His voice was soft, yet powerful. Marco Camina. The last boy greeted cheerfully. Power palm. I punch things and they go flying backward. Super simple, super fun. All eyes turn towards me. Satoru Nakano. Thermal incision. I cut and burn things. I met their gazes one after the other. And am not here to make friends. Chapter 187. Am not here to make friends. Am here to be your king. The silence that followed my words was absolutely glorious. I watched them all, cataloging their reactions like a butcher examining cuts of meat. Raphael's face had turned so red it matched the Phantom's colors. Jacob seemed to be calculating the odds of surviving the next 10 minutes. Sumin's eyes were wide. His pink hair twitched with nervousness. Skylar just popped her gum again. Then Raphael exploded. What does that even mean? His fists began to crack, blue energy dancing in his knuckles. The coffee table between us vibrated. Do you think you're too good for us? Do you think being rank 1 makes you some kind of god? He took a step forward, his shoulders shaking. You're still just trash that ended up in the same dump as the rest of us. You can't. You're right. I interrupted him mid-speech. My voice was soft, conversational. I let a slow smile spread across my face, like the one Kalen used to wear right before breaking someone's fingers for touching the wrong merchandise. I'm in the same garbage dump as the rest of you. I advanced, closing the distance. Raphael tensed, ready to attack. I stopped just out of his reach. And that's exactly the point. I turned around, facing the whole room, letting myself be seen, letting them really see me. Do you think I chose Onyx out of a noble desire to help the oppressed? I let out a short, harsh laugh. Good heavens, don't be naive. The room fell completely silent. Even one had opened one eye. I chose Onyx out of pure spite. I walked to the center of the room, hands in my pockets, as casually as if I were strolling through a park. I rejected the elite guilds because when I become the strongest hunter in the world, and I don't want anyone saying I got there, because I'm a product of the Silver Sentinels or a creation of the Scarlet Ghosts. Raphael's energy flickered. No, they'll look up at me from the mountaintop. And no, I worked my way up from the bottom. I paused, meeting their eyes one by one. They'll know I took the guild of the rejected, the misfits, the forgotten, and turned it into an empire. My name alone will be part of my legend. Isabel tilted her head slightly. Interesting. Let's get something straight right now. I held out my arms, encompassing the entire shabby, beautiful mess that was Onyx House. I'm not here to hold your hand. I'm not here to be your therapist. I'm not here to make you feel better about yourselves or to validate your trauma. Jacob let out a small groan. I'm here to win. And if you're smart, you'll follow my lead and become stronger than you ever imagined. And if you're not smart, I shrugged. Then you'll fade away and find someone else. Carmen let out a low, appreciative whistle from her position by the shoji screen. Darn it, that kid has a huge ego. She wasn't offended. She looked like she had just opened a Christmas present. The impulse for friendly introductions had died in its infancy. Good. We didn't need friendship. We needed hierarchy. We needed to know exactly where everyone stood. Nobody spoke. Nobody wanted to be the next to break the tension, to appear weak or unimportant after having declared them all expendable assets in my personal saga. The grandfather clock in the corner was ticking. Akari whispered something quickly to Hikari in Japanese. Hikari's smile hadn't changed, but something about her posture had. She was more hunched over. Carmen sighed dramatically. Well, are you all going to stand there staring at your new cult leader? Or are we going to get this over with? She gestured with her sake bottle to the 4 people who hadn't yet spoken. We're still, technically everyone's introduced themselves, but half of you have given about as much emotional depth as a police report. One opened one eye from his nest on the sofa. Juan Navarro, ace of kinetics. I throw things and they explode. His voice was as flat as stale beer. And for the record, I'm not here to be part of anyone's empire. I'm here because this house has the best rooftop for naps on the whole island. He closed his eye again. Keep the drama to a minimum. It's problematic. A perfect declaration of neutrality. The genius lay in completely renouncing the power struggle. All eyes turned to Noah. They stood upright like poles, their hands clasped behind their backs like soldiers at ease. Their amber eyes stared at me with the intensity of a laser. Noah Gray, kinetic tissue. His voice was sharp, professional. Not a single unnecessary word. Tissue manipulation. Confined space specialist. That was it. No frills. A personality flaw. Just cold, hard facts, presented like a mission report. She mentally labels them. The Royal Guard. Loyal to another queen. A problem to be solved. The last 2. Emmy shifted her weight from one foot to the other, suddenly becoming the center of attention. Her blue hair reflected the light filtering through the dusty windows. She tightened her grip on the strap of her bag, her knuckles white. I am Emmy Aoyama. Brisoha. I am a healer. Her voice was soft but clear, and it could be heard in every corner of the room. She looked at me, and I saw it there. The pain. The confusion. I had just told her, indirectly, that the study sessions, the karaoke, and the hand-holding meant nothing. Perfect. She looked at the group. Her reddish-brown eyes were serious and painfully sincere. And I think a team is stronger when everyone supports each other, even if we're not. Ibarato hard. Friends. It was the gentlest reprimand possible. A polite statement of his own values. He wasn't directly challenging me, but he was drawing a line. I don't know how you do that, but I respect your principles. Hold on to them. Chapter 188. The Stray Dog Meets 5 Queens. And none of them will bow. The room was waiting for Natalia. At first she didn't move. She just stood there, arms crossed, staring at the back wall as if she hadn't heard a single word in the last 10 minutes. Then, with the deliberate grace of a queen ascending her throne, she walked straight to my side. I was close. So close that our shoulders brushed. So close that anyone with eyes could read what I was saying. Natalia Kuzmina. Psychic control. Her voice was like ice water poured over silk. Cool. Controlled. Lethal. Finally, he turned to look around the room, his purple eyes scanning them with the kind of disdainful assessment he would give to cattle. And make no mistake, Emmy's face darkened. Just for a moment, but I saw it. Natalia gestured towards me with the smallest and most imperious bow of her head. Friendship is a disadvantage. What matters are results. Her words were measured, each a calculated blow. I didn't follow the number one prospect to the lowest-ranking guild to hold hands and sing camp songs. I came here to win, and I'll ally myself with whoever gives me the best chance of doing so. He had just publicly declared his loyalty, not to the Union, not to the ideal of teamwork. Me, I had presented it as ruthless pragmatism, a reflection of my own speech, but everyone in the room understood the truth. The queen had chosen her king. I looked at her. I let a slow, genuine smile spread across my face for the first time since we walked through those doors. Pretty. Acarus' emerald eyes narrowed, shifting from Natalia to me. Her shark-like smile returned to her lips. Well, she approached, swaying slightly. Looks like they've already chosen a place for you at the head table. Her voice was like sugar on broken glass. Tell me, Kuzmina-chan. Cinceredo purple sparks danced around Natalia's fingertips. Golden light shone in chains around Acarus' wrists. Carmen took another long swig from her bottle. Oh, this is going to be a lot of fun, he murmured. Isabel finally spoke, her cultured voice cutting through the tension like a knife through silk. Fascinating. He rose from his chair with that deliberate grace that made everyone else look drunk. You reject the concept of friendship. Yet you've already established a clear power hierarchy and alliance structure within 5 minutes of meeting your guildmates. He walked toward me, his steps measured. When he stopped, he was so close I could see the deep intelligence in those wine-colored eyes. That suggests you understand that human beings are primarily social creatures who need connections, even if you refuse to call them friendships. You're not really a lone wolf, Nakano. You're a pack leader too proud to admit it. Mar Maldita. She dissected my entire speech in 30 seconds, and I found the contradiction at its core. I held his gaze. Perhaps. Or perhaps I simply understand that a king doesn't ask for friendship. He demands loyalty. And that's the difference. Isabel's lips curved in the slightest suggestion of a smile. Indeed. And which one do you think is stronger in the crucible of a royal gate? Before I could answer, Hikari jumped between us, and that unsettling, permanent smile widened even further. This is so cool. It's like a philosophical debate, but with some truth at stake. He clenched his fist. I love it. Everyone's so passionate. She turned towards me, her head tilted, and asked with the innocent curiosity of a child holding a grenade. Satori, what's your type? The room fell silent again for a completely different reason. My what? Your type. In a relationship. She jumped on her heels. Jamie taught me that asking someone that question says everything about their soul. So what's your type? Akari covered her face with one hand. Hikari, for the love of... No, I want to hear this. Skylar finally looked up from her phone. Her purple eyes sparkled with amusement. Mr. I'm too cool for friendship is here. What kind of girl catches the eye of the stray dog? All eyes on me. Again. Marvelous. I glanced at Natalia, whose expression had become cautious, dangerously neutral. The liar's brooch was a reassuring weight against my chest. The guy who can keep up, I said simply. Jamie ascended with wisdom, as if he had just revealed the secrets of the universe. A seeker of equals, a man who desires to be challenged. This is good, Satori. This speaks to the heart of a warrior. Or a control freak who can't handle someone smarter than him, Skylar said, slurring her words. I turned to her, that bored little gothic princess with her bubblegum-colored hair and dead eyes. Do you have something to say, Chickle? She stood up, stretching like a cat. She walked toward me, invading my space as Akari had done before. But where Akari was intense and captivating, Skylar was cold assessment. I just thought it was interesting. You talk a lot about not needing anyone, but you already have. He mimed counting on his fingers. A second in command who publicly declares his loyalty, a healer who looks at you like you can do no wrong, and a pink-haired combat monster you carry around like a prize. Su Min let out a strangled sound of embarrassment. That's not friendship, of course, but it's something. So, what do you really want, number one? Power? Recognition? She lowered her voice. Or are you just afraid of being alone again? The room held its breath. I smiled. That's a pretty good read for someone who just met me. I leaned in slightly, looking her in the eyes. You're smarter than you look. Lose. He didn't flinch, and you didn't answer the question. Because it's the wrong question. I straightened up. Well, I want is simple. I want to never feel powerless again. Everything else is just a means to that end. Skylar studied me for another long moment and then shrugged. That sounds good to me. But don't expect me to worship you on the altar of your ego. I've seen enough false messiahs in my life. Chapter 189. How to win a fight without throwing a punch. It really annoys people. She went back to the sofa, back to her place, and back to her phone. The tension broke like a fever. Carmen clapped her hands. Good. Now that we've established that half of them have God complexes and the other half are either too smart or too dumb to care, let's get them settled. She gestured toward the stairs. The boys' wing is to the west. The girls' wing is to the east. Their names are on the doors. No squeeching. No visiting me after curfew. If I find anyone sneaking around after hours, they'll have them running around the island in full combat gear. Akari raised her hand. Define visit. Don't me, quedenas. I'm just clarifying the parameters. Sensei. I'm not your sensei. I'm the one who has to file the paperwork if you die. You idiots. Now go. Carmen waved goodbye. Dinner's at 6. Don't be late. Professor Miller hates tardiness almost as much as he hates enthusiasm. The group began to disperse, clutching their backpacks. Jamie lifted his backpack as if it weighed nothing, already chatting with Jacob, who looked like he wanted to melt into the ground. Marco and Malachi headed together toward the stairs, silent and alert. I grabbed my bag. Natalia's hand brushed against mine, so quickly that no one else would have noticed. A secret touch. A reminder. We're in this together. Cinchuredo, do you know what happens to kings who build empires at the expense of people they claim not to care about? Enlighten me. They wake up one day with a knife stuck in their back. His good eye fixed on me, suddenly sharp and completely serious. Because what's with treating people like tools? Tools don't care when you break. She patted me on the barato. But hey, you're young. You'll understand. Or not. And you'll get to witness the spectacular implosion. It'll come out ahead. Carmen walked away towards what I assumed was her room, humming an old drinking song. I was left alone in the living room. Well, almost alone. He's not wrong, Juan's voice called from the sofa. All that stuff about the king without friends. It's a good speech. Very dramatic. I bet the girls were completely captivated. I turned around. He was still motionless, with his eyes closed, as if he had fallen asleep in the middle of a conversation. But kings need advisors. They need people to tell them when they're about to do something incredibly stupid. A green eye flickered open, and from where I'm sitting, you've just painted the world's biggest target on your back. I am conscious. Really? He sat up, finally giving me his full attention. That lazy posture didn't hide the sharp intelligence in his eyes. Julian Valerius will come for you. The other guilds will come for you. And half the people in this house? They followed you all the way here because of that speech during the exam, which means they have very high expectations now. He took out a deck of cards and began to shuffle. You've made yourself the protagonist of this story. Cinchuredo Navarro? The wise, lazy fellow who gives wise advice from the sidelines? The ghost of a smile appeared on his face as he began to deal the cards on the table, each one fitting perfectly despite his languid movements. God, I hope so. Being the clever slacker sounds a lot less troublesome than whatever suicide mission you're plotting in your head. He casually placed a red 7 over a black 8. Easy job. Low expectations. Plenty of time for a nap. So why join Onyx? With your skill, you could have signed up for any guild. Someone with your strategic mindset would be valuable anywhere. Juan snorted, turning over another card. I told you. The best rooftop. His fingers danced across the solitaire. Besides, my cousin Carmen would have beaten me to a pulp if ID joined anywhere else. Family loyalty. He paused dramatically. It's a drag, but what can you do? I filed that information carefully. Carmen Navarro was his cousin. The connection between the lazy genius and our distinctly dressed teaching assistant suddenly made sense. Another piece on the board was revealed. Juan looked at me, and his expression changed to something almost serious. Hey, raise some free advice, since you seem determined to rush headlong into an early death. That girl, Natalia, the one who just publicly chained herself to your sinking ship? She pointed at me with a card dash. She's totally committed. Completely. And that's going to be a problem. How is that? Because as soon as anyone finds out she's more than just your ambitious second-in-command, they'll use her against you. She returned her cards. And you care. I saw it. Just for a second when she was by your side. You really care about what happens to her. The liar's brooch stayed fresh. Sea of damned. That's a weakness. And in a place like this, weaknesses are exploited. Beyond. But what do I know? I'm just the couch potato. Footsteps on the stairs. Raphael came back down in a rage, the veins in his neck bulging. No, he's done with you, she said, pointing her finger at me. You can't just give a dramatic speech and walk away. If you think you're the king of this guild, prove it. I stood up slowly. Do you want to fight? Of course I want to fight. Right here, right now. Prove to me that this empire builder isn't just talk. Juan Gruanez. Can they measure things like that anywhere else? Carmen's voice echoed from where she wished it had vanished. The first person who breaks my furniture will buy me a year's supply of Barato. Shelf sake. Raphael's fists ignited with blue fire. The room's temperature soared. I didn't move. I didn't activate any abilities. I stayed there, with my hands still in my pockets, watching him like a child throwing a tantrum. No. That? I said no. I walked past him, heading for the stairs. I don't fight to prove anything. I fight when it matters. You want to establish a hierarchy? Fine. Wait for the arena. Wait for the rankings. Wait for when beating you actually accomplishes something more than just feeding your fragile ego. I stopped on the first step and looked back over my Barato. But make no mistake, Vargas. When will that day come? I will bring you down. Not because I hate you. Not because you challenged me. But because you will stand in my way. I went upstairs. Behind me, I heard Acarus' delighted laughter. Oh, I like it. It's fun. He's a sociopath, Skylar corrected. The same. Chapter 190. My queen disapproves of my supervillain monologue. I found my room without any trouble. At the end of the corridor, West Wing. Someone, presumably Carmen, had stuck a piece of paper on the door with my name scribbled in surprisingly elegant handwriting. The kind of handwriting I wouldn't expect from a woman who probably ate breakfast almost every morning. I pushed the door open and entered my new domain. The room was smaller than my house, but certainly an improvement over the shabby, cockroach-infested apartment Kaylin had rented in Roppongi during her darkest years. Traditional Japanese style. Polished wooden floors that creaked softly underfoot. A simple futon already laid out. A low desk strategically placed by the window to catch the morning light. Through the sliding glass door, a small balcony overlooked the wild forest surrounding the house. Twisted trees and overgrown vegetation that somehow managed to look both beautiful and vaguely menacing. I placed Bartholomew's terrarium on the desk, checking that the immortal little creature had survived the journey. He was happily munching on a piece of lettuce, completely oblivious to the cosmic drama surrounding his owner. He had no worries about membership applications, manipulating women, or building a power base capable of overthrowing a corrupt society of hunters. You're living the dream, aren't you? I murmured. It didn't respond. Snails rarely do, immortal or not. I unpacked. The clothes were neatly arranged in the closet, the tech components carefully placed on the desk, the liar's brooch tucked away in a specially reinforced pocket of my jacket, where no prying finger would accidentally brush against it. The special pills went straight into my inventory, too valuable and potentially incriminating to leave lying around. The family contract stayed there too, carefully wrapped in protective cloth to prevent accidental activation. Not yet. That particular item needed the right moment to be used, and I had not yet identified who would be the most valuable to me, bound to my eternal service. A loud, authoritarian knock on my door interrupted my thoughts. "It's open," I shouted, already knowing who it would be. Natalia stormed in like a winter storm, closing the door behind her with deliberate control. She had removed her formal uniform jacket, wearing only the crisp white button-down shirt and the black skirt. Her purple hair was slightly tousled, as if she had repeatedly run her hands through it in frustration, a rare break in her usually immaculate appearance. I looked at myself, Centuriato pulling me towards him with fierce intensity. When he turned away, his eyes burned with a dangerous combination of anger and fury. That, she punctuated each word, a finger pressing hard into my barato, was completely unnecessary. "Which part?" he asked, genuinely curious to know which of my many transgressions had triggered that particular reaction. "Do it." "The speech. The ego. He made a wild gesture with both hands. "The whole monologue about the supervillain's origin that you delivered like you were auditioning for the role of most likely to burn the academy down. You literally supported me," she said, "because someone had to do it, and it certainly wasn't going to be the healer with a heart of gold." She turned away, walked uneasily to the window, and then turned back to face me, her skirt billowing around her. "You made Emmy look like she wanted to cry. Your future healer, remember? The girl whose barato we really need? Emmy will be fine. She's tougher than she looks." "That's not the point." Natalia clenched her fists. Then she loosened her fists. Then she clenched them again. "We're supposed to recruit her, not traumatize her." I sat on the edge of my futon. "We're recruiting her. That's how it is." Telling him it doesn't matter? Creating contrast. I looked at her. "You are the barato. Powerful, loyal, ruthless. Everything she admires, but could never be. And the outcast who just declared war on the whole system. Dangerous, ambitious, the kind of man her mother warned her about. I lean on my hands, and she is the light. The kindness that secretly draws us in because we've forgotten what it's like. Tomorrow, Centuriato, you're just angry that you didn't think of it first." She elbowed me in the ribs. Hard. We sat in silence for a moment. The sounds of the house settled around us. Voices from other rooms. Footsteps. The distant thud of something heavy falling to the floor, followed by Raphael's scream. So Natalia's voice lowered. "How badly did I do with that little performance? With Emmy? With everyone? I considered it. You became an easy target. Anyone who wants to get to me now knows they can do it through you. But you also became feared. Respected. No one will underestimate you." I turned to look at her. "You played your hand perfectly. My queen." She rested her head on my shoulder, just for a moment, long enough to remind me that beneath the ice princess and the ruthless second-in-command was the girl who had given me everything in the darkness. "We should go back downstairs. They'll wonder where we went. Let them ask themselves." "Satori." "Fine." I stood up and offered her my hand. She took it and let me lift her. But let it be known, that was the last time we had a private moment until I find a way to give Carmen some peace and quiet around here. "Are you already breaking the rules we established?" "Establishing new ones." I kissed her forehead. "Rule number 1, never waste a good opportunity." She sounded despite herself. We left my room separately. Natalia went first, heading for the girls' wing. 5 minutes later, as I came downstairs, I discovered that almost the entire house had moved into the kitchen. The smell of the cooking meat struck me. Jamie had taken over the stove, cooking what looked like enough chicken to feed a small army. "Protein," she announced, without addressing anyone in particular. "A balanced meal is important, and the temple needs nourishment." Jacob sat on the kitchen counter, datapad unsheathed, typing frantically. Marco and Malachi flanked him, watching him over their shoulders. The twins had claimed the breakfast bar. Akari was sitting on a stool, while Hikari stood behind her. Isabel sat at the head of the dining room table, as if she had been born there. Noah stood against the wall, arms crossed, watching everyone. Sumin wandered near the door, not knowing where he belonged. And in the corner, Skylar had found what looked like an expensive espresso machine and was trying to get it working with the same care as a bomb technician disarming a warhead. Emmy was helping Jamie cook, with her back to me, but I saw the tension in her shoulders. "Satori." Jamie brandished a spatula. "Dude, Is chicken coming? Of course it is. Everyone's coming with chicken. I smiled and went into the kitchen. He might come. Chapter 191. The Maillard reaction has never been so abused. I leaned against the kitchen counter, arms crossed, Centuredo. Because of course he was. Restraint and Jamie DeValle existed on entirely separate levels. Each flick of her spatula sent a chicken burrito soaring through the air with theatrical flair, only to have it slam back into the pan with a sizzle that quickly escalated into a grease fire. That's right. They feel the heat, she shouted to the birds, as if her enthusiasm could compensate for her utter lack of culinary skill. Her voice echoed off the kitchen walls, so loud it made Jacob shudder on the counter. Fire is your friend. Fire is your ally. Emmy hovered beside him like a battlefield medic trying to triage the unsalvageable dead. He gripped a wooden spoon with both hands, his knuckles white, his expression a mixture of horror and desperate hope that perhaps, just perhaps, he could still be saved. The air had acquired the acrid stench of charred protein, undermined by the faint metallic touch of despair. "Hey, Jamie," she said softly, hesitantly, as if trying to calm a man with a grenade. "Maybe we should lower the temperature? Just a little?" No. Jamie didn't even look at her, too focused on his culinary battle. He turned up the heat, and the blue flame roared in response. Maximum heat equals maximum gains. We need to subject those muscle fibers to an electric shock. Trust the process, Emmy. Trust it. From her corner of the kitchen, Skylar looked up from the expensive espresso machine, which she had somehow managed to coax into cooperation. She took a slow, deliberate sip of her perfectly brewed drink. Her indigo hair with pink highlights fell over one eye. Her faded purple eyes followed the unfolding chaos with the detached amusement of someone watching a train wreck in slow motion. "Is it supposed to be that color?" she slurred, pointing a finger at the blackened chunks of meat. Her red-painted fingernail gleamed in the lights. "Because it looks like something a C-rank gate spawn spat out before it died. It's the color of profits, my friend." Jamie flipped another piece wildly, splattering the stove with a layer of grease. A small fire broke out behind him. He didn't seem to notice. Every charm mark is a testament to the glorious Maillard reaction, the beautiful golden hue of the proteins that fuels the fire of victory and the growth of champions. From somewhere in the room came one's voice, lazy and nonchalant. He hadn't moved from his position, sprawled on the sofa, one arm over his eyes. "He's burning it. Someone tell the idiot he's burning it. Getting up to do it myself is too much trouble." Jacob was hunched over the kitchen table, his data pad open to what looked like a detailed nutritional database. His fingers moved nervously across the screen, his piercing blue eyes darting between the data and the culinary disaster unfolding before him. He pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose with a trembling finger. Actually, he stammered, his voice barely audible over Jamie's enthusiasm. "The chicken's internal temperature should be 74°C, and frankly, I don't think the current method is more fire." Jamie turned the gas burner up to full blast. The flames were rising dangerously high. "Science is for cowards. Cooking is an art of heart." I caught Natalia's eye from across the room. She was standing against the far wall, her arms folded, her purple hair falling in perfect waves over one burrito. Her expression was one of deep resignation, the look of someone who observes a natural disaster and knows there is nothing to do except wait for it to pass. Our eyes met, and she gave me a slight nod, a gesture that conveyed a whole conversation. This is what happens when we let the stubborn idiot take on something that requires more than brute force. Centuredo, staring at plates laden with what could only be generously described as food in the most technical and legal sense of the word. The chicken had an unsettling resemblance to pieces of volcanic rock, blackened and cracked on the outside, but somehow impossibly they retained a suspiciously bright pink color on the inside. It was a culinary achievement that seemed to defy the fundamental laws of thermodynamics, a monument to Jamie's absolute refusal to acknowledge the existence of a middle ground between raw and burnt. Raphael, sitting directly across from me, stabbed one of the pieces with his fork as if challenging it to a fight. He raised it to eye level, tilting his head as he examined it from multiple angles, his amber eyes narrowed in scientific scrutiny. Then, with the reckless defiance of one who had faced the gate spawn and survived, he took a bite. He chewed twice, his jaw working mechanically. Then, very slowly, very deliberately, he turned his head and spat the chewed piece on his napkin when he thought no one was looking. "So," Marco ventured, looking around the table with the hopeful expression of a puppy waiting for a treat. His green eyes were wide and serious. "Is it good? I mean, it's protein, right? Protein is protein. It's—" Emmy's face twitched as she struggled to find words that wouldn't discourage Jamie. Her natural kindness contrasted sharply with the objective reality settling on his plate. "It's very tasty. Really. Intense. Yes, intense flavors." Su Min, sitting to Emmy's left, poked her piece with the tip of her fork as if she were testing whether it would suddenly lunge at her. When the chicken made an ominous sound in response, she immediately dropped the utensil and put her hands back in her lap, her gradient blue eyes open wide in alarm. "I'm not going to eat this." Chapter 192. My rich colleague solved the problem of world Barado Isabel, who had been observing the entire catastrophic sequence of events with the serenity of a monarch witnessing a peasant revolt, finally exhaled a long, elegant sigh. It was the kind of sigh that carried the weight of centuries of aristocratic disappointment, the exhalation of someone who had foreseen the disaster, but had let it happen for observational purposes. He reached into the pocket of his cashmere trousers and extracted his datapad, with precise and economical actions, like a surgeon preparing to remove a particularly offensive tumor from the body of society. "This is inedible," he declared, his voice as smooth as fine wine, but leaving no room for debate or negotiation. His crimson eyes scanned the culinary battlefield with the clinical assessment of someone who had sampled dishes from the finest establishments on 3 continents. "I order pizza from the Gilded Griffin's Hearth. It's the only acceptable pizzeria on the atoll that even meets basic quality standards. Their dough is properly fermented for 72 hours, and their wood-fired oven reaches the ideal temperature for optimal crust development." "Can you just do that?" Malachi asked, looking up from his untouched plate, his dark eyes wide with something close to astonishment. The scholar's voice held the reverence of someone witnessing a small miracle. "So, you'll be delivering here? To the Onyx Hound's residence? I thought most sites banned this address after Julian's flaming sword incident last semester." "Of course." Isabel began tapping across the screen. "Money exists to solve problems. This is a problem. What does everyone want?" A collective sigh of relief swept through the group like a wave crashing on the shore. The tension that had been building up evaporated instantly. Even Jamie himself seemed grateful for the intervention, though he tried to hide it behind a shy smile. "Meat lovers," Jamie and Hikari shouted. "Vegetarian for me. Please," Emmy added gently, raising a hand like a student asking permission to speak. "Extra cheese," Juan shouted from the living room sofa, without looking up. "And stuffed pastry if you have it. In fact, 2. One for now and one for later. Pepperoni and mushrooms," I added, because I might as well take advantage of Isabel's generosity. The order was placed with smooth efficiency. Isabel's fingers flew across the screen as she entered everyone's preferences without needing to ask for clarification twice. Just as Isabel finished paying, Carmen appeared in the kitchen doorway. Her absence during the culinary fiasco was now explained by the half-empty bottle of amber liquid dangling from her fingers. It wasn't store-bought liquor. It was the kind of whiskey that came wrapped in velvet, accompanied by a golden certificate attesting to its prestigious lineage. Her single visible green eye had that blurry gleam of someone who had had a few drinks. She swayed precariously, leaning against the doorframe for balance, a warm blush spreading across her cheeks. Her instructor's shirt was even more disheveled than usual, an extra button having given way in its attempt to hold her up. "The food is on its way," I said, keeping my voice deliberately neutral as I studied his condition. She greeted me with an overly formal gesture that almost threw her off balance. The movement was so deliberate it seemed choreographed. "That's a clever move, kid." "Very clever," she said, drawing out the words, emphasizing each one with a slight nod. "Tactical thinking." She tapped the Barato with the neck of the bottle. "I like that in my students. It shows a survival instinct. A very important quality in a hunter. Very important." "So," Emmy clapped her hands, a sharp sound in the relative silence. Her face lit up with forced cheerfulness. "Maybe while we wait for the pizza, we could get a little more comfortable. Really get settled for the night?" There was a general murmur of approval, and the group began to disperse toward the stairs and their assigned rooms. I headed to mine, grateful for a few minutes of solitude to assess the situation and plan my next steps. I changed into a simple black shirt and dark gray sweatpants. Comfortable enough to relax in, but practical enough to move around if needed. When I returned to the main living room, I was met with what could only be described as a parade of colorful, fashionable sleepwear that seemed better suited for a glamorous runway show than a quiet evening at home. Natalia had opted for a fitted purple t-shirt and black yoga barato. She looked comfortable and ready for the day ahead. Cinturedo, her lightweight athletic barato, showed her toned midriff, and she paired it with matching fitted shorts suited for her training barato. She immediately drew my attention, and I was surprised to find myself staring at her, and she winked at me. Beside her, Hikari was wearing workout clothes, a sports bra, and compression shorts, and was already stretching her legs, completely oblivious to her sister's performance. "Always ready for action," Hikari announced to everyone, her voice radiant with enthusiasm as she collapsed on the living room floor. Chapter 193. The Onyx Dog's first dinner. Thank God, it's pizza. Sumin came in last, Cinturedo. The soft material draped loosely around her as she tried to make herself as small and imperceptible as possible. She hugged a pillow to her barato like a shield, her faded blue eyes darting nervously around the room, clearly uncomfortable with the attention she attracted even as she tried to avoid it. Skylar reappeared from upstairs in full gothic punk lounge mode, a deliberately ripped band t-shirt that read Crimson Ruin World Tour in faded lettering. The rips were strategically placed for style, and her plaid pajama barato had a casual, comfortable fit. She wore black, furry slippers shaped like smiling skulls. Her hair, usually styled with great flair, was now pulled back in a casual bun that revealed the multiple piercings adorning her ears and the elegant line of her neck. Isabel, in stark contrast to the others, exuded a natural, almost insulting elegance in a simple cashmere sweater and silk trousers. The outfit was modest, refined, and somehow made everyone else look as if they had dressed in the dark while drunk. She moved with her usual regal grace, sitting at the head of the table as if she had been born to occupy that very spot. The doorbell rang, breaking the tension. Marco practically ran to open it, returning moments later with a precarious stack of pizza boxes that smelled heavenly after our encounter with Jamie's attempted poultry genocide. While everyone else was swarming over the food with varying degrees of desperation and relief, Carmen, now more noticeably drunk than she had been 10 minutes earlier, staggered over to where I was standing. Without warning or permission, he snuggled up to my side, wrapping his arm around my shoulders. His imposing chest pressed firmly and insistently against my arm, soft and warm even through the fabric of my sweatshirt. You're a strong kid," he slurred. He stumbled toward me, the sharp barato of expensive whiskey on his breath. He shifted more of his weight onto me, apparently deciding I would steady him. Good posture, strong shoulders, perfect for bracing against. "You don't mind, do you?" From across the room, Natalia stiffened. Her purple eyes narrowed, her frozen slice of pizza halfway to her mouth, forgotten. She clenched her jaw, and I could practically see the jealous fury radiating from her in waves. Emmy looked nervous, her cheeks flushing even more as she struggled with her plate and almost dropped it. Akari, on the other hand, simply smiled knowingly, leaning in to whisper something in Akari's ear that made her twin burst into a joyful, cheerful laugh. I was practically trapped, wedged between Carmen's weight and the solid edge of the kitchen counter. Apparently, This was my life now. I'm glad I can be of use, I said tersely, in a carefully neutral tone, even as I felt Natalia's murderous gaze piercing the side of my head. After everyone had eaten their fill of edible food, the energy in the room improved slightly. Stomachs were full, the immediate crisis had been averted, and the group began to relax, almost in an atmosphere of tranquility. But an awkward silence still hung in the air like a fog, thick and uncomfortable. We were strangers, forced together by circumstances, united only by our shared status as outcasts, and the weight of my earlier speech, my declaration that I wasn't there to play house or make friends, resonated in everyone's mind like an unresolved issue. Emmy, always a determined peacemaker, applauded with renewed, almost aggressive joy. "Hi. Well, since we're all here," she looked around, her sapphire blue hair billowing with the movement, her reddish-brown eyes shining with forced optimism. "Does anyone want to play a game? To break the ice, to get to know each other better? What did you have in mind?" Isabel asked in a polite and interested tone, although her wine-colored eyes reflected genuine curiosity. Before Emmy could reply, Skylar looked up from her phone, where she was scrolling through what looked like a music playlist. Her gradient purple eyes met mine with lazy defiance, a perfectly shaped eyebrow arched. "I don't know," he said, slurring his words, his voice laced with sarcasm and deliberate provocation. "Is the guy who isn't here to make friends going to participate in a bonding activity? Or is this beneath the great Satoru Nakano?" I didn't flinch, I didn't react, even though Carmen kept using my shoulder as her personal pillow. I held Skylar's gaze straight on, with a carefully neutral expression and a calm voice. "I'm not here to make friends," I repeated, letting each word resonate with deliberate intensity. "I'm here to win, at everything." I let a slow, confident smile spread across my face. "So what shall we play? Chickle?" His eye creaked at the nickname, and a flash of genuine irritation pierced his mask of boredom. "Point at me." Emmy's expression lit up instantly, relief and excitement flooding her face. "Oh, I saw a cupboard full of board games in the living room a moment ago. We could choose something from there." "Wait," Marco interrupted, frowning as he looked at the assembled group, mentally counting. "We're missing someone. That quiet blonde guy, the one who barely said a word during dinner." "And Noah Gray," Jacob replied politely, without looking up from his datapad. His fingers had already scrolled across the screen, probably opening a full file on the missing student. "Like to see." Raphael grunted disdainfully, throwing his empty paper plate into the trash can. It bounced off the edge and fell to the floor. He didn't bother to pick it up. That guy must be weird. Screw him. Let's play something before I die of boredom. Chapter 194. That the games will begin after a brief search in the closet, which turned out to be filled with an impressive array of pre-breakup board games, all in pristine condition. The group settled on what was objectively the most friendship-destroying and relationship-ruining game ever created by humankind: Monopoly. With 15 people, Juan's voice came from the sofa, tinged with genuine horror at the prospect. "That'll take forever. A real eternity. It's too troublesome to even think about. We could form teams," Emmy suggested quickly, always resourceful. "That would make it faster, and it might even be more fun. Collaborative strategy and all that." "That sounds good to me," I shrugged, careful not to upstage Carmen, who had already committed to keeping me close at hand. "It could be interesting. Satoru and I are a mess, aren't we, kid?" Carmen muttered against my shoulder. She slurred her words, but her grip was surprisingly firm for someone so drunk. "Team Drunk and Dangerous. We're gonna dominate." "Teams," Isabel declared, taking charge of the situation with the ease of someone born to lead. "Well, roll dice to determine the groups randomly. 3 people per team is almost perfect. One team will have to be a duo, but that's acceptable." The results of the random groupings were, in retrospect, a perfect recipe for absolute chaos and barely controlled carnage. Team 1 consisted of Natalia, Jacob, and Akari, the Ice Queen, the Analyst, and the Social Predator. It was a terrifying combination of strategic brilliance, sheer calculating power, and social manipulation. Natalia seemed clearly pleased with the arrangement. Her purple eyes gleamed with competitive fervor. She immediately pulled Jacob toward her, leaning in to whisper something in his ear that made the poor boy pale and begin nodding frantically, his hands trembling on his datapad. Akari simply called out to me from across the room, slow and deliberate, her green eyes promising economic ruin. Team 2 brought together Hikari, Jamie, and Malachi, a concentration of pure, unfiltered physical power, with no strategy whatsoever between the three. Their game plan seemed to consist of Hikari enthusiastically shouting "crush them," while doing push-ups, Jamie echoing the same sentiment, and Malachi, confused but happy to be included. My team ended up being the unlikely trio of Juan, Carmen, and me, the king, the lazy one, and the drunkard. It was going to be a disaster or a masterpiece, possibly both. Juan looked at me with narrowed eyes, his expression one of deep resignation. "He'll take care of the money," he said matter-of-factly, as if it were a burden imposed by cruel fate. "It's too troublesome to let either of them touch it. They'd probably lose it all in the first round." "Hey," Carmen protested weakly, raising her head just enough to look at him. Then, immediately, she let it fall back onto my shoulder. Cinchuredo and the carefree fighter formed a combination that seemed destined to either win spectacularly or implode in the most dramatic way possible. Emmy already seemed to regret every decision Shed made up to that point, while Raphael cracked his knuckles menacingly and Marco bounced in his seat with the excitement of a puppy. The final team consisted of Isabel, Su-min, and Skylar, the abdicated queen, the shy fox, and the goth princess. It was a team of powerful, chronically underrated women, each dangerous in her own way. Isabel assumed leadership naturally. Her regal bearing was beyond question. Skylar followed with bored indifference, clearly content to let someone else make the decisions. Su-min seemed to desperately wish she could disappear into her fluffy, fox-patterned pajamas and cease to exist altogether. "Each team must select its piece," Isabel announced, pointing to the small metal pieces arranged on the board with the elegant gesture of someone who has presided over much more important decisions. After much debate, strategic stances, and a near argument between Raphael and Hikari that almost turned into a physical confrontation over who would get the car, the selections were finalized with all the solemnity of territorial negotiations. Natalia's team claimed the battleship. Hikari snatched it away with an air of naval superiority, Cinchuredo, and capable of inflicting severe burns when handled correctly. Emmy's team selected the dog, which inexplicably brought tears of genuine emotion to Marco's eyes. His massive body trembled slightly as he held the tiny piece of metal in the palm of his hand. "It reminds me of my childhood puppy, Sparkles," he whispered reverently, while Raphael rolled his eyes so hard I thought he might hurt himself. Isabel's team kept the top hat, and Skylar lazily twirled it between her fingers while Su-min watched with nervous admiration. Carmen managed to sit up enough to look at the board with bleary eyes, her green eyes slightly unfocused as she leaned heavily on my barato. "All right, pups," she slurred her words with surprising authority for someone who was running on fumes. "We're going to crush these kids. Show them how it's done. I ran the Monopoly circuit back in my day." Juan let out a sigh of suffering that seemed to come from the deepest, most exhausted part of his soul, his whole body hunched over as if the mere thought of board games were an unbearable burden. "What a drag. This is going to take hours. Someone wake me up when it's my turn, or when I'm done, preferably the latter." Raphael leaned across the table, his amber eyes locked on mine with blatant defiance. His smile was ferocious, all his teeth showing. "You're going down, Mr. Number One. I'm going to ruin you so badly you'll wish you'd never picked up that iron." I slowly looked around the table, observing each face, cataloging each expression, registering each reaction. These were my new guild mates. This collection of talented, damaged, strange, and powerful individuals who, whether they knew it or not, would form the foundation of my kingdom. Some would become my pillars, cornerstones of my power. Others would be pawns, useful tools to be deployed and discarded as needed. All of them, consciously or unconsciously, would serve my purposes in the grand design I was constructing. For now, however, we were just teenagers playing a board game on a Friday night. Sincerito, my team consists of 3 of the 7 deadly since the first round of Monopoly started predictably, which somehow made it worse. Everyone settled into that comfortable rhythm of turning around, flipping numbers, buying properties with barely concealed greed, and exchanging those special glances, the ones that promise betrayal, sabotage, and the ultimate destruction of all relationships in the pursuit of counterfeit money. The coffee table had become our battleground, littered with the remains of our 4th pizza box and the scattered remnants of various strategy discussions that had degenerated into arguments about the color of the dice. "Your turn, Satori," Juan muttered without looking up, his body language screaming that he'd rather be anywhere else. "Try not to screw us up in the first hour, please. I'm already regretting agreeing to be on your team." I nodded and picked up the dice, but Carmen's hand shot out first, surprisingly quick for someone I was 90% sure had replaced her blood with cheapsake sometime in the last hour. "I'm leaving," she slurred, her head still heavy on my barato as she leaned against me. "I'm lucky when I'm drunk." "You're always drunk, sensei," one remarked with the tired tone of someone who had made this observation many times before. "Exactly," Carmen replied triumphantly, raising her head just enough to look at him with a good eye. She made an expansive gesture, as if this demonstrated a profound philosophical idea. "That's why I'm always lucky. It's pure logic, Juan Cohen." "Logic doesn't work like that," he muttered, but she was already waving the dice in her cupped hands as if they were sacred talismans. She rolled over. "Snake eyes." The dice fell on the board with what seemed like a cosmic mockery, landing our iron token directly on income tax, possibly the most depressing square on the entire board besides the one that had landed on someone's hotel. "Your legendary luck is truly admirable, sensei," I said dryly, watching one bend down with a disdainful sigh to hand over 200 to the bank. "I'm inspired, even moved." Carmen gave me a friendly pat on the cheek, clearly loosened up after a few drinks. Her palm was warm and slightly damp, resting there for a moment. "Don't worry, kid. I'm just setting up our comeback story. Every great underdog story needs a rough start. Is that what we call terrible dice rolls now?" Juan asked the ceiling. On the other side of the table, Natalia's team operated with the kind of terrifying efficiency usually reserved for military operations or professional esports teams. The contrast with our chaos was almost painful. Jacob had his data pad propped against a pizza box at a 45-degree angle, his fingers flying across the screen as he researched optimal Monopoly strategies with the fervor of someone decoding enemy transmissions. Akari leaned over his shoulder, her strikingly green eyes scrutinizing the numbers and graphs head pulled out, occasionally glancing up to wink at anyone who caught her looking at him. A multifaceted assault of intelligence, gathering, and psychological warfare. Natalia, sitting with her back straight and an imperial air, arranged the growing pile of property deeds. Each card was perfectly aligned, sorted by color and value. She looked less like a teenager playing a board game and more like a general organizing troops before battle. "Baltic Avenue is statistically the least visited property after the residential ones," Jacob said, his voice becoming increasingly confident and agile, as it always was when he was talking about raw data rather than navigating the minefield of social interaction. "We should focus our acquisitions on the orange and red properties, which have a 23 higher visit frequency due to the proximity effect of the jail and the statistical clustering of—" Yes, we'll crush them with math and probability," Akari interrupted, stroking his head as if he were an exceptionally clever puppy who had just performed an impressive trick. "You're very smart, and we appreciate you for it. Now, 10 cents, which property should I negotiate with Akari next?" Jacob's face flushed slightly at the casual pat on the head and the compliment, his mouth opening and closing. That's not how probability works. I can't predict what properties they'll be willing to trade based on mathematical calculations." "Of course you can," Akari said sweetly, with an even wider smile. "You're a genius, aren't you?" I was already doing new calculations, completely lost. I filed the observation. Jacob responded to the praise for the way the plants reacted to sunlight. Useful. Alongside them, Team Jocks was the living embodiment of chaos. Strategy was an unknown concept. Planning was for the weak. Victory would be achieved through sheer willpower and volume. Hikari slammed the dice onto the table so hard that the plastic houses jumped. Several collapsed as if struck by a small earthquake. The sound echoed through the common room like a gunshot. "Go for it," Jamie shouted from behind her, his booming voice echoing off the windows as he performed what looked like a pre-game ritual before each of his somersaults. A series of elaborate poses that highlighted his physique and, somehow, also seemed to be invoking ancient spirits of victory. Hikari's roll sent the dice slid across the board. It landed on St. Charles Place, and she immediately pressed the ownership card before anyone else could process what had happened. Yes, destruction. Hikari raised her fist, a radiant and terrifying smile flashing beneath her simple joy. Property acquired. The enemies shall fall. The two high-fived, creating a visible shockwave, a small, displaced gust of air that sent several lucky cards flying from the pile. One of the precariously stacked pizza boxes wobbled and crashed to the floor. "That's not even a good property," Skylar commented from across the table, without looking up from her blood-red fingernails. "It's the best property because it's ours," Hikari retorted. Chapter 196. An in-depth analysis of three very different management styles. Malachi, his third companion, simply approached silently, his eyes fixed on the board. He still couldn't tell if Malachi was deeply committed to his aggressive strategy, or if he contemplated the existential emptiness of board games as a metaphor for the futility of human ambition. With him, anything could happen. The Queen's team was perhaps the most fascinating to watch, and not only because of the great aesthetic contrast they presented. Isabel, seated cross-legged on a cushion on the floor, managed to appear as if she were presiding over the court from a throne. Everything about her posture exuded royalty. Her straight back, her chin held high, the way she held the property deeds as if they were royal decrees. Every acquisition and decision was made with the regal certainty usually reserved for monarchs declaring war or choosing their heirs. "Railways offer steady, if modest, returns," he remarked, his voice laden with ancient wisdom, as if sharing profound truths about the nature of commerce and power. "Unlike utilities, which are subject to the whims of probability and therefore not our concern." Skylar lay stretched out beside her with an entirely relaxed posture, as if she were designed on purpose to be the opposite of Isabel's perfect posture. She lay back on her cushion like a cat that had claimed the warmest corner of the house, her indigo hair falling over her face as she inspected her nails with the bored attention of someone watching paint dry. "Can we skip ahead to the part where we crush everyone's dreams and consider their tears our victory medals?" He slurred, his voice dripping with theatrical boredom. "All this property acquisition is tedious." "Patience is a virtue," Isabel replied without hesitation. "Patience is boring," Skylar replied. Sumin, the third member, seemed to want to disappear completely into her enormous fox print pajamas, or perhaps into another dimension where board games didn't exist and strangers didn't expect her to speak. She squealed something completely inaudible every time it was her turn to roll the dice, her hands trembling as if the dice were going to bite her for daring to touch them. Every time she had to make a decision, her face would flush to match her pink hair, and she would look around the table as if she were seeking permission to exist. "You have a right to breathe, you know," Skylar said, finally looking up from her fingernails with something that might have been concern in someone who actually expressed conventional emotions. "Dice don't smell fear." A pause. "Players do, but dice are neutral." That didn't seem to help. If anything, Sumin hunched over even more, raising his shoulders toward his ears. Cinchuredo, their strategy meetings resembled hostage negotiations conducted by people who had never seen a hostage negotiation and were just making guesses based on action movies. "We need to buy properties to make money," Raphael insisted, slamming his fist on the floor so hard it made the entire board explode. Several houses collapsed. It's simple. More properties equal more money, meaning we win. Yes, but we need to be strategic about what we buy, Emmy replied, in that patient tone you use when explaining things to toddlers or golden retrievers. We can't buy everything we find. We need to focus on completing sets so we can build houses and boring. Rafael Unteraptiv. Strategy is just a fancy word for saying you're afraid to risk everything. Guys, Marco interjected, extending his enormous hands in a soothing gesture that somehow made him look like he was trying to calm two wild animals. His expression was serious, almost pleading. It's just a game. We're here to have fun, to bond as a team. Both Raphael and Emmy turned to look at him with expressions that suggested that fun was not only the least of their priorities, but possibly a completely alien concept they had never encountered before. Fun is for people who don't care about winning. Rafael Grambev. Winning is fun, Emmy added, and for a moment she perfectly agreed before immediately turning back to staring intently at the property acquisition strategy. Marco sighed, the sound of a man who had made a terrible mistake and was only now realizing how terrible it was. Centuredo, one of his arms rested around my shoulders in a casual way, like someone who had completely forgotten that personal space existed. We should buy Park Place, he mumbled in a sleepy voice, one I've barely opened. Blue is pretty. The blue one is statistically the property group where the fewest players land due to its position after jail. Juan corrected without even opening his eyes, somehow playing the game and taking a nap at the same time. But it's beautiful, Carmen insisted with the stubborn logic of a drunk. Centuredo, we'd all be in swimwear by now in a hot spring. So, this is actually quite professional by comparison. They're holding me back remarkably well. He should receive a medal. Chapter 197. The stray dog flips the Monopoly board, metaphorically. I maintained a carefully neutral expression even as I felt Carmen lean closer to me when she reached over to move our piece. Her closeness was noticeable, but I kept my focus on the game, especially with her breath on my neck and her fingers absent-mindedly toying with the hem of my sleeve. I think we landed a chance. Not parlay sensei, I said in an admirably firm voice. Chance is good too, she murmured, her fingers still trembling near the board. Chance gave me puppies. Best class ever. Her arm tightened around mine in what could have been a hug or just a loss of balance. I love my puppies. Across the table, Natalia's gaze fixed on the scene with the concentrated intensity of a heat-seeking missile hitting its target. The temperature around her dropped noticeably. Centuredo, I would have been a smoking crater. If looks could freeze, I would have been an ice cream. I stared at her, raising an eyebrow in a slight gesture of defiance. Jealous? My expression seemed to ask. His jaw clenched almost imperceptibly. I carefully removed Carmen's wandering hand from the board before she accidentally committed some catastrophic folly, gently placing it back in her lap instead. I understand, sensei. Just give me the moral barato. Barato, she said slowly, drawing the words out and turning them into something that could have been several. She leaned back against me with a sigh of contentment that was almost a purr, seemingly satisfied with her role as dead weight, and immediately began to snore softly, delicate sounds that, in fact, were quite endearing. The game intensified as properties changed hands through increasingly aggressive negotiations and outright threats. Alliances were formed only to dissolve in minutes. Promises were made and broken. Several people accused others of cheating without any proof. Natalia's team had acquired Boardwalk and Park Place through a combination of ruthless negotiations and Jacob's statistical analysis, forming a dark blue financial stranglehold that hung over our economic backs. They only needed one more blue property to complete the set and begin constructing their most punishing assets, hotels that would bankrupt anyone unlucky enough to land there. Akari leaned toward Isabel's team with a smile that oozed honey laced with arsenic. She tilted her head, her green eyes wide and innocent in a way that fooled no one. Izzy-chan, you really don't need all those yellow properties? I mean, what are 3 properties when you could have security? Her smile widened. What if I gave you, immunity the next time you land in our spaces. Complete protection. Norent. Isabel didn't even look up from her meticulous arrangement of the property cards, each one perfectly aligned with the others. Her expression didn't change one iota. A temporary relief from the financial consequences has no tangible value in a long-term economic strategy, he said with the absolute certainty usually reserved for the laws of nature. The price of Connecticut Avenue is its 2 railroads and 200 in liquid capital. Non negociable. Akira's smile didn't waver, but her eyes narrowed slightly, a tiny crack in her charming mask. Well, the queen is quite the bargainer. Former queen, Isabel corrected with the gentleness of someone who had done it many times before. Yes, I am. Skylar snorted behind her cards, not even trying to hide her amusement. I told you I'd say no. Isabel doesn't do charity work. It was worth a try, Akari replied, leaning back with a shrug that somehow still looked elegant. Meanwhile, Team Disaster was imploding just as predicted, and its dysfunction was reaching new and impressive heights. Raphael landed at one of Akari's properties, which now boasts 2 cheerful and bright houses that seem innocent but cost a fortune. $300? That's robbery, Raphael growled, raising his voice as he counted his dwindling money with increasingly sharp, agitated gestures. Sparks began to fly between his fingers. That's highway robbery. This is a scam. It's capitalism, Emmy corrected gently, though her expression suggested she found it frustrating too. And the rules, too. Those houses were expensive to build, so the rent is proportional. I don't care about the proportion at all, Raphael interrupted, slamming his money so hard that he scattered several nearby cards. Victory! Hikari shouted from across the table, pumping her fist triumphantly with such enthusiasm that it created a slight breeze. Financial destruction. Your money is now mine. It's only 300, Marco said gently, trying to calm the situation with his deep voice. He placed a soft hand on Raphael's shoulder. We still have resources. We still have nothing. Raphael interrupted, turning to him with wide eyes. We're ruined. Finished. We can't afford that railroad anymore. Our strategy is ruined. He looked at Emmy as if she had personally planned this catastrophic misfortune, as if she had made the dice fall where they fell by sheer force of will just to spite him. She flinched slightly at his accusing gaze, hunching her shoulders. So, excuse me? I didn't mean for you to fall there. Of course not, Raphael snapped. Because you never meant for anything to happen. You just let things happen and then apologized. Marco opened his mouth, probably to mediate, but I saw my opportunity and took it. Akari called from the other side of the board in a carefree, almost lazy voice dash. He'll trade you for St. James Place. The conversation at the table died down instantly, as if someone had turned down the volume on reality. Everyone turned to look at me with various expressions of astonishment, confusion, and growing horror. St. James Place was the last Orange property Natalia's team needed to complete their set. With hotels on the orange tiles, these properties would go from being mere inconveniences to devastating financial weapons capable of bankrupting someone with a single unlucky roll. They would be the most dangerous properties on the board. Akira's eyes lit up with immediate interest, sparkling as if she had been offered something she truly wanted. Oh, really? And what does the king want in return for such an offer? The way he said offer made it clear that he knew this wasn't the case. You get out of jail free card, I replied, watching her expression closely. Then, after a pause where I let the tension build, and you have to answer one question. Honestly, Chapter 198. Capitalism is the best previous game. The room fell completely silent. This was no longer just Monopoly. It had transformed into something entirely different. A game within a game. A test. A challenge. The weight of what he did settled on the table like a blanket. It's no longer about property or money. It's about information, influence, and the subtle war of social manipulation. Natalia leaned closer to whisper urgently in Akira's ear, her purple eyes never leaving mine. Even from across the table, I could hear the sharp warning in her voice. Don't do it. It's a setup. It always has a setup. But Akari was already smiling, her eyes shining with the unmistakable gleam of someone who not only enjoyed playing with fire, but actively sought it out for entertainment. The kind of person who would see a trap and fall into it anyway, just to see what would happen. "Deal," she said, extending her hand on the table. We made the exchange. Juan sighed deeply as he reluctantly handed over the orange ownership card, as if he were watching someone sign their own execution order. Jacob seemed to be simultaneously considering probability of victory scenarios and funeral arrangements, his fingers tightening against the datapad. Natalia's expression was icy and her jaw was clenched. I put the get-out-of-jail-free card away and leaned forward, my gaze fixed on Akari, giving her my full attention. The question I was about to ask had been brewing in my mind ever since I met the twins, ever since I noticed the disconnect between their obvious talents and their membership in the lowest-ranking guild. Why did you and your sister really choose Onyx? The question hung in the air, heavy with implications. Even Carmen shifted slightly on my shoulder, as if her subconscious were registering the sudden change in tension. The alcohol-induced sleep wasn't deep enough to keep her from noticing. Akara's playful expression changed. The mask slid just a little to reveal something more genuine underneath. Something much more interesting than the bubbly Gyru personality she used as armor. She leaned in too, mirroring my posture, and for a moment we were conspirators sharing secrets across a battlefield disguised as a coffee table. "Because the view from the top is boring," she said, her voice so low only those closest could hear, without her usual mocking tone. This was real. This was honest. When you're at the Barado, everything is predictable. Everyone treats you the same. They either flatter you shamelessly or hold a grudge from a safe distance. It's a script, and everyone knows their lines. She paused, her smile widening. It's much more fun to watch a kingdom burn, or to see a new one built from the ashes. She winked, replacing her playful mask. We're here for the entertainment, for the chaos, for whatever comes next. I lay back, satisfied with the answer in a way that went beyond mere curiosity. She wasn't just a social butterfly, then. She wasn't just a social butterfly, an agent of chaos. Someone who actively sought disruption and change because stability was death to spirits like hers. I could work with that. I could use it. The game continued its brutal and ruthless course through the minefield of hotels and houses. Money changed hands. Fortunes rose and fell. People's souls were tested by their reactions to a fabricated bankruptcy. Team Disaster was the first to break. Raphael's fury at the defeat manifested as literal sparks flying from his fingertips. Tiny arcs of electricity dancing on his knuckles as Marco essentially held him down to prevent him from turning the whole board upside down in an anger-fueled tantrum. "This is total garbage," Raphael growled, struggling with Marco. "The game's rigged. The dice are loaded. This is all a learning experience," Marco said firmly, embracing Raphael with his enormous arms. "We learned valuable lessons about teamwork and resource management. I learned that I hate Monopoly." "Shouted Raphael." That too, Marco agreed. Team Jocks followed soon after, and their aggressive strategy of buying everything they found without a coherent plan eventually backfired. They had spread themselves too thin, owning properties of every color but complete sets of none, and they were wasting money with every passing turn until they had nothing left. Hikari won the defeat with surprising grace, not losing her smile even while counting the last few bills. "Next time, a bigger victory," she announced with absolute confidence, already planning her triumphant return. "We will learn from this failure and come back stronger." Jamie, advancing enthusiastically beside her, Centurato, and every roll of the dice was a potential financial disaster. Landing on the wrong square could wipe out your entire fortune in a single turn. The tension was so intense, it was impossible to break. Every roll mattered. Every decision could mean the difference between victory and bankruptcy. It was Natalia's turn. Centurato. How Shed opened up completely. It all hung in the space between us. They had hotels on New York Avenue. I needed to roll anything but a 12 to avoid it. He collected the dice with slow, deliberate bravado. His purple eyes never left mine. He shook them once. Twice. She rolled. Double six. The dice rolled across the board, bouncing off properties and cards, and stopped with a firmness that seemed almost written by a cosmic storyteller. His piece, the battleship, moved exactly 12 spaces, bumping against the board with each move until it landed right on my property, with the hotel rooftop. The room held its breath. That's 1,100, Juan announced without even opening his eyes, somehow having followed the game perfectly despite appearing to be asleep. Natalia stared at the board, her expression frozen. Then she looked at me, and her face was a masterpiece of conflicting emotions, frustration at her defeat, reluctant admiration for the strategy one had set for her, and a warm fondness rooted in our long history together. I held out my hand, palm up, and sang softly. My voice had just the right teasing tone to sting. Centurato. Her stack of bills was getting smaller and smaller. It's not enough. He was 200 short. Game over. Chapter 199. An offer you can't refuse, double six. The dice lay on the board, taunting her. 12 spaces. Natalia's eyes traced the inevitable path. St. Charles Place, States Avenue, Virginia Avenue, and then the soft click of her battleship token as it landed on New York Avenue. The blood-red hotel gleamed in the common room lights like an executioner's dagger. She looked up and saw Satori watching her, that infuriating smile playing at the corners of her lips. Her dark eyes reflected more than just victory. There was possession in them, an intimate warmth that made her stomach clench as fury coiled in her chest. The fact that his one-eyed, perpetually drunk teaching assistant was still draped over his shoulders like a living scarf only fanned the flames of jealousy that burned within him. From his seat on the sofa, one didn't bother to open his eyes. $1,100, he announced to the room, with the enthusiasm of someone reading a shopping list. Natalia's fingers moved automatically, checking the sorry pile of colorful bills on her computer. Beside her, Akari and Jacob were doing the same calculation. The result was the same, no matter how many times she counted. $900. 200 less. Her hands closed into fists under the edge of the table, her nails digging into her palms. Losing was bad enough. Losing to him while that woman was using him as a human pillow was intolerable. Satori extending his hand over the board, palm facing upwards in silent expectation. Natalia hesitated, about to concede the game and accept the bitter taste of defeat, when a calm voice cut through the tension like a blade through silk. Just a moment, if you would be so kind. All heads turned toward Isabel. She sat with the perfect posture of a model in a painting, her wine-red eyes examining the board with the distant interest of a general observing the battlefield. Bankruptcy isn't your only option, Kuzma-san. Beside her, Skylar's lips curled into a mocking smile. She blew a small pink bubble with her gum, letting it expand before sealing it with her teeth. "Well, take care of your debt," she said, with that peculiar expression of boredom and amusement typical of those who aren't easily impressed. He casually noted the 1,100 he owed Satori. "In return, you transfer control of your remaining major assets to our portfolio. Red's properties, to be more precise, Kentucky Avenue, Indiana Avenue, and Illinois Avenue." Natalia considered the implications. It was an abusive offer disguised as help. Red's properties represented the most valuable monopoly at stake. But it was also a lifeline thrown to a drowning woman, a way to avoid the humiliation of losing directly to him. "And since we're not complete savages," Skylar continued, twirling a lock of her indigo and pink hair around a finger, "we'll even sweeten the deal for you. You'll get our light blue package, the electric company, and," she paused for dramatic effect, $350 in working capital. Enough to keep you breathing, at least. It was a masterpiece of calculated charity. Isabel provided the cold, strategic framework, while Skylar delivered it with just the right dose of sarcastic venom to get the medicine down. Sumin, for his part, simply tapped into the trust of someone who believed Isabel was incapable of making a mistake. Natalia weighed the offer. Every second of silence felt like an eternity. Surrendering to the Reds hurt tremendously, but it was a strategic retreat, not a defeat. She could rebuild from this position. She glanced at Akari and then at Jacob. The data analyst was already running probability calculations behind those thick glasses. His face was a mask of intense concentration. Akari simply nodded curtly. "It's your call, boss." "Jono." The word came from Satura's side of the table, but not from Satori himself. One had straightened up in his seat, his eyes wide and alert. The lazy indolence who had been half asleep 30 seconds ago had vanished, replaced by something sharp and dangerous. Satori remained motionless. Carmen still clung to him, seemingly dead to the world. But her gaze had changed. The playful fun had vanished, replaced by the same cold, analytical focus Natalia had witnessed in the depths of the gate. He and one exchanged a brief, wordless, yet perfectly understandable glance. One went straight to Isabel, completely ignoring Natalia, as if she were a piece of furniture. "Nice offer, but you're undervaluing your own assets while overvaluing theirs." A classic mistake from the start. He leaned forward, his characteristic laziness vanishing completely. "Let me propose an alternative." Finally, she turned to Natalia, though her attention remained fixed on Isabel. "Well, forgive your debt. Completely. No strings attached, no payment required." The room fell into the kind of silence that precedes earthquakes. "Well, wipe the slate clean," Juan continued. "In return, however, we want something more valuable than rent money. For the rest of the game, you will work for us. Your properties will become extensions of our empire. Your capital will flow into our treasury. Your team will become a vassal state of the Iron Empire. Total integration." The air itself seemed to vibrate with a new tension. This had ceased to be monopoly in the last 30 seconds. This was feudalism, written in lowercase on a game board. Isabel's expression changed. Her lips curved into a smile of genuine delight. Censurado. "How wonderfully ruthless." Satora finally moved, carefully shifting Carmen's weight so she was leaning more on the sofa cushions than on him. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, and when he spoke, his voice was low and dangerous, a purr that somehow reached every corner of the room. "It's not charity. It's an acquisition." His gaze locked onto Natalia like a heat-seeking missile. He paused, letting his words sink in. "She can remain a princess in a crumbling kingdom, clinging to the illusion of independence as she slowly drowns. Or she can become a general in an empire poised to conquer the world. The choice, naturally, is hers." Natalia felt the trap closing around her with an almost audible force. Option A. Accept Isabel's offer, maintain some semblance of autonomy, and become a minor power destined to be crushed at the end of the game. Option B. Accept Satura's terms. Ensure your survival, Censurado. The hotel's location. Everything was designed to create this precise moment. A wave of fury coursed through her, immediately followed by a dizzying surge of excitement. The infuriating man. The brilliant, manipulative, and utterly infuriating rogue. "Your window of opportunity is closing, Kuzmina-san," Isabel observed, her long nails drumming gracefully on the table. "What do you say? Will you join our civilized coalition? Or, the pause was exquisite, will you submit to its terms?" "The math favors Nakano's proposal," Jacob whispered, his glasses reflecting the light. "The combination of resources would create an approximate 83.7 probability of victory, while Okoye's offer only provides a 47.3. "Nobody asked you." Calculator, Raphael mocked from his position on the sofa, still radiating bitterness over his previous elimination from the game. "ID choose Isabel," Akari interjected, her golden eyes gleaming mischievously. "Censurado." Satori represented ruthless ambition incarnate, a king who demanded loyalty. It wasn't just about tokens and play money. This was a public statement of where she stood within the tangled hierarchy of Onyx House. I took a deep breath, holding Satura's burning gaze. Without breaking eye contact, I held out the remaining belongings of my team, every property deed, every colorful invoice across the table. "I accept your offer," she said, struggling to keep her voice steady despite the whirlwind of emotions churning in her chest. "Consider me formally enlisted." A collective gasp swept through the room, followed by a wave of whispered speculation. Skylar let out a low, appreciative whistle. Well, well, and the plot thickens considerably. "A very revealing decision," Isabel said, resting her chin on her interlaced fingers. "Choosing servitude instead of society. I confess I'm curious about what such a choice reveals about your true character, Kuzma-san." Juan reunited his surrendered troops with the satisfaction of a general accepting the enemy's sword. A clever move. When in doubt, always back the winning horse. "You mean the winning dog?" Carmen murmured from her position against the sofa, seemingly far less oblivious than she pretended. She opened her visible eye slightly and looked at Natalia with surprising clarity. Woof woof. The game resumed with renewed intensity. With Natalia's faction absorbed into Satyrus' expanding empire, they formed a colossus. The properties were rearranged with ruthless efficiency. Houses and hotels appeared on the board like fortifications in a dominated landscape. Within 20 minutes, Team Queens was hopelessly cornered. "You have brought about our total ruin," Isabel announced, her voice betraying no disappointment. In fact, she seemed pleased by the elegant execution of her downfall. "A highly educational experience. We should have stopped him when we had the chance," Skylar said with a lazy smile that suggested she might be joking. "Could be." Sumin simply seemed relieved that the terrible ordeal was over. "Victory for the Iron Empire," Satori declared, his voice filled with satisfaction. He met Natalia's gaze from across the board. "We couldn't have done it without my general's cooperation." Natalia felt a surge of unwelcome pride mingled with her lingering resentment. She had achieved her victory, yes, but only after he had manipulated her into a position where she had no other choice. "It was all rigged from the start," Raphael growled, still radiating sullen anger. Nakano knew exactly what he was doing all the time. "Indeed," Isabel affirmed, and her response surprised everyone. A masterful display of foresight and strategic manipulation. "You have my sincerest congratulations, Nakano-san. It was a privilege to be so decisively outmaneuvered." Satori bowed his head, accepting the praise with the easy grace of royalty who recognizes a worthy but defeated opponent. While the others began cleaning up, picking up scattered bills and property cards, Natalia found herself briefly alone with Satori. Carmen eventually separated from him to help gather the monopoly money scattered on the coffee table. "You manipulated this whole situation," Natalia hissed, her voice so low only he could hear her. "Every move. You knew exactly what you were doing, didn't you?" Satyr's smile was answer enough. "You wanted me to choose you publicly," he continued, unable to disguise the accusation in his tone. "To show everyone in this room where my loyalty lies. With you." "And where is your loyalty, Natalia?" he asked in a soft voice, but with an intensity that made her pulse race. The question hung between them, where they've always been. She finally replied, her tone firm and unwavering. "By your side. But don't think for a second that means I'll follow your lead without standing up for myself when it matters." "It wouldn't even occur to me," she replied. What kind of king doesn't value a queen capable of challenging him? Before Natalia could reply, Emmy approached with her characteristic shy smile. It was an incredible team effort in the end. "I've never seen such a spectacular comeback." Natalia forced her features into a pleasant expression, suppressing the pang of jealousy that gripped her at seeing Emmy so close to Satori. "Just a basic strategy. Nothing special." "It was special," Satori countered, her voice warm as she looked at Emmy. Natalia has always had an exceptional talent for seeing the big picture. It's one of her most admirable qualities. The compliment soothed some of Natalia's wounded pride, especially with Emmy present. As the conversations returned to their usual pace, Natalia was surprised to see Isabel watching her with those sharp, wine-colored eyes. "What an intriguing decision you made tonight, Kuzma-san," Isabel said softly as she passed by, her voice barely audible to Natalia. "I'm very curious to see what other decisions you'll make in the future." The words sent a shiver down Natalia's spine. It wasn't exactly a threat, but it was a reminder. In the Onyx house, everything was observed, analyzed, cataloged, and remembered. He glanced back at Satori, who had approached to speak with Juan. Their heads were close together in silent conversation, like two generals planning campaign. All traces of Juan's lazy demeanor and satirist, carefree charm had evaporated, replaced by a focused intensity. Tonight had transcended the boundaries of a simple game. It had been a test of loyalty, of strategy, of his willingness to fulfill the greater objective even at the cost of his pride. Apparently, he had passed the test. But what price? It doesn't matter, she said firmly, lifting her chin as she rejoined the group. This is just the beginning. Our kingdom continues to be built, piece by piece, step by step. And I remain its queen, regardless of the performances we put on for the public. That thought comforted her as she returned to the rhythm of the night, her posture perfect despite her earlier defeat. Let the others speculate and whisper. She knew the truth behind her posture. By satirist's side, always, no matter the cost to their pride, no matter the games they had to play. That was the deal he had made, after all. And Natalia Kuzmina always paid her debts. Chapter 201. 6 a.m. sucks. Even for superhumans, I leaned against the weight rack in the basement gym of Onyx House, Centuredo 6 in the morning. The air down there smelled of stale sweat mixed with the pungent odor of ozone from the electrical equipment powering the old training gear. Someone had left a window ajar, letting in the island's damp sea breeze. The rest of my fellow hounds were gradually arriving, looking as excited to be awake as death row inmates heading to their last meal. Jamie arrived first, as expected. The man was already in athletic wear, going through warm-up stretches that looked more like yoga poses designed by a particularly demanding contortionist. His green hair stood out in all directions, which somehow made him look even more energetic. "Good morning, brothers and sisters," he thundered, his voice echoing off the concrete walls. "What a glorious day to forge our bodies and souls. Before we begin, I must ask, if you finish that sentence, he'll throw a dumbbell at your head," Raphael growled, striding down the stairs. His blonde hair was a mess, and his amber eyes burned with a hostility that could melt steel. He went straight to the heavy bag in the corner and began hitting it so hard that he made the chain on the ceiling creak. Hikari jumped in next, somehow matching Jamie's energy despite the late hour. She wore a sports bra and compression shorts that accentuated the thick, powerful muscles of her legs. Morning workout. Perfect. Jamie-kun, do you want to train after the warm-up? It would be an honor for me, Hikari-chan. Jesus Christ. It's like watching two golden retrievers discovering pure sugar. Juan shuffled in, looking like a reheated corpse. He didn't even bother to change. He was still wearing the same wrinkled shirt from the night before. Without a word, he spread out a yoga mat in the far corner, lay down on it, and immediately fell back asleep. Jacob appeared in the doorway, glancing nervously around before hurrying to a spot near the wall monitors. He pulled out his ubiquitous datapad and began typing, likely cataloging everyone's aspects or some other data he thought he could keep alive. Isabel descended the stairs as if she were entering a ballroom rather than an underground gym. Her workout clothes probably cost more than most people's monthly rent. Sleek black leggings, a fitted, deep burgundy t-shirt, and her wine-color hair pulled back in an elegant ponytail. Every movement exuded aristocratic grace. Noah followed half a step behind, dressed in a simple gray tracksuit that suited her athletic build. Her short blonde hair was slightly disheveled from sleep, and her amber eyes scanned the room, constantly analyzing for threats. Then Natalia appeared. My brain short-circuited for about half a second. She was wearing striking purple and black athletic where that really stood out. The Barato fit her well, and the color was bold. The leggings completed the look, looking sharp and well-coordinated. Her blue hair was pulled back in a high ponytail, and her violet eyes carefully avoided mine. I captured the exact moment she looked at me. Her gaze briefly dropped before returning to my face, and she seemed a little flustered, her cheeks taking on a faint pink hue that I had already come to recognize. She turned her head and folded her arms, looking distracted. Make a note for next time to wear proper layers under your sweatshirt. Akari walked in calmly, stretching casually as she entered the room. Her shirt shifted slightly as she moved. She bent forward to stretch during her morning workout. Nothing like a good morning workout to start the day, she said, sitting up and noticing me watching. She smiled at me and leaned over to whisper something to Hikari that made her twin laugh. I took another sip of the terrible coffee, resigned to my fate as entertainment. Emmy and Sumin came in together, looking like they hadn't slept much. Emmy was wearing an enormous hoodie that reached her hips, paired with tiny athletic shorts that her sweater almost completely concealed. Her blue hair was pulled back in a messy bun, and when she saw me, she was immediately captivated by my shoes. Sumin had opted for the opposite, baggy sweatpants and a loose t-shirt that somehow managed to accentuate her figure as she moved. Her loose pink hair framed her face as she clung to that seashell pendant like a life preserver. Malachi and Marco appeared last, both wearing standard black sportswear, looking tired but functional. 6:10. No instructor. Raphael stopped attacking the heavy sack long enough to stare at the empty door. Where on earth is Miller? 6:20. Still nothing. Is this a test? Raphael asked, his voice echoing off the walls. Are we supposed to start training? Isabel sat near the mirrors, performing a series of stretches that looked like they belonged to a professional dance company. Patience is a virtue, Vargas-san. Perhaps our instructor would like to observe how we handle ambiguity. That's stupid, Raphael replied. 6:30. Just as I was beginning to wonder if they had really abandoned us, the door burst open. Braxton Miller walked in as if he had all the time in the world. The man looked as if Head slept in his clothes. His instructor's tracksuit navy Evian blue with gold trim was so wrinkled it looked like Head used it as a pillow. His dark brown hair was disheveled at odd angles, and his eyes were squinting in that perpetual state of exhaustion ID recognized from our brief encounter at the gala. She was carrying a beat-up travel mug that smelled like gasoline coffee. Somehow, even cheaper than what I was drinking. You're late, shouted Raphael, his fist still cracking from residual kinetic energy. Braxton stopped. He took a long, slow sip of coffee. He swallowed. Centuredo, I couldn't help but smile sarcastically. Our supposed instructor looked as disheveled as someone who had rolled out of bed 10 minutes earlier and stumbled into our class without bothering to check his appearance in the mirror. His wrinkled, white button-up shirt had what looked suspiciously like a coffee stain from the day before near the collar, and his black tie hung loosely around his neck as if he had given up on life. Braxton's gaze swept across the room, examining the 15 of us with the enthusiasm of a man asked to count grains of sand on a beach. So you're the new litter of pups. Great. The unlit synthetic cigarette dangling from his lips swayed with each syllable. His expression was a masterclass in professional indifference. He approached a folding chair that looked as if it were about to collapse under the weight of a strong breeze and lowered himself into it. The chair creaked, but held, a survivor against all odds, as did its occupant, judging by the faded battle scars visible on his forearms, where his sleeves were rolled up. The fluorescent lights cast harsh shadows on his face, highlighting the dark circles under his eyes. Well, let's get this over with. He made a vague gesture with his hand, perhaps indicating that we should come closer, though none of us moved. His coffee mug, inscribed the best hunter in the world, steamed in his other hand. I don't do icebreakers. I don't care about your favorite color, your dreams, your hopes, or any of that other nonsense they taught you in orientation. Just tell me your name, your look, your goal, and what you hate most in this world. The classroom fell silent. Through the windows, I could see clouds gathering on the horizon, an ideal backdrop for what was shaping up to be a rather uninspiring first day. The other students shifted uncomfortably in their seats, some exchanging glances, others staring blankly into space. He took another sip of coffee, wincing slightly at what I assumed was either its temperature or its taste. Probably both. Go away. His finger pointed at Raphael, who was sitting stiffly at the front of the class, already radiating enough hostility to feed a small town. You, angry boy, start. Raphael's jaw clenched so tightly his barato almost ground together and the muscles in his neck visibly tightened. His eyes, fierce amber pools of barely contained rage, narrowed. Rafa Vargas. Kinetic overload. My goal is to be number one. He pointed his thumb at me, so hard it seemed he was trying to cut the air between us. And I hate weaklings who stand in my way and boast without reason. I kept my expression deliberately neutral, though internally I was cataloging every gesture of his body language. Another alpha dog marking his territory. Predictable. Useful. The fact that had already earned my animosity without even trying said a lot about his insecurity. Noted, Braxton said, completely indifferent, as he took another sip from his cup, his gaze already fixed on the next student. Next, Isabel stepped forward like someone approaching a royal court. Isabel Okoye. My aspect is Fujin, a wind-based enhancement. My goal is to find a cause worthy of my strength. I detest inefficiency and wasted potential. Braxton raised an eyebrow. Philosophical. Next, one didn't even open his eyes. Juan Navarro. Like something out of a movie. I want to retire at 30. I hate mornings and people with too much energy. Same here, kid. Same here. Braxton stepped forward in solidarity. Next, Jamie was practically vibrating with excitement. Jaime de Valle. My aspect is Star Chain, where each blow becomes stronger than the last. My goal is to become a hero worthy of my mentor, Yuki-sensei, and I hate. He paused, thinking it over. Actually, I don't hate anything. The world is too beautiful. Several people grunted. Of course not, Braxton muttered. Next, Hikari raised her hand like an enthusiastic student. Hikari, Miyamoto. I give things virtual mass when I hit them. I want to get stronger every day and protect my sister. I hate. She thought intensely. When people give up without even trying. Twin number 1, noted. Twin number 2, Akira's smile was pure confident charm. Hikari Miyamoto. Adamantine binder. My goal is to find someone interesting enough to entertain me. Her dark green eyes slid toward me. And I hate boring people who can't surprise me. Yes, you're going to be a problem. Wonderful. Next, Skylar stepped away from the wall she was leaning against. Skylar remained. Phantom smoke. I'll make things that aren't real seem real enough to kill you. My goal? She shrugged. To survive long enough to see if this circus is worth it. I hate liars who believe their own lies. Her hair, with indigo and pink highlights, caught the fluorescent light as she smiled directly at me. Braxton's lips twitched. It could have been a smile. Honestly, refreshing. You. Jacob jumped slightly, clutching his glasses with a trembling hand. J. Jacob Williams. Bullet time. I see things super fast when I'm stressed, which is, all the time. My goal is to not die a horrible death. And I hate confrontation, violence, and understood. An anxious child who won't shut up when he's nervous. Next, Malachi Moore spoke in a voice barely higher than a whisper. Malachi Moore. Shadow step. I want to understand what I'm becoming. I hate the light. Nervous. Predictable. Moving forward. Marco kept it simple. Marco Diaz. Pushing force. I want to prove I belong here. I hate those who look down on others. Standard hero complex. Next, Sumin's voice came out low and timid. Pepan Sumin. My aspect is, it's called a nine-tailed fox spirit. But right now I can only use one tail. My goal is to send money to my parents. And I hate. She swallowed. I hate feeling useless. Something bright in Braxton's expression. Compassion, perhaps. That's fine with me. You. Noah stepped forward, his posture rigid like a soldier's. Noah Gray. Kinetic weaving. Fabric manipulation. I hate those who use it for their own gain. So there's no objective. Okay? Braxton's tired gaze shifted to the twins. You too. Akari was teasing. We already said our piece. Lose. I'm establishing that you're interchangeable to me until one of you does something memorable. Next, Natalia scoffed. Natalia Kuzmina. Telekinetic freeze. My goal is to become an S-rank hunter. I hate those who justify their shortcomings. Braxton sighed. Understood. Next. Emmy stepped forward, her voice soft but firm. Emi Aoyama. Bredinyoha. I heal people. My goal is to ensure everyone returns safely from every mission. And I hate. Her reddish-brown eyes met mine for a moment. I hate when people pretend kindness is weakness. Yes. Message received, Keystone. A combat medic with feelings. I understand. And last but probably least, Braxton's gaze fell on me. The viral sensation in person. The stray dog. The kid who made a 30-second video that somehow cost me 3 hours of my life answering emails from concerned teachers. Go ahead. Introduce yourself to your classmates. Chapter 203. You're just another kid who hasn't died, yet I pushed myself off the weight rack, feeling the burn in my muscles as I moved forward. The cool air of the training room brushed against my sweat-damp skin, a welcome relief after the set I had just completed. All eyes in the room were on me. Some curious, some suspicious, some openly hostile. I could almost feel Raphael's gaze burning into the back of my neck. The street dog was on stage, and I needed to play this role perfectly. Satoru Nakano. My voice came out flat, deliberate. I studied the faces around me, assessing their reactions. Thermal incision. I cut things and then burned them. Simple but effective. I shrugged, revealing a hint of sharp confidence. My goal is to build an empire from the ground up, using every resource at my disposal. And what's the most hateful thing? I'll let the silence linger uncomfortably, feeling the weight of their attention on me. Jacob shifted nervously in a corner. Isabel's gaze sharpened with analytical interest. The twins exchanged glances. To be powerless. 2 words that held the truth of my 2 lives. The system purred approvingly in the back of my mind. Braxton held my gaze for a long time. Something happened between us. A recognition, perhaps. The gaze of one predator recognizing another across a crowded savannah. His tired eyes seemed to see through my carefully constructed facade, searching for the monster lurking beneath. Then he huffed and stood up, stretching his thin frame. His joints creaked audibly in the silence. Very well. Now that the therapy session is over, we'll talk about why everyone fails. That caught everyone's attention. Juan, who was half asleep against the wall, opened his eyes. Even Jamie stopped flexing long enough to listen. Look, this is what happens at Onyx, Braxton continued, leaning closer to the wall. He tapped his fingers on his coffee mug, a nervous habit that betrayed his nonchalant posture. Every year, we tend to take in the rejects. The problem cases. The kids with great looks and even bigger attitude problems. Kids who couldn't get in anywhere else or who pissed off the wrong people. He paused and took a slow sip of what smelled like the worst coffee in the world. Do you know her track record? He waited, his expression challenging us to guess. No one spoke. I could see the calculations moving behind his eyes. He was preparing us for something. Last, every year, we've ranked 5th in the guild rankings for the past decade. Our graduates have the lowest freshman survival rate at Gates. Half of you won't make it to sophomore year. The numbers don't lie. Raphael became visibly irritated, clenching his fists and turning red with anger. That's because they were weak. We are different. Maybe. Braxton took another sip of his awful coffee, wincing at the taste. Or maybe it's because guys like you think being strong means you don't need a plan. That power is a substitute for tactics. That your look makes you special enough to break the rules that have killed better hunters than you'll ever be. His gaze swept over us from head to toe, lingering on each face. When I looked at myself, I felt like he was cataloging every weakness, every potential point of pressure. For a man who projected such languid indifference, his gaze was unsettlingly sharp. Spoiler alert, it doesn't. Every single one of you could die in a rank D gate if you're stupid enough. Your aspects? They're tools. Expensive, flashy tools that will kill you the moment you start believing they make you invincible. Graveyards are full of rank A potentials who never lived long enough to realize it. Isabel's expression had shifted from polite disinterest to something akin to genuine curiosity. She straightened her already perfect posture even further, her wine-red eyes calculating. So, what distinguishes those who survive from those who don't, Professor Miller? No soy bien, professor. Only Miller. He scratched his jaw. And the answer? Knowing when to quit. Recognizing a losing streak before going all in. Understanding that sometimes the best move is to cut your losses and get out of there as fast as you can. He speaks like a man who has been on the wrong side of too many life or death situations. Are you saying we should run away from fights? Hikari asked, with a genuinely confused expression. I say you should choose your fights. There's a difference between bravery and stupidity. Bravery is facing a threat you can control to protect something important. Stupidity is attacking an S-rank monster because it thinks your C-rank appearance makes you special. He pushed himself against the wall. This is how it's going to work. They'll train you so you don't die a horrible death. That's it. That's my job description. If you wanted someone to guide you and tell you you were destined for greatness, you should have gone to Argent. If you truly want to survive long enough to achieve greatness, stay here and do exactly as I say. Braxton's eyes found mine again. That includes you, Viral Kid. I don't care if you came in first. I don't care if you made Julian Valerius cry at a fancy party. Down here, on Earth where it matters, you're just another kid who's not dead yet. Got it? I stared at him and didn't flinch. Understood. Good. He finished the rest of his coffee and threw the cup into a nearby trash can. It bounced off the rim and fell to the floor. He didn't pick it up. Now, first lesson. Survival begins with knowing your companion's capabilities. Not their statistics, not their rankings, their actual limitations. Braxton pointed to the training mats. Form pairs. I want to see what you can do when someone tries to beat you up. No holding back. No crying when someone's nose bleeds. This isn't a demonstration. It's a fight. You have 5 seconds to choose a partner before I do it for you. And trust me, you don't want me deciding who's going to beat you up. Chaos broke out. Raphael immediately looked at me intently. Nakano, you and me. Right now. Of course. No. Braxton's voice wasn't loud, but it drew attention to the growing noise. Vargas, you're with the lazy kid. He pointed at Juan, who groaned without opening his eyes. Maybe he'll teach you how the conservation of energy works. What the devil, did I stutter? Move it. Raphael seemed ready to commit murder, but he headed towards Juan's corner. Braxton's tired gaze scrutinized us. Twin 1, you're with the Shadow Boy. Twin 2, you're with the Force Booster. Bodyguard, you're with the Healer. Anxious Boy, you're with the Illusionist. Jacob looked like he was about to faint. Philosophy, you're with the Fox. ITLL be interesting. And Nakano, wait, you understand me. Chapter 204. The difference between a spark and a hell. The tension in the basement gym crystallized into absolute silence. All eyes were fixed on our mat as Braxton walked to the center with the nonchalant indifference of someone heading to their couch for a nap, not even preparing to train with the NVA's #1 prospect. His unlit cigarette swung between his lips as he turned his head. I shrugged, feeling a spark of arrogance in my chest. After destroying that gorilla in the simulation, this scruffy, half-asleep instructor shouldn't pose much of a threat. The memory of that raw power coursing through my veins fueled my confidence. A mocking smile played at the corner of my lips. Are you sure, Miller? He wiggled his fingers suggestively, letting a flash of thermal energy dance between them. This isn't exactly something to brag about. I wouldn't want to accidentally rip off my arm. Students probably have to fill out forms for that kind of thing. Braxton didn't even look at me. He craned his neck, producing a loud crack that echoed throughout the now silent gymnasium. Several students made a sound. Kid, you'll be lucky if they scratch you a little. He stifled a yawn, scratching his unshaven chin. Now come here before I get bored and decide to take a nap. When I stepped onto the mat and felt a slight relief under my feet, a golden notification appeared in my vision, more vibrant than any other I had ever seen before. Secret narrative mission issued. Hit the teacher objective. In this match, you must take down your instructor, Braxton Miller. A clean, simple takedown. Ready. Reward. 500 SP penalty for failure. None. My eyes widened involuntarily. 500 scheme points and no penalty for failure? The system now, Apollo, whoever was running this crazy game was basically telling me this mission was impossible. A joke. A challenge. Something to laugh at me for while they kick my ass. So you think I can't, huh? A slow, Confident smile spread across my face dash. Challenge accepted. The weariness from the morning's training vanished, replaced by a cold, calculating concentration. I assumed a fighting stance, every muscle tense, and every sense hyperactive. In front of me, Braxton stood with his hands in his pockets, the unlit cigarette still dangling from his lips. So relaxed he looked as if he were waiting for the bus. Start when you are. I didn't let him finish. I lunged forward, my B-rank agility transforming me into a blurry blob. My fingers traced the activation pattern of Sever, unleashing an invisible blade of pure thermal energy aimed directly at his abdomen. Not to maim him, but to force him back. Whoosh! Braxton didn't even seem to be moving. He simply wasn't there. Head shifted an inch to the left. The invisible blade passed harmlessly by his ear, touching nothing more than a few strands of his messy hair. The bored expression never left his face. Too slow. He tapped his shoulder with 2 fingers. And you're communicating from here. Your whole body tenses up before you attack. Before I could process his words, his foot traced a casual arc. My legs vanished beneath my feet, and I fell to the ground with a thud that resonated through my skull. The impact left me breathless with an embarrassing whimper. Yes, Nakano. Eat it. Raphael's voice cut through the ringing in my ears, his laughter rasping. I didn't even try. Look at Mr. Number 1 now. I jumped to my feet, my face burning with humiliation, cursing under my breath. This time, I will be more cautious. I circled around Braxton, who remained motionless in the center of the mat, watching me with narrowed eyes that, for some reason, weren't missing a thing. Let's see how he handles this. I activated Ember, sending a call to force him to move, not to burn him, just to create an opening. Then followed up with a rapid series of sever cuts from multiple angles, creating a cage of invisible blades that would force him into a corner. Wow! Shing! 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 He moved like smoke between my attacks. Not fast, not like me, just efficient. Every movement was minimal, perfect, not a single wasted step. He moved between my cuts as if they were in slow motion, his worn sweatpants rustling against the mat. Not a drop of sweat appeared on his forehead. While I was still in a cast, he closed the distance. His palm touched my chest. It wasn't a punch, but a firm, open shove. But the impact was like being hit by a heavy weight. I flew backward, my stomach churning from the sudden acceleration, and crashed into the padded wall 10 feet away hard enough to make me groan. You're a real show-off, kid. Braxton tapped his temple with a finger. This is a real fight. Those fancy moves? They might impress the cameras, but they won't save your life. The other sticks had stopped. Everyone was watching us. Raphael with cruel glee, Isabel with cold analysis, Jacob with his mouth agape in terror. The twins stood side by side, whispering as they watched my humiliation. I could feel Marco's sympathetic grin from across the room. The following minutes turned into a brutal lesson in humility. I tried to feint, a low cut followed by a high one, changing the rhythm to throw him off. Braxton ducked to avoid the first and grabbed my wrist before I could start the second. He turned. Crack! A sharp pain shot through my elbow as I hyperextended it, just enough to send a warning shock through my nervous system without causing any real damage. I fell to one knee, gasping, my arm hanging uselessly at my side for several seconds. That's your sword arm, he remarked coldly. In a real fight, you'd be dead by now. When I recovered, I lifted a mat to block his view and moved behind him, using my intermediate pressure points to strike his neck. His elbow came back without him looking at me, hitting me squarely in the solar plexus. I collapsed, nauseous, the world spinning as my diaphragm spasmed. Look at Mr. Number 1. Laughed Raphael from the sidelines, slapping his thigh. I can't even touch him. What a joke. 15 seconds tops before he cries. Chapter 205. A call to Dr. Death. I found myself back on the floor, my ribs howling and my elbow throbbing. Sweat trickled into my eyes, and I was breathing in short gasps. Braxton was standing beside me, an unlit cigarette still clamped between his barato, not a hair out of place. Have you had enough, viral kid? He asked in an almost friendly tone. Don't be ashamed of knowing you're outmatched. Sometimes, The best move is to walk away and live to fight another day. Yes, give up, Nakano, Raphael shouted, his voice echoing throughout the gym. You're embarrassing the whole guild. Not even the Guild of Outcasts wants your weakling. Braxton's tired eyes fixed on Raphael without him turning his head. Something dangerous glimmered there, a glimpse of the predator beneath the lazy facade. Vargas, do you want to turn? His voice was soft, but with a sharp-edged dash. Do you think you could do better? Absolutely. Raphael took a step forward, cracking his knuckles. His hands were already beginning to glow with the accumulated kinetic energy. I would have taken him down in 10 seconds. Watch and learn how true power works. Okay. Braxton nodded toward the mat. Your turn. Raphael launched himself to the mat, his fists throbbing with kinetic energy and a frenzied grin stretching across his face. He threw a massive, explosive punch that rattled the air with brute force, landing squarely on Braxton's head. Boom! Braxton vanished. One moment he was there, the next he was behind Raphael, his hand resting almost gently on the back of his neck. Before Raphael could even register the mistake, before he could turn around, Braxton drove him face first onto the canvas with a heavy strike that shook the ground. He kneed Raphael in the back and simply leaned on him as casually as someone sitting on a park bench. Raphael struggled, roared, his face purple with rage and exertion, but he couldn't move an inch. See? Braxton said to the room, his voice slow and lazy. Brute force is a dead end. Uncontrolled power is just wasted energy. He shoved Raphael aside dismissively. Now get off my mat before you're drenched in sweat. You smell like a raging bull. Raphael stood up unsteadily, utterly humiliated, and scuttled off to the side, muttering curses under his breath. As this was happening, my mind raced. I watched Braxton's movements, analyzed his stance, how his weight shifted. Something clicked. His aspect, the high roller's gamble. He bets his own resources to amplify his next action. But every move Head made against us had been small, control minimal. He hadn't used his aspect at all. Head been toying with us, teaching us, but fighting at perhaps 1% of his true capacity. He thinks I'm predictable. I stood up, wincing in my side, as a new and desperate idea took shape. A disastrous plan. I let my posture collapse, my breath catch in my throat. I stood, broken, like a student who had learned his lesson. Okay, you won, I gasped, lowering my head. I'm done. You've made your point. I turned and took an awkward step down from the mat, as if heading for the water cooler, the universal sign of total surrender. In any formal duel, this would mark the end. I heard Raphael snort in disdain. I heard someone, probably Jacob, let out a sigh of relief that the beating was over. Then I spun around, my body curling like a last resort. I'd been saving up some energy for this desperate move. Sin cut, sin asume. Just pure, unadulterated speed and the element of surprise. The oldest trick in the book. I lunged at him, aiming not for his chest or head, where I would expect an attack, but for his legs. A low, dirty plate, the last thing a martial arts master would expect from a retreating opponent. Braxton's eyes widened. For the first time in the entire fight, genuine surprise crossed his face. He tried to back away, but Head relaxed, too confident of his victory, his hands still in his pockets. My shoulder slammed into his thighs with such force that several students gasped. Club. It wasn't a clean takedown. He was too strong, his center of gravity too low, his reflexes too good, even with his guard down. But he stumbled, a fatal stumble. His arms flailed, searching for his balance. The cigarette finally fell from his lips, and for one glorious, beautiful split second, his backside hit the mat. Secret narrative mission completed. Reward. 500 SP. I barely noticed the victory notification when Braxton recovered. His expression was no longer dull, but thunderous. Something had changed in his eyes. They were now wide open, alert, and gleaming with something that could have been anger or respect. You little idiot, he growled, but there was a hint of amusement in his voice. He reached out quickly and seized the front of my uniform. I pulled myself up from the floor with one hand, my feet dangling helplessly like a kitten being lifted by the scruff of its neck, and he slammed me against the padded wall with such force that my teeth chattered. Wham! The world turned white with pain, then darkened at the edges. The last thing I saw was Braxton's face, no longer languid but intense, staring at me like I was a puzzle he hadn't expected to find. I floated in a hazy void, vaguely aware of voices that seemed to come from miles away. Is he breathing? Isabel's usually distant voice held a hint of concern. That was excessive. Oh, shoot. Braxton looked shy and annoyed, like someone who'd accidentally stepped on someone's new shoes. He'll be fine. Probably. The kid's really stubborn. I heard the beeps of a telephone dialing a number. The sound resonated strangely in my semi-conscious state. Carmen? Yes, it's me. I need you to take one of the puppies to see Dr. Death. A pause. Yes, right now. Another pause. Yes, you could take the golf cart, but try not to run anyone over this time. I felt myself being lifted up. Strong arms carried me with surprising gentleness, and then the world completely dissolved into a comforting darkness. Chapter 206. My scum system is a jealous goddess. Am I dead? Again? Damn Braxton. I knew I should have hit him harder. My thoughts wandered through an infinite void, disconnected from pain and sensation. Without a body, without weight, just consciousness floating in a vast emptiness that felt strangely comfortable. Like floating in a warm ocean at night, only without water, or night, or anything tangible. I realized that the darkness wasn't uniform. Faint wisps of color swirled in the distance. Blues and purples that reminded me of nebulae in deep space photographs. A soft golden light bloomed in the distance, growing brighter until it merged into a figure approaching with the casual confidence of someone who owned the place, which, considering where he was, here, he probably was. The light that surrounded her pulsed with each step, as if the very structure of this non-reality responded to her presence. She was a goddess, tall and graceful, her skin woven by moonlight, and her hair rippling like liquid starlight. Her Grecian-style chiton flowed elegantly about her form, revealed more than it concealed, accentuating her divine form. Her eyes held galaxies, supernovas burning in their depths. With every blink, I could have sworn she witnessed the birth and death of stars. Then, she said, her melodic voice vibrating through the void instead of just inside my head, creating ripples in the darkness like stones thrown into a still pond. This is the man who believes he can surpass the gods. Nope, I replied, You're taller than I imagined. It circled me, moving with the fluid, prowling grace of a great cat. The void seemed to curve around it, reality itself warping in its wake. And you're much more fragile. Her bravado curved into a smile that didn't reach her cosmic eyes, a smile that promised amusement at my expense. I must say I'm impressed. You actually completed the mission. Apollo owes me 500 souls. I was so sure you'd fail. He gestured toward my metaphysical outline, sending a swirl of golden sparks drifting through the air like static electricity. And why am I here? Is this the second part of the afterlife? The sequel nobody asked for? Think of it as a Barado review, a behind-the-scenes meeting. He waved his hand dismissively, leaving a trail of stardust in the air. You lost consciousness. It makes it easier for us to have a little chat, face to face. Her expression turned serious, and the cosmic joy faded from her eyes. You're progressing faster than the projections indicated. The acquisition of the Kingmaker aura was an unexpected variable. Her voice dropped an octave, resonating with a power that shook the void around us. The narrative is changing. It's adapting. The other gods are watching us more closely now. Nell leaned toward me, her scent like ozone and old wine. With hints of something strange and incomprehensible overwhelmed my senses. The scent of divinity, I supposed. You're wasting a lot of energy on these mortal women. The one with purple hair. The one with blue hair. The one with pink hair you just acquired. Her eyes narrowed slightly, cosmic fires burning brighter within. A hint of something akin to jealousy flickered across her perfect features. Don't forget who your true partner is in this. They're tools for the narrative. Am the one writing the script with you? Is my system getting jealous? What is my life? This is a new low or high, even for me. They are resources, I replied coldly, refusing to be intimidated despite her imposing presence. The queen and the healer. Necessary for the kingdom. Remember that. He reached toward me, an eerie feeling considering he had no physical form there. His presence sent a surge of energy through my consciousness, as if I were directly connected to a star. The power radiated outward, filling every corner of my metaphysical being with renewed strength. Your bravado was satisfactory, but the next act will require more than clever tricks and brute bravado. Centuredo, stars and nebulae became visible through its increasingly transparent form. It is time to awaken, my king. The supporting cast is concerned. The emptiness vanished like watercolors in the rain. First came the sound, a soft, rhythmic rumble beneath me, the hum of an electric motor, and soft, anxious breathing near my ear. Then came the sensation, a dull, throbbing pain radiating from my ribs, my elbow, my head. My whole body ached. Each breath felt like someone was driving a nail between my ribs. My nose throbbed with a peculiar, throbbing agony that suggested Braxton definitely hadn't held back. The taste of copper lingered in my bravado, and my throat was sore, as if I'd bravado something rough. My head, however, rested on something soft and warm. It smelled wonderful, like bravado mixed with a light floral perfume and fruity shampoo. I settled more comfortably against the softness. A low groan of exhaustion escaped my bravado despite the sharp ache that spread throughout the rest of my bravado. The pillow under my head let out a soft, muffled creak. The sound drifted against my cheek, startling me slightly. I opened my eyes with a start. All I saw was the soft. Centuredo looking up, I could see the soft curve of her jaw, the length of her blue eyelashes, and the concentrated furrow of her forehead. Emmy winced, her eyes closed, her face a mixture of shame and concentration. A faint, pale green light emanated from her hands, which hovered over my bravado. The light pulsed with the rhythm of her breathing, intensifying and fading like the tide. Wherever the light touched my skin, the pain lessened slightly, replaced by a gentle warmth that spread through my injured muscles. I closed my eyes again, pretending to still be unconscious. The comfort was too good to pass up, and I didn't mind exploiting an injury to the fullest. The tactical advantages of playing this way were endless, and the unexpected compliance from my opponent was a welcome bonus. "Thanks, Emmy," I murmured in a raspy, deep voice, as if I'd been gargling with glass. "This is your look, right? It feels intense." Chapter 207. The nurse's nickname is Dr. Death. She jumped, startled by my voice, and her shoulders stiffened. "Satori-kun, you're awake. I was just trying to ease the pain." Her voice was high-pitched and nervous. Her hands trembled slightly as she pulled them back. The healing light flickered in surprise. "Centuredo, but Professor Carmen said I would help until we get to the infirmary." I finally sat up, wincing as a sharp pain shot through my ribs. The movement made black spots flash before my eyes, and I had to brace myself against the seat to keep from falling. We were riding in the back of a golf cart, slowly making our way along a paved path that wound through the academy's immaculate gardens and ornamental cherry trees. The cart lurched as it went over a small bump, sending a fresh wave of pain through my torso. Carmen was behind the wheel, one hand driving and the other holding a metal flask that gleamed in the dim light. She wore sunglasses despite the cloudy sky, and her black hair was pulled back in a messy ponytail that fell over one shoulder. His eye patch was slightly askew, revealing the edge of an irregular scar that disappeared beneath the black fabric. "Great. Sleeping Beauty has finally woken up," Carmen said without looking back, her voice hoarse and irritated, as if she had spent the previous night drinking or shouting, or perhaps both. "Can you tell her to stop bleeding on my upholstery?" She took a swig from her flask and made a sharp turn that caused me to slip against Emmy, who stabilized me with surprisingly strong hands. I looked down and noticed small bloodstains on my uniform, probably from when my nose touched Braxton's elbow. My shirt, once white and immaculate, now looked like a Jackson Pollock painting, with splashes of red and stains of dirt creating a tragic masterpiece. "I'm Sully. They'll send you the dry cleaner's bill, too." I tried to smile smugly, but my split lip turned it into a grimace. "Do that, rookie. They'll file it with my last 3 credit card payments." He floored the accelerator, making the cart lurch forward. I looked at Carmen's grumpy face and Emmy's worried one. Her blue eyebrows were furrowed, and she kept her hands close to my barato. Her healing aura enveloped me like a cocoon of gentle relief. "Where are we going?" I asked, although I had a feeling I already knew the answer. "To the infirmary," Emmy replied, her hands still glowing faintly as she retained her healing aura. The effort took its toll. Beads of sweat had formed on her forehead, and she was breathing with difficulty. Professor Miller said he needed to see a doctor. He seemed very worried after you ran out of strength. He bit his lower lip. I've never seen a masked end like that. My mind flashed back to the end of the fight. Braxton's face, suddenly full of interest. His voice on the phone. "I need you to take one of the pups to see Dr. Death." A chill, completely unrelated to my injuries, ran down my spine, piercing even Emmy's comforting warmth. "Emmy," he asked, his voice suddenly serious, abandoning his pretense of casual indifference, "this doctor, is there any reason why he's called Dr. Death?" Emmy's face paled, the color draining from her cheeks like water down a drain. She looked away, unable to meet my gaze, and suddenly the landscape seemed intensely interesting to her. Her healing aura faltered for a moment before she regained her focus. Carmen chuckled a somber, humorless laugh. "Oh, don't scare him, Blue. It's just a cute nickname." She took another long swig from her flask, like calling a bald man Curly or a giant Little. Her visible eye gleamed mischievously, completely innocent. The golf cart turned a corner and revealed a stark, windowless medical building that looked more like a morgue than a nursing home. The brutalist concrete structure stands out from the rest of the Academy's elegant architecture, a monstrosity that seemed deliberately designed to inspire fear. A red cross adorned the entrance, but something about its proportions seemed slightly odd, almost sinister. "He's not going to hurt you," Carmen said, taking a swig from her flask. "Probably, although he might want to experiment on you after that prank you pulled with Miller." She stopped the cart with a squeak just inches from the building's entrance. "Most students can't get her to try. You should be proud." "Her?" I asked, as my feeling grew stronger with each passing second. "Dr. Sandoval," Emmy explained in a weak, hesitant voice. She helped me out of the cart, supporting my weight as I struggled to my feet. "She's the Academy's doctor. She's brilliant, but what?" I insisted, leaning on Emmy more than strictly necessary. Her presence was tactically advantageous and, undoubtedly, comforting. "But boundaries aren't exactly his strong suit," Carmen finished, bringing the golf cart to a halt with a jolt. She turned off the engine and got out with surprising grace for someone who smelled of whiskey. "Medical, ethical, or personal. Believe me, kid, I've been at his desk more times than I can count. Just don't sign anything without reading it first." She tapped her eye patch meaningfully. "And definitely don't ask how I lost this. The stories vary depending on his mood." The infirmary door opened automatically as we approached, releasing a blast of sterile air that had subtle undertones of antiseptic, metal, and something strange and vaguely sweet. The interior was surprisingly bright and modern, with white-tiled floors and gleaming steel surfaces that reflected the intense fluorescent light. The walls were covered with medical records, anatomical diagrams, and what appeared to be experimental research papers. Some of the featured creatures I didn't recognize. Their strange anatomies were annotated with detailed notes in cramped, maniacal handwriting. A series of examination tables lined one wall, separated by curtains that provided privacy. Various machines, some recognizable as medical equipment, others with a science fiction feel beeped and buzzed in the background, creating a disturbing symphony of technological noise. "Hello," Carmen called out, with a slight echo in the cavernous space. "Tess, I've got some news for you. The freshman managed to piss off Miller on the first day. New record. She went into the infirmary, as if she felt right at home in the clinical environment. He's still breathing, which is more than I expected. Chapter 208. You're an interesting specimen. There was a loud crash behind a curtain, followed by a string of colorful curses. The curtain was ripped away with such force that it almost came loose from its track, revealing a petite woman with long black hair and striking hazel eyes with half-closed pupils. She wore a lab coat over a dark barato and fitted black barato, looking more like she belonged at a Gothic concert than a medical center. A stethoscope hung around her neck, and several surgical instruments filled the pockets of her coat, their metal handles gleaming menacingly. Carmen. Dr. Sandoval's face lit up with genuine delight. Her unusual eyes shone with an enthusiasm that seemed to contradict her punk appearance. Is it time already? I thought you didn't need liver tests until next week. I have a new compound I'm dying to try. It might even regenerate your liver without those pesky side effects. She wiggled her fingers, adorned with chipped black nail polish and several ornate silver rings. This time it's not for me. Carmen pointed out with her thumb. Braxton didn't like the new boy. Possible concussion, and he's definitely got some bruised ribs. But you should see the other boy. He winked at me. Wait, the other one's fine. Because he's a high-ranking official and you're, whatever. Dr. Sandoval's feline eyes fixed on me, and her expression took on a predatory quality of intense curiosity. Her pupils contracted into narrow vertical slits, then dilated again, as if she were remarkably adjusting to observe me more closely. Good heavens! The very same viral phenomenon. In my infirmary on the first day. She clapped her hands with genuine joy. The sound was high-pitched and discordant in the sterile environment dash. What a wonderfully troublesome thing. She glided toward me with an almost supernatural grace, covering the distance between us in seconds. Up close, her presence was even more imposing despite her small stature. She looked me in the face with an impassive and inhuman expression. MDR. Tessany Sandoval. You can call me Dr. Death if you like. Most of the students do. Her voice had a slight accent I couldn't quite place, melodious yet high-pitched dash. Though personally, I prefer your highness or supreme medical genius. Satoru Nakano, I replied, trying to maintain my composure despite the growing certainty that I was in the presence of a beautiful madwoman with access to scalpels. And I'd rather not get on familiar terms with death just yet. How polite. Most of Miller's victims come in cursing. She snapped her fingers, gesturing to an identification table that looked suspiciously strapped to the sides. Sit down. Her tone shifted from playful to authoritative in an instant. The authority in her voice made both Emmy and me instinctively straighten up. I sat on the edge of the table, every muscle in my body protesting the movement. The metal surface was cold through my uniform, a stark contrast to the warmth of Emmy's lap. Emmy floated nearby, looking uncertain, her healing aura fading as she hesitated between continuing to help and staying out of the doctor's way. You, Dr. Sandoval said, pointing at Emmy with a pen that looked like a miniature scalpel. Blue hair. Healer, right? I can smell your mana signature from here, like freshly cut grass and sunlight. Ohatip? He narrowed his eyes, studying Emmy as if she were a particularly interesting specimen under a microscope. Recovery rate? Duration limits? Does she experience sympathetic pain transfer when healing from deep trauma? Emmy stepped up timidly, visibly intimidated by the barrage of questions. Yes, ma'am. Brisoha. I can maintain it for about 30 minutes before it exhausts me. And yes, sometimes I feel echoes of what I'm healing, especially with nerve damage. Interesting. C-rank healing with great potential for utility. Dr. Sandoval tilted her head. Her gaze was so intense, it seemed to be basically pressuring Emmy. It's rare to see someone of the pure support type these days. Everyone wants to destroy everything. She made a dismissive gesture. Violence is so unimaginative. True power lies in rebuilding, not destroying. She turned to me, her expression even sharper dash. You're welcome to stay and help, blue hair. I always appreciate help from others, especially those who can actually help. Emmy was overjoyed by this unexpected confirmation and approached the examination table. I would love to help. I want to learn everything I can about healing techniques. Carmen rolled her visible eye. The movement was so exaggerated it was noticeable even behind her sunglasses. Great. It'll leave you to your mad science. You won't turn him into a monster, Tess. She waved goodbye and calmly left the infirmary. At the door, he stopped and looked at me. Kid, if you start growing limbs or developing a taste for human flesh, come find me. I know a guy who can handle that kind of thing. With that sinister farewell, he vanished. Dr. Sandoval gave me her full attention. Those unnatural eyes shone with an intensity that reflected equal parts scientific curiosity and keen interest. Well, let's see the damage. She carefully began her medical examination. I need to assess your injuries right away. Unfortunately, I can't diagnose with cotton. Believe me, I've tried. I raised an eyebrow, maintaining my composure despite my growing unease. Shouldn't you invite me to dinner first? How out of line, she said, flashing teeth that seemed too sharp to be entirely human. I like her, but I don't date specimens. Cinchuredo, the fabric, had stuck to dried blood in places, and I couldn't help but wince as he peeled it off. The fresh air in the infirmary gave me goosebumps, highlighting the bruises already forming on my torso, an impressionist painting in purple, blue, and yellow. Emmy gasped slightly at the sight, her eyes wide with concern. Dr. Sandoval's eyes also widened, but with fascination rather than concern. She moved closer, her warm breath against my skin as she examined each wound with the enthusiasm of a child discovering a new species of insect. Well, he really didn't hold back, did he? I'm impressed you're conscious. He pressed a finger against my ribs, making me flinch as a sharp pain shot through my chest. 2 broken ribs, a mild concussion, and bruising of the intercostal muscles. He looked at my face, tilting my chin with cold fingers to examine my nose. And a deviated septum. Impressive collection for the first day. Most students don't reach this level of catastrophe until at least midterms. Her eyes moved suddenly. Her hazel gold irises glowed faintly with an inner light. She looked at me with an intensity that deeply unsettled me, as if she could see right through me to everything I was trying to hide. Which, given what she knew about aspects, was perfectly possible. Her pupils dilated into perfect circles and then contracted again into vertical slits. Fascinating, he murmured, lowering his voice to a whisper. Your mana channels are unusual, almost as if. His voice trailed off. Then he shook his head. The light in his eyes faded. It doesn't matter. We're going to heal you. Chapter 209. For science, of course, she turned to Emmy, regaining her professional demeanor. Continue with your breathing aura while I work. It will keep him comfortable. Focus here and here. He tapped on specific points on my torso with clinical precision. The nerve pathways are more accessible at these intersections. Emmy came closer and closer, placing her glowing hands near my chest, right where Dr. Sandoval had indicated. The comforting warmth of her aspect washed over me again, easing the intense pain. His face was now centimeters from mine, his concentration evident in the slight furrow of his forehead and the determined position of his jaw. Dr. Sandoval rummaged in a nearby cabinet, muttering to herself in Spanish. She pulled out a syringe filled with an iridescent blue liquid that seemed to pulse with its own inner light. The fluid inside swirled and moved, capturing light in ways that suggested it was not completely limited by normal physical laws. This could pick a little, or a lot. Reports vary. He smiled, holding the needle up to the light and tapping it to remove any air bubbles. The liquid inside shimmered hypnotically. The good news is your ribs will heal in hours instead of weeks. Modern medicine is a marvel, especially when you ignore all those annoying regulations about mixing gate-spawn genetic material with human tissue. What's in there? He asked cautiously, observing the shiny mixture with justified suspicion. Oh, just a little something I prepared. Mana-accelerated stem cell therapy with a touch of regenerative gate enzymes. Perfectly safe. Her smile widened, revealing those overly sharp teeth once more. Mostly. I mean, the last 3 test subjects only grew small additional appendages, which were easily removed with minor surgery. Before I could protest, Cinchuredo, arching my back involuntarily as the pain temporarily overwhelmed even Emmy's healing aura. My vision blurred, the edges darkening as I struggled to maintain consciousness. Emmy immediately intensified her healing aura. The green glow intensified as she focused all her energy on counteracting the pain. "It's okay," she whispered, her voice reassuring and firm despite the alarm in her eyes. "I've got you. Focus on my voice. The burning sensation is normal. It means the treatment is working." Her fingers trembled slightly from the effort of maintaining such a powerful healing field, but her resolve did not waver. "Breathe with me. Inhale and exhale." The burning sensation gradually faded and was replaced by a strange tingling and numbness that spread through my chest like ice melting in water. I could almost feel my tissues rebuilding themselves, a sensation as unsettling as it was reassuring. Dr. Sandoval approached, seemingly pleased with this reaction. Good, good. Your body isn't rejecting it. That's a promising sign." She took notes on a tablet, scrolling through the screen with frenetic energy. "The most interesting metabolic response I've seen this month. Accelerated absorption, minimal cellular rejection." He looked at me with bright eyes. "You're quite a specimen, stray dog. I'd love to get a tissue sample from you someday. For science, of course." He pulled out another, smaller syringe filled with a clear liquid that seemed to shimmer with tiny silver particles suspended in it. "This is for the concussion. Stay still. If it misses and I hit you in the brainstem, you could forget to breathe, and that would create a ton of paperwork." This injection was administered at the base of my skull, and although I braced myself for another round of agony, it was surprisingly painless. A cool sensation coursed through my head, clearing the muddled boundaries of my thoughts like mist dissipating in the morning sun. Colors seemed brighter, sound sharper, as if someone had fine-tuned my senses. "All done," Dr. Sandoval said cheerfully, discarding the syringes in a container marked with biohazard symbols and what looked suspiciously like arcane runes. "You'll be fully recovered by tomorrow morning. Your ribs might be tender for a couple of days, but the bone integrity will be completely restored." She winked at him. Cinchuredo, testing my range of motion and finding the pain, had subsided to a manageable level. Avoiding beatings isn't exactly in my job description. Ah, youth, so eager to push your limits. Dr. Sandoval removed her gloves and tossed them into a biohazard waste container. "Blue hair. Keep that aura active for another 10 minutes while the treatment integrates. You're doing well. A steady, pleasing performance." He told me, his expression suddenly serious. "And you, stray dog, come back tomorrow for a checkup. I want to see how those mana channels are adapting." "So, unusual." Something flashed in his eyes, genuine scientific curiosity mixed with what might have been concern. "I have a few theories I'd like to test." She disappeared behind the new curtain. The clinking of the windows and the hum of the machinery suggested she had already moved on to a new experiment. Her abrupt departure left Emmy and me alone in the quiet room. Silence settled between us, broken only by the soft hum of the medical equipment and the gentle, melodious sound of Emmy's breathing, which maintained her healing aura. "Thank you," I finally said, looking at Emmy. Her hands were still hovering near my collar. The soft green glow cast gentle shadows on her face, highlighting the soft curve of her jaw and the gentle line of her bravado. "For helping me. You didn't have to." She offered a shy smile, and a light blush colored her cheeks. "That's what friends do, right? Even if you don't want to be friends." Chapter 210. The first rule of leadership is to manage expectations. There was no bitterness in her voice, only a gentle acceptance tinged with hope, the kind of unwary optimism that made her an easy target and, paradoxically, such a valuable asset. I shuddered at the memory of my speech in the common room. About that, I may have been a little harsh. A little? Her blue eyebrows lifted playfully, but there was a distinct twinkle of amusement in her eyes. "You basically declared war on friendship. I think Jamie's still hiding under his bed." clutching his Sakura Hoshino pillow for comfort. Her eyes sparkled with gentle humor as she shifted a little closer. Not everyone likes you, you know. Some of us just want to get to know you. Strategic intimidation, I replied with a half smile, responding carefully to see how she would react. I needed her to believe I was slowly opening up, letting my guard down in the face of her kindness. The first rule of leadership is managing expectations. Start strong, then ease off, not the other way around. I looked her straight in the eyes, gauging her reaction to that hint of manufactured vulnerability. Besides, it's safer that way. People who get too close to me usually end up getting hurt. Emmy's hands trembled slightly as she maintained contact, her healing aura flickering like a candle in a draft. Fatigue was setting in. Maintaining the healing field for so long was depleting her reserves, and small drops of sweat formed at her temples, making her sapphire hair stick to her skin. You looked different when you were fighting with Professor Miller. Her voice dropped to almost a whisper, like you were enjoying the fight, even when he won. I consider my words carefully, weighing the benefits of honesty against the safety of distance. Fighting is clarifying. You learn who you really are when you are backed into a corner. I flexed my hand, watching the muscles move beneath my skin. When everything else disappears, politeness, pretense, fear, what remains is real. Authentic. She ascended, lost in thought, absorbing my words with surprising depth. And who are you, Satoru Nakano? I looked into her eyes, those warm, trusting eyes that had no place in the ruthless world of the hunters. Someone who will win. I hesitated, then added, softening my voice just enough. Someone who will protect what is theirs. The last sentence hung in the air between us, heavy with implications neither of us was ready to address. Emmy's cheeks flushed again, a deeper pink than before, and she withdrew her hands. The healing aura vanished like mist in the morning sun. I think that's enough, she said softly, her voice trembling. How are you feeling? I experimentally twisted my shoulders, testing the limits of my healing body. The pain had lessened to a dull ache, and the fog in my head had completely cleared, replaced by an unusual clarity. Whatever Dr. Sandoval injected me with was potent, perhaps dangerously potent. Better. Much better. You have a gift. It's nothing special, she objected, always ready to downplay her own abilities. Just a basic healing aura, not like combat aspects that could destroy buildings. Never underestimate support skills, I said, surprising myself with my sincerity. In the right situation, they're more valuable than any offensive power. She helped me put on my uniform shirt, carefully adjusting the collar and smoothing the fabric into place. Her bravado were careful and brief, showing her focus on the task at hand, her desire to help, but also her uncertainty about being received. We should go back to the Onyx house, he said, gathering his things. The others will be wondering what happened. Raphael was already spreading rumors that you were carried out unconscious. As I left the infirmary, I glanced back at the building, pondering Dr. Sandoval's strange interest in my unusual mana channels. The gleam in her eyes, seeing something in me that even I hadn't recognized. Another piece of the puzzle of what made me different in this world. Another clue to my father's legacy, perhaps. Or something even stranger. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the academy grounds. The path back to Onyx House would take us along a secluded trail lined with cherry trees whose branches swayed gently in the evening breeze. Perfect for a private conversation. Satoru-kun, Emmy's voice pulled me from my thoughts, hesitant but determined. Will you teach me how to fight like that? Not the part about hurting yourself, she added quickly, but the way you analyzed everything, how you got back up no matter how many times I knocked you down. I watched her for a moment, weighing the potential benefits against the risks. Being indebted to her would be useful, and training together would provide countless opportunities to deepen our bond. A tactical advantage disguised as generosity. Yes, I decided, letting a touch of warmth seep into my voice. But on one condition. What's that? Teach me everything you know about healing. Knowledge is power, and I need every advantage I can get. An exchange. Your expertise for mine. Emmy's face lit up with a smile, so genuine it almost hurt to look at her directly, like staring at the sun. A pure, unfiltered joy emanated from her, with an intensity that gave me an uncomfortable pang in my chest. Deal. We can start tonight, if you're interested. I have books on regenerative theory and mana channeling that might help you understand the principles of my work. As we walked back towards Onyx House, Emmy chatted excitedly about healing techniques and energy transfer, feeling Nell's words echoing in my mind like a distant warning bell. They are tools for storytelling. I'm the one who writes the script with you. But as I looked at Emmy's excited face while she spoke about the healing arts with genuine passion, her hands moving animatedly to illustrate complex concepts, I wondered if perhaps the supporting cast could have more important roles than even the gods had planned. Chapter 211. How to Get Lost on Purpose. The infirmary door closed behind them with a smooth pneumatic system. The sound echoed briefly in the still morning air. Emmy took a deep breath, and her lungs expanded gratefully as she escaped the sterile, antiseptic smell that had filled her nostrils for the past hour. The fresh morning air brushed gently against her skin, carrying the invigorating bravado of salt from the nearby ocean and the sweet fragrance of the Academy's freshly cut grass. A gentle breeze ruffled her blue hair, cooling her warm cheeks. Dr. Sandoval had been a demanding instructor, unusually demanding. Emmy's hand still trembled slightly from the combination of prolonged use of the aspect and the doctor's unsettling, feline gaze, which seemed to cut right through to her very soul. Those pupils, with their vertical slits, had followed her every move as she channeled her healing energy into Satyrus' wounds, making her feel like a particularly interesting specimen. Beside him, Satori stretched languidly, a slow, deliberate movement that made the muscles in his back tremble beneath his dirt-stained uniform. The dark marks stood out starkly against the white fabric, a vivid reminder of what they had just been through. For someone who had been unconscious for less than 2 hours, with injuries that would have hospitalized a normal person for days, he seemed surprisingly calm. His face showed no trace of pain, only a relaxed complacency that seemed strangely out of place given the circumstances. "We should probably head back," Emmy said, turning to look for the golf cart that had brought them there, her eyes scanning the small parking lot expectantly. It had disappeared. It disappeared completely, as if it had never existed. Did Carmen leave us? Emmy relaxed, panic rising in her chest like a trapped butterfly as she paced, frantically searching for the empty parking lot. She looked behind the small shed around the corner of the building. Nothing. She couldn't. A small piece of paper flew from the infirmary door, held together with a strip of adhesive tape. Emmy tore it off and read the hastily scribbled note, its handwriting barely legible. "I had to find caffeine. Try not to die on the way back. See, he abandoned us. How are we supposed to get back to Onyx House?" Emmy clutched the note, crumpling it slightly as anxiety surged. The Academy grounds were vast, a maze of paths and buildings unfamiliar to her, still under construction. "I don't even know where we are on campus. We could wander around for hours, and soon we have training, and..." To her surprise, Satori didn't seem the least bit worried. In fact, a faint smile played at the corners of his bravado, transforming his usual cautious expression into a warmer, more open one. The morning sunlight reflected in his eyes, giving them an almost otherworldly glow that took Emmy's breath away. "Perfect," he said softly and with delight, like a cat that's just been offered a bowl of cream. Without warning, he took her hand. "This gives us a chance to explore. If anyone asks questions, we're doomed." Emmy's face turned red at the situation, blushing from her cheeks to her neck and warming her entire frame. His palm was warm against hers, his grip firm but not tight. It felt surprisingly nice. Her heart pounded against her ribs, quick and alert. Centuredo, and she felt a wave of uncertainty, though she tried to steady herself despite her timid objections. Satori turned to face her, a mischievous glint in her eyes. The morning light tinged her features with gold and shadows, highlighting the firm line of her jaw and the subtle curve of her bravado. "Let them wonder." She gently held her hand, sending butterflies through her stomach, a kaleidoscope of nervousness. Besides, it uses a lot of energy to heal me. Your face is pale and your hands are cold. You need food. He moved closer, close enough for her to feel his warmth, the subtle spice of his cologne beneath the more clinical smells of the infirmary. His voice softened into a quiet murmur that always made her heart leap. And, to be honest, I've missed our coffee dates. I truly appreciate all your help. The sincerity in his voice drew her protests. His dark, sincere eyes held her, making her feel as if she were the only person who mattered in the world at that moment. Emmy swallowed hard, nodding silently as he led her along a stone path away from the infirmary, their fingers still intertwined in a comforting, thrillingly unfamiliar greeting. The center of campus should be around here, Satoris said, guiding her with a gentle pressure on her hand. They're S-bound to be somewhere we can get breakfast. You must be starving after using your aspect for so long. They walked through the manicured gardens of New Vane Academy. The early morning sunlight filtered through the cherry blossoms, casting dappled light and shadows across the path. Dewdrops still clung to the perfectly manicured lawn, sparkling like scattered diamonds. It was beautiful, a piece that made the brutal combat training earlier seem like a distant nightmare, rather than something that had happened just hours before. As they approached the central plaza, other students began to appear, first in small groups, then in ever-increasing numbers. Most wore the immaculate black and white uniforms of the NVA, though the colorful accents of their respective guilds made them easily distinguishable in the crowd. Silver for the Argent Sentinels, crimson for the Scarlet Phantoms, blue for the Cobalt Vipers, and green for the Verdant Strikers. And the marginalized gray of the Onyx Hounds, their colors, which mark them as the rejected of the Academy, the surplus, those considered unworthy of the prestigious guilds. Whispers followed them as they passed, fragments of conversation reaching Emmy's ears like the buzzing of curious insects. It's him, the stray dog. Is that his girlfriend? The healer? What's a pretty girl like her doing with that troublemaker? Did you see what he did to Valerio during the entrance exam? The stares didn't seem to bother Satori in the slightest. She walked with the confidence of someone who expected the world to get out of her way, her posture relaxed yet alert, like a predator stalking territory she already considered her own. Emmy, however, felt trapped under the curious and sometimes hostile gazes. She wanted to disappear, to melt into the ground, or hide behind Satyr's taller figure. A group of Argent Sentinels stood near an ornate marble fountain. Their uniforms, with their silver details, gleamed in the morning light, immaculate and imposing. As Satori and Emmy passed by, one of them, a tall boy with slicked-back blonde hair and a cruel grin, deliberately stepped into their path, bumping his shoulder against Satyrus with obvious intent. "Watch where you're going, stray," he muttered, his words heavy with disdain. Satori didn't lose his footing. He simply turned his head slightly, fixing the boy with a gaze so cold and disdainful that it sent shivers down Emmy's spine. There was something about that look, something dangerous and untamed, something that hinted at a carefully contained violence. The Sentinel took a step back, his arrogant expression wavering, as if he suddenly realized he was treading on something far more dangerous than he had anticipated. He didn't care. He noticed Emmy as she continued walking, observing Satyr's profile with renewed amazement. All those people staring at him, whispering to him, even trying to intimidate him, and he simply didn't care. He walked as if he belonged everywhere, as if he were untouchable, as if the Academy existed in their world, not the other way around. Chapter 212. My crush remembers the tiniest details. It's a trap. She longed for at least a sliver of that confidence. When people looked at her, she always felt the need to apologize for taking up space. She spent her life trying to make herself smaller, less visible, to avoid becoming a target. But Satori seemed to seek attention, to enjoy it, or perhaps simply not deem it worthy of recognition. "Here we are," Satori said, gesturing to a small, elegant cafe nestled between a bookstore and a uniform shop. The sign read Door Griffin in flowing gold lettering. The letters seemed to shimmer in the morning light. Through the windows, Emmy could see polished cherrywood tables and luxurious velvet chairs in shades of burgundy and forest green. Crystal chandeliers hung from the ceiling, casting prismatic reflections on the gleaming wooden floors. It looked expensive, excessively expensive, the kind of place Emmy would normally walk past with longing eyes, mentally calculating how many weeks of paychecks she'd need to afford even a coffee there. "Are you sure? It looks elegant," she whispered as he opened the door. A bell tinkled melodiously above them to announce their arrival. "I mean, I don't even know if I have enough. Only the best for my healer," Satori replied with a wink that made her heart pound. "And don't worry about the price. It's on me." The interior was even more enchanting than it looked from the outside. The cafe smelled of freshly baked pastries and strong coffee, with hints of vanilla and cinnamon that instantly made Emmy's mouth water. Soft classical music played in the background, a piano sonata that floated in the air like gauze. A handful of students and professors sat at tables, conversing quietly. Their voices created a gentle murmur that blended with the music. Satori led her to a secluded table by the window, half hidden behind a lush potted fern that offered them privacy while still allowing a view of the square. He pulled out her chair with unexpectedly gentlemanly grace, waiting for her to sit down before sitting opposite her. A waiter appeared almost instantly, dressed in an immaculate black uniform with gold accents that matched the cafe's decor. "-2 coffee," Satori began, in a casual but authoritative tone, as if she ordered there every day. "Actually," Emmy interjected, nervously twisting the hem of her skirt under the table. "Could I have some hot chocolate? With whipped cream? Is that okay?" "Of course. A coffee, a hot chocolate, and—" Satori glanced across the glass display case, her eyes fixed on the array of pastries arranged like jewels behind glass. "A strawberry profiterole for the lady. The one with fresh berries on top." The waiter approached respectfully and withdrew, leaving them alone in their quiet corner. Emmy looked at Satori in surprise, blinking, tilting her head slightly as she watched him. "How did you know that strawberries are my favorite?" Satori leaned back in her chair. The morning light filtered through the window behind her, tinting her face gold and casting the other half in a mysterious shadow. The contrast gave her an almost supernatural appearance, like a character from one of the fantasy novels Emmy loved to read. He said, "You mentioned it once during our first study Barato, when you brought those strawberry candies. You said they reminded you of your childhood. Did you remember that?" A warm feeling spread through Emmy, a feeling that had nothing to do with embarrassment, a pleasant, radiant sensation that expanded with each heartbeat. Such a small detail, mentioned so long ago, and he had stored it in his memory, saving it for the perfect moment. She couldn't remember the last time someone had paid such attention to her casual words. "Your aspect runs on heat energy, right?" He continued, leaning slightly forward, his elbows resting on the table. His eyes were fixed on her, making her feel both exposed and appreciated. "You need the sugar after you heal me. Your body literally burns glucose when you use your power. That's why healers often collapse afterward." Her order arrived quickly. A delicate porcelain coffee cup for Satori, steaming straight. A piping hot chocolate mug topped with a mound of whipped cream and a hint of cinnamon for Emmy. And a huge, glistening strawberry benevolent that made her mouth water just looking at it. The cake was a work of art. A golden choux pastry filled with clouds of vanilla cream and fresh strawberries, covered with a glaze that reflected the light like polished rubies. "Thank you," she said, looking at the cake with obvious delight, her eyes wide, like a child in wonder. "This looks amazing. But you didn't have to." "I wanted to," Satori interrupted gently, her voice firm but kind. "Please consider my thanks for being my personal healer today. Without you, I'd probably still be in that bed with Tesseni, using me as her latest test subject." A small shiver ran through Emmy when she mentioned the unsettling nurse. "She's terrifying. The way she looked at you was like she was mentally dissecting you." "It probably was," Satori laughed with a warm, rich sound. Emmy picked up her fork and sliced through the profiterole. The silvery prongs glided through the delicate pastry with delightful ease, releasing a cloud of aromatic steam. She took a bite and closed her eyes in ecstasy as the perfect balance of tangy strawberry and sweet vanilla cream filled her mouth, a wonderful contrast of textures: crisp pastry, silky cream, juicy berries. Delicious, she murmured with a full mouthful, momentarily forgetting her shyness as pleasure washed over her. She immediately took another bite, unable to resist. Opening her eyes, she saw Satori watching her with obvious amusement, without having touched the coffee. There was something different about her expression, softer and more sincere than the practiced charm she usually displayed. The corners of her eyes crinkled slightly, and she continued watching with a friendly expression. Your family owns a ramen shop, so you must be a good cook too, right? Satori rested his chin on his hand, with genuine curiosity. I'm trying. Emmy laughed. The sound was light and musical in the quiet cafe. But I'm terrible. Just ask Natalia. I almost burned down her kitchen once trying to make tamagoyaki. The fire alarm went off, and her parents thought we were being attacked by monsters from the gate. Chapter 213. The problem with holding hands is that you have to let go somehow. It's charming, Satori said, her bravado curving into a crooked smile that made his heart leap. The conversation flowed naturally after that, like water finding its natural course. Satori asked about his family, eliciting stories from his childhood with genuine interest. He wanted to know about his design sketches. He listened, truly listened, to her answers. Sometimes he prompted her with insightful questions that showed he was really paying attention, not just passively following the conversation. When she spoke, his gaze remained fixed on her face, never straying to the other attractive girls who occasionally passed by his window. It was pleasant, more than pleasant. It was intoxicating. For a while, Emmy could almost forget the chaos of the academy, the terrifying Dr. Death, the crushing pressure of training, the curious glances of the other students. There, in that cozy corner of the cafe, it was just the two of them, enveloped in a bubble of warmth and comfortable closeness that seemed both new and somehow familiar. By the way, Satori said, setting down her empty coffee cup, a mischievous twinkle in her eye. Thanks for earlier. In the golf cart, her eyes crinkled at the corners, warm and playful. You're the best pillow I've ever had. Emmy had just taken a large gulp of hot chocolate. At his words, she inhaled sharply, surprised, and instantly regretted it. The hot liquid shot up her nose and splashed onto the table as she choked and slurred. The burning sensation brought tears to her eyes. Oh my God, she gasped, mortified, as chocolate dripped from her nose and splashed onto the pristine tablecloth. Her face burned more than the drink that now stained her uniform. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. Satori burst out laughing, not with the restrained laughter she sometimes used in class, but with a genuine, uninhibited laugh that transformed her entire face, making her look younger and lighter, as if a mask had slipped from her for a moment. Before she could reach for a napkin, he leaned down and gently wiped her face, his touch unexpectedly tender as he stroked her burning cheeks and nose. How lovely, she said simply, her fingers lingering on his cheek for just a second longer. The touch as light as a feather, but leaving a mark on his skin that felt like a scar. Emmy wanted to crawl under the table and die of embarrassment. Instead, she grabbed more napkins and frantically dried her burning face, unable to meet his gaze as she tried to regain her composure. You did it on purpose, she accused, trying to sound stern, but failing miserably as her voice came out high-pitched and squeaky. Perhaps, he admitted, without showing the slightest remorse. In fact, he seemed completely pleased with himself, a mischievous glint in those hypnotic eyes that seemed to see right through her. Your reactions are always worthwhile. They're so sincere, as if you can't hide what you feel. It's refreshing in a world where everyone wears masks. As she frantically cleaned up the mess, removing the chocolate stains spreading across the pristine white tablecloth and the growing stains on her uniform. Censuredo, but was it genuine? Was this the real Satori, or just an act? He couldn't help but recall the Monopoly game from the night before, catching those quiet whispers exchanged between him and Natalia, his best friend, their faces close together as they talked. sharing secrets that made Natalia's eyes light up in a way Emmy had never seen before. The confidence with which he had carried Sumin after the entrance exam, the pink-haired girl blushing furiously but mysteriously not protesting despite her usual shyness. The long, appreciative glances they gave Skylar when he thought no one was looking at him, the effortless, playful banter with Akari that flowed between them as naturally as breathing. Who is the real Satori? She wondered, watching him from across the table as he, with graceful and confident gestures, asked for the bill. Is it this kind and thoughtful boy who remembers my favorite chocolate flavor and makes me laugh until my sides hurt? Or is it the calculating and ambitious stray dog who boldly declared that he doesn't need friends at orientation? Something on your mind? Satori asked suddenly, catching his gaze with those piercing eyes. Her perspicacity made his stomach flutter. In nothing, Emmy lied, looking down at her empty plate, tracing meaningless patterns in the remaining chocolate crumbs with her fingertips, hoping he couldn't see the confusion written all over her face. We should probably return soon. Natalia will organize a full search party with tactical divisions if we're gone much longer. Satori paid the bill despite his protests, dismissing his offers to split it with a gesture. They went back outside into the morning sun, as the day had fully awakened during their time at the cafe. The campus was now alive, with students hurrying between buildings for morning classes, their voices creating a background hum of activity. Satori took her hand again as they walked, as if it were the most natural thing in the world, intertwining his fingers with hers in a protective and possessive way. His thumb occasionally brushed against her knuckles in a gesture that seemed almost absent-minded, but which sent a tingling sensation through her arm each time. He filled the return trip with entertaining stories, holding her attention so completely that she barely noticed the stares she continued to attract. His imitation of Raphael's indignant face was particularly accurate, with explosive gestures and colorful language that made Emmy laugh despite her misgivings. The way he described Braxton's lazy teaching style, imitating the instructor's drawling voice and perpetually bored expression, made her double over with laughter. As they rounded the last bend in the road, the trees parted to reveal their destination. Onyx House came into view, the enormous Japanese mansion with its slightly worn appearance. Perched atop its small hill like an aging widowed queen who had seen better days but retained her dignity. But Emmy's laughter died in her throat when she saw the figure waiting on the porch steps, its slender silhouette immediately recognizable. Natalia. Her best friend stood with her arms crossed over her chest, impatiently tapping the wooden step with one foot. Her lavender hair reflected the morning light, giving her an almost ethereal appearance despite her obvious displeasure. Her expression was perfectly serene, a mask of cold indifference, but Emmy knew her well enough to read the brewing storm in her violet eyes. Those eyes traveled from Emmy's face to her clasped hands and then back up again. Guilt coursed through Emmy like an electric shock, shaking her entire body and tying a knot in her stomach. She let go of Satyr's hand as if it burned her, instinctively taking a half-step back. Net, Carmen left us at the infirmary and we got lost, and Satori said he needed to eat because I used too much of my aspect to heal him, and the words tumbled out of her mouth in a desperate, breathless torrent, each one stumbling over the next in her haste to explain. Breathe, Emmy, Natalia interrupted, her voice carefully neutral, though Emmy sensed a subtle hint of tension beneath the forced calm. I was just worried. You both disappeared after training. Her gaze lingered on Satori for a moment. Something unreadable was exchanged between them, making Emmy suddenly feel like an outsider. Satori stepped forward, positioning herself between the two girls in a subtle but unmistakable gesture of protection that Emmy wasn't sure she needed or even wanted. There was something deliberate about the movement, a statement she couldn't quite decipher. It was my fault, he said casually, but his gaze was fixed on Natalia. I managed to get us back on our feet after we left the infirmary. Emmy helped me a lot this morning. She stopped me from bleeding all over Dr. Death's floor. Her healing abilities are amazing. Something changed in Natalia's expression when she mentioned Emmy's recovery. A softer look, a slight relaxation of her shoulders that denoted genuine relief from the strain of jealousy. Emmy knew that look. Natalia always worried about her, always tried to protect her, even when she pretended to be cold and indifferent. "Are you both okay then?" she asked, her gaze softening as it rested on Emmy, the concern in her voice unmistakably genuine. "We're fine," Emmy assured her, feeling relieved to see the tension dissipate a little. "Satori just needed a little sugar after the treatment, and we lost track of time. The cafe was lovely, Nat. You would have loved their pastries. They had those fruit tarts you like." Natalia moved slowly forward, pacing back and forth with an unreadable expression, something calculating and cautious in her gaze. "Well, you're just in time. Braxton has called a team meeting in 20 minutes. Something about individual training schedules." She paused, her gaze fixed on a chocolate stain still visible on Emmy's neck. "You might want to change out of your uniform first." The three of them stood there on the stairs of the Onyx house, a triangle of unspoken feelings and complex loyalties. Emmy glanced from Natalia, her best friend since childhood, the person who knew all her secrets and insecurities, to Satori, the enigmatic boy who quickened her pulse and scattered her thoughts like cherry blossoms in a spring breeze. She stood between them, caught in a red haze she hadn't even realized was weaving around her. The morning sunlight shone on them with absolute clarity, casting shadows that seemed to spread and connect them in ways she couldn't quite grasp. What have I gotten myself into? Chapter 214. Everyone awaits the end. I entered the room with Emmy and Natalia, fully aware of the invisible currents flowing between us. The accumulated tension from our previous encounter still lingered, creating an unspoken triangle that seemed to follow us like a persistent shadow. Emmy stayed half a step behind me, her fingers nervously fiddling with the hem of her uniform, while Natalia kept a distance close enough to suggest partnership, but far enough away to deny any intimidation. The dance had begun. The rest of our merry band of misfits had already gathered, sprawled across the battered furniture, in various states of exhaustion. The living room of Onyx House had clearly seen better days. Faded wallpaper peeling at the corners, furniture that showed years of mistreatment, and a persistent musty smell that even open windows couldn't dispel. Yet there was something strangely comforting about its imperfection, a stark contrast to the sterile, antiseptic corridors of the Academy's main buildings. Raphael glared at me from his corner, his arms crossed over his chest like granite slabs, his jaw moving as if he were chewing on his own frustration. Undoubtedly, the humiliation of the morning was still fresh in his mind. Every time our eyes met, his narrowed dangerously, his fingers crackling as if he longed to ignite his aspect and finish what Braxton had started. He was a powder keg waiting for a spark. Isabel sat demurely on the edge of a ray-shaped armchair, her posture painfully perfect, as if refusing to acknowledge the furniture's decay. Her crimson eyes followed our entrance with that unsettlingly perceptive gaze of hers. Even at rest, she carried herself with the innate grace of nobility, a queen strolling among peasants. Nothing escaped her notice. Those eyes catalogued every micro-expression, every subtle shift in the room's atmosphere. And one surprise, was fast asleep on the sofa, his lanky figure sprawled on the cushions, one arm dangling toward the floor, a deck of cards spread out beneath his limp fingers. Even in his sleep, he seemed eternally bored, as if consciousness itself were too difficult to maintain. Jamie was doing push-ups in a corner, because of course he was, counting under his breath with unbridled enthusiasm. 98, 99, 100. Yes, for Sakura. His muscles flexed with each movement, and sweat glistened on his bare barato, despite the cold temperature of the room. The twins occupied the two-seater sofa. Akari sprawled out like a contented cat, while Hikari perched on the armrest. They whispered to each other, occasionally letting out synchronized giggles that sent shivers down my spine. The way they looked at me reminded me of children staring at a new and exciting toy, eager to play with it until it broke. At the center of it all, Braxton Miller, our illustrious leader, looked even more disheveled than during our morning session. His hair was unruly, as if he had repeatedly run his hands through it in frustration, and the dark circles under his eyes had deepened in just a few hours, becoming multi-tonal shadows that made him look as if he had endured 10 rounds of insomnia and lost miserably. He sipped from a steaming cup of coffee as if it contained the elixir of life, his white knuckles circling the chipped mug. As he entered, his bloodshot eyes lifted and lingered on me for a moment longer than necessary before awkwardly scratching the back of his neck. The movement caused his wrinkled shirt to bunch up around his shoulders. "Ah, Nakano. I heard you had a lot of fun with Dr. Death." A flash of guilt crossed his face, appearing and disappearing so quickly he could have imagined it. "I'm sorry. I got a little carried away. It was my fault. I felt every eye in the room on me, sizing me up, measuring me, waiting for my reaction." Raphael, in particular, seemed anxious for any sign of resentment or weakness, his body tensing forward like a predator detecting vulnerability. I decided to disappoint him. "No problem, Miller-sensei. It was an educational experience." My voice came out soft and calm, as if I were talking about the weather instead of being unconscious and hospitalized. "And profitable. Thanks to the 500 SP. The best lesson he learned." The system had been unusually generous with that particular beating, almost as if it approved of my humiliation. In any case, I continued aloud, shifting my weight to appear a little more humble, just enough to make my next words carry more weight. It was a good reminder of how far I still have to go to reach the level I aspire to. "I appreciate the dose of reality." My answer landed like a stone in still water, and surprise rippled through the room. Raphael's face contorted with confusion, then frustration, and then something bordering on disgust. He had expected a confrontation, something that would diminish me in the eyes of others, that would portray me as weak or resentful. His disappointment was almost palpable. Isabel's perfectly shaped eyebrow arched upward, a new glint of interest flashing in her calculating gaze. Her long, elegant fingers drummed thoughtfully against the armrest, as if reconsidering some internal assessment of me. Even Skylar, who had been feigning disinterest from her perch on the windowsill, stopped her ceaseless scrolling to look up from her phone. The intense blue light illuminated her face in the dark corner of the room. Her expression was still bored, but the slight squinting of her eyes told me I had caught her. Marco, the ever-enthusiastic human golden retriever, flashed a wide grin. "That's the spirit, man. Learn from everything." He patted Malachi on the back, nearly knocking the quiet boy off his chair. His normally impassive face showed a rare flicker of irritation. But it was Braxton's reaction that interested me most. He stared at me for a good while, the mug halfway to his lips, steam swirling around his face like thought bubbles in a comic strip. There was a new look of evaluation in his tired eyes, a recalibration. Good. I was beginning to realize that I wasn't just another cocky kid playing hunter. I let my gaze wander, deliberately settling on Carmen, who was leaning back on the arm of a nearby chair with the carefree grace of a panther. Her eye patch didn't diminish her dazzling beauty at all. It simply lent her an air of dangerous mystery. She seemed almost too pleased with herself, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of her lips. "Actually," I said, as my voice cooled a few degrees, the regretful change caught everyone's attention. "If I'm angry with anyone, it's you, Carmen-sensei." Chapter 215. The schedule of Hell Her Good. I opened wide with feigned innocence, and she clutched her chest with a theatrical expression of surprise. "Me? What'd I do, kid? I'm just an innocent bystander in all this. You abandon your students in a medical center on our first day, after one of them is knocked unconscious by a teacher." I ticked off each point with my fingers, my tone light, but my gaze hard. I think that's what they call gross negligence. Or perhaps breach of duty sounds better in a formal complaint. Carmen didn't flinch. On the contrary, the corners of her bravado curved into a sharp, cunning smile that transformed her face, revealing the strategy beneath her nonchalant exterior. She slid out of her chair and walked toward me, each step deliberate and confident, a movement that drew every gaze in the room. He stopped just inches away, close enough for me to catch a faint hint of whiskey on his breath and a lingering trace of jasmine perfume. His broad shoulders nearly brushed my arm as he leaned in, and his voice dropped low, filling the suddenly silent room. "You're right. It was a huge mistake on my part." He gestured toward the collar of my uniform as he spoke, his tone calm and measured. "Is there anything at all, I can do to earn your forgiveness?" Jacob let out a muffled sound behind me. I heard Hikari chuckle, whispering something that made Hikari stifle her laughter. Before I could answer, though, I admit I was curious to see how far she'd go with this little performance. How much she could make the room uneasy. Natalia appeared among us like a stern, violet-eyed angel. She placed a firm hand on Carmen's barato and pushed her back with surprising strength. Her eyes gleamed sharply, the air around her crackling with contained telekinetic energy. Personal space, sensei, as a teaching assistant, you should know this. Unless you're trying to add another major professional blunder to your list of failures. Carmen's eyes widened slightly at the venom in Natalia's voice, before her expression transformed into one of amusement and delight. Well, aren't we protectors?" She deliberately took a step back, her hands raised in a gesture of surrender, but her smile remained knowing, as if she had confirmed something important. "Oh, how territorial he is," Hikari whispered to Hikari from the sofa, her voice perfectly audible in the sudden silence. It didn't take him long to establish the hierarchy. "She's marking her territory. Nice move." Skylar didn't even bother to look up from her phone this time. Her bored tone belied the great interest she knew she took in every social interaction. It's better to set boundaries early than a fight over crumbs later. Emmy shifted uncomfortably behind me, her usual quiet joy barely contained. I saw her glance at Natalia and me, a small crease forming between her eyebrows. Another interesting detail to file away. The room was brimming with renewed energy. The previous tension had transformed into something more volatile and infinitely more interesting. I watched as Natalia and Carmen stared at each other in a silent challenge, a battle of wills unfolding before everyone's eyes. Neither of them would give in. The moment stretched out like a taut wire. Perfect. They're already vying for a spot. I barely had to do anything. The ensemble's mechanics were working like a charm. Natalia's high rank was already sparking competition among potential new members. Like moths to a flame, they began orbiting around me, establishing their hierarchies without realizing they were all playing into my hands. Braxton's loud applause cut the confrontation short like a gunshot, causing Jacob to jump so violently that he almost knocked over his chair. "Okay, enough with the daytime drama. Save it for your free time." She finished the rest of her coffee and set down the cup a little harder than necessary. "Let's talk business before those restless teenagers give me a migraine." She tapped her wristband, projecting a holographic schedule in the center of the room. Blue light illuminated everyone's faces as they leaned forward to examine the cluttered timetable. A collective groan rose from various corners as the reality of their new life dawned on them. "This is your life now," Braxton announced, pointing to the tight schedule with a wicked glint in his barato eyes. "Waking up at 5:30 a.m. And, everyone, in looking at you, Navarro, no more sleeping in." Juan's only response was a soft snore from the sofa. At 6 a.m., physical conditioning. Run until you throw up. At 8 a.m., breakfast, which will make you very nauseous. From 9 a.m. to noon, combat training, where I will personally ensure you understand the difference between the play fights you practiced in high school and real life or death survival. Lunch break, 30 minutes, not a second more. From 1 p.m. to 4 p.m., specialized aspects development with Carmen. From 4 p.m. to 6 p.m., Cinchuredo, he looked around, with an expression that dared anyone to complain. The silence lingered, no one willing to be the first to object. Finally, Jacob raised a trembling hand, his Adam's apple bouncing nervously as he swallowed. We have week off fines?" His voice cracked on the last word. Braxton's laugh was short and harsh, like shattered glass. "Kid, Mostels don't rest on weekend. The doors don't close just because it's Saturday. But yeah, Sundays are lighter. Morning workout only and afternoon review. He paused. Consider it an act of compassion. Don't get used to it. What did he consider? Murmured Juan from the sofa, one eye half opening to observe the proceedings, his tone dripping with sarcasm. His benevolence knows no bounds. Oh, Captain, my Captain. ID, make a sarcastic remark. Navarro. But first ID, have something to worry about, Braxton replied without hesitation. Now, for the fun part. He zoomed in on a section of the hologram, highlighting a series of dates in red. NBA policy dictates that, during the first quarter, each guild must conduct joint training exercises with the other 4 guilds. Twice a month, you'll be paired with another class for a live, supervised F or D-rank gate access clearance on the mainland. A murmur rippled through the room, part excitement, part fear. Even Juan sat up, momentarily forgetting his perpetual boredom. Real doors, not simulations? Pan Suman's voice was barely audible, her hands twisting nervously in her lap. Isn't that dangerous for the first years? That's the point. Raphael scoffed in a harsh voice. To separate the true hunters from the imposters. His gaze shifted to me with a meaningful gesture. Which guild will we be paired with, Professor? Isabel asked, her majestic voice interrupting the conversation like a silver bell. I assume there's a predetermined rotation. The schedule is random. It's designed to push you to adapt to unfamiliar barato and power sets. Braxton's smile was intense and sharp, revealing barato that looked unusually pointed. We also intend to establish the natural order of things from the start, to show you your true place in the food chain. He paused, taking in each face in the room, building anticipation with his flair for showmanship. Our first joint operation is in 2 weeks. And our partners. He paused again, savoring the moment like a fine wine. They are the Argent Sentinels. Chapter 2:16. My rejects blasted. The room barato in chaos. Them. Raphael jumped to his feet, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned white, and a faint orange glow began to emanate from his hands. Those fussy little idiots with silver spoons? You gotta be kidding me. Oh, this is gonna be fun, Akari said with a cold grin, twirling a lock of jet-black hair between her fingers, her emerald eyes gleaming with calculating amusement. Their leader, Julian Valerio, is a pompous jerk. I can't wait to see his face when he realizes he has to work with the EVN scum. We should crush them all, Hikari declared, throwing her fist into the air with enough force to create a small gust of wind, her smile unwavering despite the violence of her words. Show them the true power of Onyx. No tricks, just pure power. But their teamwork is absolutely flawless. Jacob stammered, gripping his datapad so tightly his knuckles turned white, his face paling as the words tumbled out in a panic. Their CPR average is literally the highest in the Academy's history. They train together 16 hours a day. Their recommended student, Julian, was a junior national champion in 3-4 different martial arts before he even manifested his aspect. They're going to completely destroy us, then publicly humiliate us, and then expel us. Good, Skylar remarked, stretching languidly with the contentment of a cat that has found the perfect ray of sunshine, her pinkish-purple fur reflecting the light. I was worried this whole academy thing would be incredibly boring. At least watching this spectacular disaster unfold will be entertaining. It's a valuable opportunity, Malachi whispered from a shadowy corner, his voice so soft that the entire room instinctively fell silent. To learn from a best. The sudden weight of attention seemed to pull him even deeper into darkness, and his violet eyes fell to the floor. That's the spirit, Marco exclaimed, slapping Malachi so hard on the back that the little boy shuddered. We can learn from them, and they can learn from us. It's a win-win, guys. What could they possibly learn from us? Juan asked, slurring his words, sinking down onto the sofa and dramatically covering his eyes with one arm. I think they've mastered the art of looking down on us since they were born. My eyes met Natalia's through the chaos. A silent understanding arose between us. Juliano, Celeste, This is our chance. The connection to Serafina Van Cess' inner circle. Our first real opportunity to begin gathering information for the Know Your Enemy mission. The timing couldn't be better. I felt a sudden surge of stares and turned to find Noah looking at me with a disconcerting intensity. Until then, I had been a silent shadow in a corner, easily ignored despite my imposing appearance. His gaze was calculating, appraising, as if he were comparing me to some internal standard. Finally, she spoke. Celeste and the Sentinels don't fail. Nothing less than perfection is acceptable. We are expected to meet her standards, not the other way around. Her amber eyes burned brightly beneath her short blonde hair. I suggest we begin preparing immediately. Anything less would be a disgrace. All heads turned to look at her. It was the most we'd heard her say since we'd introduced ourselves. The steel in her voice was unmistakable. She might have been wearing our grain now, but her words carried the weight of silver. You're right, Braxton said, rising to his feet with a grunt that suggested his body was much larger than it was. For the next 2 weeks, your training is going to be hell. Not ordinary hell, but a special Barado quality nightmare, the kind I've been saving for an occasion like this. He cracked his knuckles. The sound was eerily loud in the sudden silence. I'm not going to let my pack of street dogs be made a fool of by a group of pedigreed show dogs. They may be the rejects, but they're my rejects, darn it. His gaze settled on me, sharpening. Nakano, you're a rank 1 for now. You wanted to build an empire. Hey, race your first campaign. He spread his arms wide, covering the room in a sweeping gesture. You have 2 weeks to turn this circus into a functioning fighting unit. Don't screw it up. I observed my new unit, assessing the raw material I had at my disposal. Raphael, barely containing his rage and wounded pride, was a living bomb about to explode. Juan, who couldn't even stay awake for a full briefing, squandered his brilliance on apathy. Jacob, who looked like he was about to vomit at any moment, his eyes frantically darting as if searching for an escape route. The twins, watching me with keen interest, their synchronized actions subtly unsettling. Su-min, shrinking into her oversized uniform, trying to make herself invisible. Isabel, observing everything with that unsettling, analytical gaze, seeing 10 moves ahead on a chessboard only she could perceive. Braxton hadn't just recommended a mission, had given me a lit stick of dynamite and told me to build a clock out of it. This wasn't equipment. It was a collection of landmines arranged in a loose circle. But I had faced worse adversities, and, unlike them, I had a system that thrived precisely on this kind of chaos. I held his gaze, feeling a confident smile spread across my face. Don't worry, Sensei. I love a challenge. The words came out with a confidence that made Raphael frown even more and Isabel narrow her eyes thoughtfully. By the time we're finished, the Sentinels won't even know what happened to them. Good, he grunted, running a hand through his disheveled hair. Because you've got a sensational one. It's not just about winning, Nakano. It's about proving you belong on the same team. He glanced at his watch, wincing at the time. We start this afternoon. At 3 in the outdoor training room. I want to see what you've got, Nakano. Show me if this morning was a fluke or if there's something truly worth investing in. We'll be watching too, Akari added with a playful wink. Don't try to fool us, Leader Quinn. Chapter 217. The garbage heap produces diamonds. As the group began to disperse, murmuring among themselves about the impending joint operation, Carmen stealthily approached me. The playful curve of her lips flattened into a serious line. You're testing yourself, you know, he said quietly, nodding at Braxton's back as he walked away. He doesn't give leadership responsibilities to freshmen. Never. Not even to students recommended by others. So why is he making an exception for me? She asked with genuine curiosity. Braxton was clearly more complex than his disheveled appearance suggested. Carmen's smile flashed mischievously, a gleam of white teeth against her tan skin. Perhaps he sees something in you that reminds him of himself. Or perhaps she leaned in close enough for him to catch a faint whiff of whiskey on her breath. Perhaps he's setting you up for a spectacular failure. Either way, he'll be front row with popcorn for the show. Your confidence is overwhelming. I am completely immersed in your faith, Carmen-sensei. Listen, kid, he said, and his playful attitude evaporated like water on hot steel. His grip on my arm tightened with unexpected force, his fingers digging in. The Argent Sentinels aren't just another guild. They're the pristine, polished face of this entire academy. Perfect little soldiers who follow perfect orders without question. Everything about them is polished to a blinding shine. And they despise, they loathe with a visceral hatred the Onyx Hounds with a hatred bordering on fanaticism. Why? I asked, even though my mind was already putting the pieces of the puzzle together. Because we embody everything they teach you to reject. Chaos, unpredictability, raw, unrefined potential over rehearsed perfection, individual brilliance instead of synchronized teamwork. She gestured toward the shabby, worn living room, its mismatched furniture. We're living proof that your prized system is flawed, that sometimes the junkyard yields diamonds you overlooked, gems you were too blind or arrogant to see. She glanced around, Cinchurado, turning it over in my mind like a puzzle piece finding its place. So they will try to humiliate us, to prove that we don't belong. They'll try to destroy us. Carmen corrected, her expression grim, to erase the anomaly. And Professor Petrova, their sponsor, shall help them achieve it. She's not just a teacher. She's the living embodiment of their philosophy. Perfection above all else. No mercy for the flawed. Interesting. The politics here are more complex than initially apparent. Rival philosophies are played out through teenage representatives. Thanks for the heads up. He patted me on the shoulder, his usual playful demeanor resuming like a slipping mask. Don't even mention it, pup. Just try not to make a mess on my shoes again. They're designer, and they're really hard to clean. With a friendly wink, he walked off quietly, intercepting Braxton at the door and striking up a conversation with him that included many casual exchanges. As I walked away, I felt Natalia's presence beside me, her shoulder barely brushing against mine in a touch that could be dismissed as accidental. But it wasn't. What did she want? Besides the obvious flirting. I'm just catching up on faculty politics, he replied honestly in a low voice. Apparently, there's bad blood between our professors, deeper than I initially thought. Natalia ascended, lost in thought, her violet eyes following Carmen around the room. The Sentinels are going to be a problem. Julian Valerius is a recommended student with connections in 3 of the most important guilds. Wherever he goes, they follow him. He's also made an enemy of me ever since we were children. Or wherever she goes, they follow. I corrected, shifting our attention to the more valuable target. Don't forget that Celeste wields more influence as Seraphina's younger sister. Julian may be the hand, but Celeste is the sword behind which everyone unites. Her lips curved into a small, satisfied smile, one that didn't reach her eyes but revealed the calculating mind behind it. 2 weeks to prepare. What's your plan? I suppose you already have one in place. I glanced around the room, observing my team scattered and disorganized. Some had already headed to their rooms. Others stayed behind to continue discussing the Sentinels. First, I need to understand what we're working with. Every strength, every weakness, every point of pressure. I lower my voice even further. Then we'll build something they don't expect. Something they can't counter because it doesn't play by their rules. And what about the leadership Braxton just gave you? Do you realize he's prepared you to bear the consequences if this goes wrong? I shrugged, feeling the familiar weight of manipulation settle comfortably on my shoulders. Just another chance, one I intend to make the most of. Every glance they cast upon me means another opportunity to bend them to my will. Natalia raised an eyebrow, amusement twinkling in her eyes. Do you realize that half the room is waiting for you to fail? Raphael, in particular, seems ready to celebrate your downfall. We know better, don't we? I smiled at her, my inner predator recognizing the predator in her. Besides, her expectations are the perfect cover. No one protects themselves from the dog they expect to stay on its leash. She gave my hand a quick, hidden squeeze beneath the table, a silent agreement sealed without a word. Being underestimated has always worked to our advantage. I squeezed her hand once before letting go, as I was already arranging the pieces on my new board. The Argent Sentinels thought they were coming to put us in our place. They had no idea they were walking straight into the jaws of something far more dangerous than a pack of misfit hounds. They were walking toward my red. Chapter 218. A conversation with my annoying little landlord. I closed my bedroom door and leaned against it, letting out a long sigh. The chaos in the room faded away, replaced by a blessed silence. The midday light filtered through my half-closed blinds, casting long shadows on the floor. I approached the desk where I had placed Bartholomew's terrarium. The immortal snail was methodically devouring a piece of lettuce.